Good morning. Don't tell my doctor I'm eating Pop-Tarts for breakfast. Hey guys, how you doing today? I only found one clip this morning. Oh, I'm Debbie, by the way. Welcome to my channel. This one's for Marty. Morning, Marty. I saw this and I thought of Marty. I'm like, oh yeah, we gotta show this one. I'm backwards. I'm backwards? How am I backwards? Is that better? I guess I should say hi to everybody first. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Judy. Hey, Carla. Hey, Marty. Hey, Paul. Okay. You guys hear me okay? Okay, this is for Marty. Move to Florida, they said.
$1987 Kumite champion right here.
Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands. Florida man claims to have been kidnapped by dolphins and forced to build an underwater city.
It's going up in your car.
It's going up in your car. It's going in my car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. What a beautiful Florida day.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. What that is? That's a damn Lamborghini panel wagon. Step out, boo.
I know. Go away. I know.
That's my favorite one. I guess if you don't have abs, you can just shave your belly hair to look like abs. That one and the one with the alligator, not the one where he's trying to get in the door. The one where the woman's hiding from the alligator. She's like peeking around the corner. Like, don't let it see me. It's not a burglar. And the dog, like, just walks up and, like, I'll take care of this. And then the weather one was spot on because that happens like every other day. But yeah, that's Florida in a nutshell. Okay. I don't know if I have to be like right up in this mic like I did the other one or not, but I listened yesterday's stream. I listened to the beginning with the old mic and then I listened to the end with this mic, and this mic sounds so much better. Wiggles isn't here yet, but thank you so much. I love this mic. Travis is a little insulted, but that's fine. I don't care. I said, I need to find how did I word it? I need to do something with the old mic, I think is what I said. And he goes, well, it still works. I was like, I know. I meant I need to find some place in the house to put it. I'm not getting rid of it. I don't care. This mic is amazing. It's better than the other one. Peterson's appeals retrial journey was long and denied 3 times. It was denied by the North Carolina Court of Appeals on 4/18/06. Wow. Nope, tomorrow. Tomorrow is 20 years. If they went to the North, it then went to the North Carolina Supreme Court. They heard the case but denied the appeal on 11/9/07. He then motioned for a new trial, which was denied 3/10/09. It was only after Deaver was fired in late 2011 for his evidence tampering that he was granted a new trial. Thank you. Yeah, Travis is just that way. It's fine. He didn't know. I didn't know. I don't know anything about this techie stuff. So, but I like this mic. Thanks to Leah. To Wiggles, who's not here. But I will thank her. Well, I thanked her yesterday. I cried when I opened the box. I texted her, I said, I can't accept this. She goes, well, I can't send it back. So we had heard part 1 of... Yeah, she keeps saying... Yeah, that tripped me up. I was like, it's we all do it, Judy. Yeah, she and Judy both. They're like, you've got a package. Like, what? Go look on your porch. And this time it was a great big box, and I was like, oh my God, what did she do? And then I opened it, and I was just like in disbelief. And I said, what did you do? Oh, and then I cried. So we were on, I forgot the guy's name, but on his testimony, he is former police, also has a law degree, and he works for Dr. Henry Lee, who at this point I have no respect for. I used to love him. I used to thought, oh, he's the #1 blood spatter expert in the country, maybe the whole world. And I always respected him. He was on like forensic files all the time. And I always thought this guy was the ultimate, And then we watched the Phil Spector trial, and there was this big thing about he saw some evidence and he picked it up and put it in his pocket. And then I think I Googled him and found out that there's several controversies in trials or cases that he's worked on. Yet this man has his own forensic school, I think in Connecticut. So this guy that we're about to watch works for him. I don't know, why would a disgraced blood spatter expert or forensic expert be allowed to teach other people how to do the work? I don't understand, but maybe what he did wasn't considered so bad. I don't know, but I've lost all respect for him since I found out that he's done shady things. But so this guy works for him, and Dr. Henry Lee is actually going to testify too later in the trial. And there's like 5 videos of him. I hope they're not all 2 hours apiece, because that's going to be a lot. Yeah, he just died too. Yeah. Oh yeah, he testified at the OJ trial too, for the defense. That was another thing that I didn't like. Because I think OJ did it. I was like, why is he testifying for the defense? Because OJ was guilty. So I used to really respect his opinion, and I don't anymore. But yeah, he's going to testify. And the guy that's testifying now works for him. I don't know why they both have to testify. If he works for Dr. Lee, why can't they just... Because Rudolph wants to take up all the time in the world to get this trial done. He wants to ask a million questions and put on as many experts as he can.
Mr. Palmback, I want to make sure I understand the general opinions that you gave, and then we'll go to some of the specific ones. I think the first opinion you gave was that because of the control at the scene, the reliability of what could be interpreted was adversely affected. Was that your first opinion?
The ability to interpret was adversely affected, yes.
Okay. And that alteration had occurred, and that there was, in essence, improper control of some area. I want to break that down, if I could. Exactly where do you believe there was improper control?
Okay, and that's probably best answered as an element of time rather than of locality. Absolutely, the responding officers had a duty and obligation when they got to the scene to, first and foremost, render aid to Kathleen Peterson. And then they also had the legal right to look for other victims, render any other aid. They also had a right to look for suspects, detain them.
Okay, I just answered my own question. He's testifying about things that happened at the crime scene that shouldn't have been done. Like, I forgot the word. I hate having fibromyalgia, y'all. Not securing the crime scene. Is that the right word? Because people were coming and going and things weren't cordoned off like they were supposed to be and that kind of stuff. Because he is also former law enforcement, which Dr. Henry Lee is not. So I guess that's why he's testifying. Not about forensic stuff, just about the crime scene.
Need be, and to preserve any evidence that they see in plain view. But once that essential exigency is over, their obligation shifted to one of protecting the scene and the integrity of the evidence. And the easiest way to do that is simply get out, restrict the access to that.
Okay, well, exactly how much time, in your opinion, would be required for officers to go in, render whatever aid could be rendered, look for suspects, and seize or control evidence in plain view? How much time would it take to do all that?
It depends upon whether you have an individual officer, you have multiple officers, how large is the area, how many people are present. There are a lot of factors. But something that they should have done, even if for no other reason as officer safety, was take control of all individuals at the scene immediately. And, therefore, as they entered the scene, whether it was Michael Peterson, Todd Peterson, an interested neighbor, or any non-professional, they should have garnished some level of control over those individuals. And you can do that nicely yet assertively and just bring them to an area removed from what you believe the crime scene and just get them out of there and get them under control for your safety as well as the integrity of the scene.
Well, with respect to this particular scene, how much time, in your opinion, would have been required to do that adequately or appropriately?
I think within a few minutes of arriving at the scene and doing a cursory overview of, what are the potential dangers, where are the potential victims, is there a potential suspect? You make that quick evaluation from that moment on. They need to begin the protection capacity. So literally within a matter of minutes at the most, and in my opinion, as they come in contact with each and every individual on the scene from that precise moment, they should, to some degree or another, exert control, if for no other reason, their own protection, their own safety.
Okay, well, what I'm looking for is a specific minimum and a maximum that would be required to do all these things you've described.
I mean, it's hard to give you a time frame because every scene is going to vary. In this particular scene, I don't think it would take very long at all to come in and make that purview and to move the family members and other non-professional people out of the immediate area, leaving only medical personnel.
I hear you. I need to understand. You've been to that house.
Correct.
It's more than 10,000 square feet.
Correct.
So I need for you to tell me. I mean, you've offered this opinion. I need for you to tell me what is the minimum amount of time to accomplish all of those tasks.
It depends upon how many officers are available.
All right, we've got at that point Officer McDowell available.
Okay. Well,
How
then
long is it going to take her to do that?
while she's alone, she's going to be limited in what she can do, which means she's going to have to get in there. Again, her first priority is going to be to Kathleen Peterson. And as she's doing that, literally as she's doing that, she should be at least exerting voice commands or control over Michael and Todd, anybody else, saying, I'd like you to step back. I need you to move away from me. I need you to move over there. I need you to sit down. She's got to exercise control immediately.
Okay. How much time does that take?
1 second.
Your Honor, I'm not getting an answer.
We said several minutes or immediately.
1 second, that she should begin to take control of the situation, particularly because she's alone.
Well, how long
Hey,
exactly, in your
Wiggles.
opinion, from a minimum perspective, would it take to ensure her safety, to exercise control over plain view evidence,
Hey, Carla.
control suspects, and to render aid to Kathleen Peterson?
She's not going to be able to totally do that alone. She's going to need assistance in doing that. So what my point is, the second she enters a residence and she's confronted with other individuals and the potential danger to herself, as well as contamination issues and the need to render aid, she's got to start that process right then and there immediately.
Okay, well, let's add one more officer to it, Officer Figueroa.
Right. Then I think the obvious distinction is somebody's going to continue to monitor Kathleen Peterson and provide the aid to her. The other individual would likely then take control over the family members or whoever else is present and begin to take control over them. And then as they get additional help, then they can fan out and begin to search through and look through the remaining parts of the residence for the prescribed reasons of officer protection and looking for suspects or victims.
And for those two officers, how long is it going to take? What's the minimum amount of time to do those?
What I said is those two officers can't do everything you're asking me. What I said is that the first officer coming in, what she can do and do well, and what she needs to do is protect herself, render aid to Kathleen, and begin initial control to the extent that she can over the people that are on the scene. And she needs to do that immediately.
Well, with respect to the areas that weren't properly controlled, please specify what those were.
And that would be basically what's out of eyesight of where they're located. I mean, at that point, they'll only have the ability to control what they can see, and that's going to be limited to the stairwell, the hallway, the kitchen area. And they need to stay there, and that's where they need to be. And until they get sufficient additional personnel, they're not going to be able to control the rest of the residents.
Okay, well, specifically with respect to those areas, where did they not adequately control the scene?
Well, they allowed specifically both Michael and Todd Peterson the unrestricted movement. And they allowed them to approach the body, to come in contact with the body. They allowed them into the stairwell areas. They allowed Todd to go in and remove a phone from well within the area. They allowed them to walk about through the kitchen and the lower residence. So that's all, in my opinion, unnecessary, unwarranted, and potentially dangerous movement.
So would it be your opinion that the two officers that initially got there didn't adequately control the kitchen and the hallway?
Yes.
Everything else, in your opinion, then was adequately controlled?
Objection. Misstates his testimony.
Say again?
Misstates his testimony.
Well, I mean, he can answer.
At that precise moment, that's the most that they could control. They could not have been expected to control more than that with the two of them.
Okay. Now, with respect to what, in your opinion, was altered such that interpretation was not reliable, specifically, what are you talking about?
Two basic areas. One is that evidence wasn't collected in, some evidence wasn't even collected. Some evidence wasn't collected in a timely manner. Some evidence was collected in a manner that commingled it and didn't properly preserve it. And the second primary area is that there was access, unnecessary access allowed in the immediate area, basically around her body and up the staircases. And that access likely could have altered and or damaged or destroyed some pattern evidence or trace evidence or other forms of evidence.
Okay, which pieces of evidence are we talking about that would fall into that first category that weren't properly collected?
Mr. Peterson's glasses that were located on the stairs, a pair of sandals that were never collected, several of the towels and other items of clothing that were immediately around and in contact with her body.
Anything else?
No, not at that point.
Okay. And with respect to evidence that someone had access to, which would have in some way at least potentially caused alteration, what specific pieces of evidence are you talking about?
Certainly the area around the body and the entire stairwell should have been very severely restricted to only personnel that absolutely had to be there, and only after adequate documentation and preliminary searching and evidence preservation had occurred.
Okay. And I think you indicated you had another general opinion with respect to testing and documentation at the scene, and I want to break those out. With respect to, and I wasn't sure whether you said testing and documentation was done improperly, because at some point in there you said that some of it was well done and some of it was not, and I wasn't clear on exactly what you meant. Was all the testing inappropriately or inadequately done?
No.
Okay. Was all of the documentation inappropriately or inadequately done?
No.
Okay. Now, with respect to the testing, in particular, I think you talked quite a bit about the luminol, right?
Correct.
And let's break that down. You're aware that there was luminol sprayed at the top area of the stairwell from about step 6 or 7. You're aware of that?
Correct.
Okay. With respect to that, what was done inappropriately?
One, the actual choice of luminol, I don't think was necessarily the best choice. I think there were other more appropriate reagents for that area and those surfaces. Secondly, the reaction or lack of reaction or the use of that reagent wasn't fully documented. And thirdly, based on the remaining evident residual, I believe it was inappropriately or overly applied.
And we're talking just now at the steps 6, 7, and above.
Sure.
Okay. Now, you say luminol was a bad choice. Why?
Luminol has some limitations. It is certainly it's a good reagent. It's one that has utility and use in the field, but it's got a couple side issues. It's not side problems. And one would be that it is a luminescent product. That is, that as we spray this into an area, and the hope is that it will react with a source of blood, and we will have that we call it luminescence. That positive reaction is visualized only in dark. You need to darken the area to visualize luminescence. That makes it difficult to do the proper documentation. Now, it's possible, but it's quite difficult to do that. Secondly, the luminescence tends not to stay around all that long. It dissipates. And thirdly, there are other agents that are you can use that are colorimetric. They give you a great color transformation. They last, they stay. You can spend hours and days looking at the resulting patterns. You can do it with the lights on. They're much more amenable for documentation. Finally, luminol, as is a lot of other reagents, is an aqueous-based solution. And the problem with that is, a real concern is spraying that on a vertical surface, because if you're not extremely careful about applying an aqueous solution to a vertical surface, you can, and in my belief in this case, did get runs and drips. And as you get runs and drips, you literally wash away and damage and alter much of the pattern evidence below. Now, the solution to that is there are other agents out there that have a colloidin base with ether in them, and so that when you properly apply them, they react with the blood, they have a color transformation, and they very quickly dissipate, and so you greatly reduce the opportunity to run and damage the pattern area.
And which types of chemicals would those be, or reagents would those be?
Tetramethylbenzidine in a colloidal suspension is one that we commonly use.
What else?
You could put a variety of the reagents in a colloidal suspension. You could put leucomalachite green. There's a variety of the other test reagents that would work.
Okay. What about amido black?
Amido black is an aqueous-based solution.
So you wouldn't use that one, just like you wouldn't use luminol?
You could. The advantage of again, with great caution, it's just on a vertical surface. It's not an absolute prohibition, but one must be extremely careful to apply it very, very lightly to avoid that. My feeling is, why not use a colloidal-based, ether-based solution so that you can further minimize it? Now, Medio Black has a better advantage in that it's very readily discernible. It gives you a nice dark blue-black color formation. You do it with the lights on, it stays around, and it's quite easy to document, to photograph.
What specific evidence do you have that luminol was sprayed on a vertical surface?
By my examination of the scene and my experience in seeing luminol, it's my belief that a heavy application of luminol was applied not only to the top of the stairs, but also down on the north and east lower walls, as well as the surfaces of particularly steps 18 and 17.
Okay, now with respect to other areas that luminol was used, you're aware that it was sprayed in the kitchen as well?
Correct.
Okay. Was that properly done?
I don't know. There was no documentation to review.
Well, you've had an opportunity to review transcripts of the testimony of the folks that talked about having done that, haven't you?
Yes, but I'm not going to render an expert opinion based on a transcript. I want to see, if you're asking me, was it properly applied, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see some photographs or documentation.
Okay. Do you have any opinion as to whether luminol was sprayed in any other areas other than what you've indicated as steps 6 and 7 up? What you say is on the vertical surfaces of the north and east walls, at the stairs of 17 and 18, and in the kitchen? Do you?
And the little bit of the landing and the few steps that adjoin the kitchen to the main staircase. No, I didn't see any indications, nor am I aware that it was used elsewhere.
What specific indications did you have that luminol was sprayed in the kitchen?
I had none that it was sprayed in the kitchen other than the reports that said it was.
Okay. You didn't see any residue?
No, I did not.
I think you indicated that you went to that scene a couple of times. I wasn't actually sure about that. When did you go to the scene?
First time was February 14th, 2002.
Okay.
The second time was March 17th, 2002. And I returned within the past month as well.
This past month?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall the exact date. It was the same date that I came down here and was in court.
Was it the day that you were here for Mr. Deaver's testimony?
Yes, exactly.
Who was with you when you came on the February 14th date?
I came with Dr. Henry Lee.
Anybody else?
Yes, I believe Ron Jarrett, David Rudolph. I believe Tom Maher was there, at least for part of the time. And obviously Michael Peterson was present.
Okay, and what about the 17th of March?
It was that same group, and in addition, it was additional other defense experts.
Who would they be?
Dr. Spitz, Werner Spitz, Dr. Leachma. I hope I got his name right. If I didn't, I'm sorry. There was another gentleman, I believe he was a biomechanical engineer. I forget his name, unfortunately.
Mr. Van Dyke?
Yes.
Anybody else?
There was an assistant to Werner Spitz had, Dr. Spitz had an assistant with him.
Now, when you were there earlier in the month, during the time frame when Mr. Deaver testified, who was there?
That was just myself and Michael Peterson. And I believe Ron Jarrett came as well.
With respect to the luminol that you were talking about, did you just visually look to determine where it had been sprayed, or did you use some chemical or some process to help you identify that?
It was only visual examination.
And I think you indicated with respect to testing that you didn't believe that Mr. Deaver's stringing had been properly done. Please describe to me why.
The two issues that I had was in the markings and his drop selection and how he marked them or not marked them. The visual observations I made relative to the droplets on the north and the east walls, and my criticism that effectively none of that process was documented. There was no photographs or diagrams generated or taken at any point during that process.
Okay. With respect to, I'm going to jump back for just a second. How did you document your opinions about the failure to properly use the luminol? How did you document that?
Photographically.
Let me show you a series of photographs, if I may.
192.
You want to make those witness, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 192 and ask for you to look through that, please.
pictures you can use to show what he was talking about in terms of
I
visual?
haven't gotten there yet, but I'm
Because if it's speeded up, I can show you what we were planning and just supposed to go through the stat.
Well, I want to make sure I've got all the pictures first.
Those photos that were on the discs, I gave you printouts of some photos, but other photos were on the disc that I gave you. So
These are all the printouts that you gave us.
yeah, that's not all the photos. There's other photos that are on the discs.
I'm familiar with the majority of these photographs.
Why didn't you
particularly
give him all
those
the
that
photographs?
are on a blue paper or photocopied so that they have a blue background to them, and some of the other ones.
Okay. With respect to the photographs that you say document the failure of the appropriate application of the luminol, would you please pull those for me, please?
I'm sorry, could you ask a question? What do you want me to
Yeah, I mean, you indicated that you didn't take notes, but you had photographs that documented where the luminol was, and in your opinion, how it was inappropriately
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
applied.
Okay.
You pull it.
Sure.
You're not using it, right?
No.
David, it got worse. It got worse. You weren't here the day that I watched the end of the documentary. The murder weapon that they were talking about through the whole entire trial, the missing blowpoke, it ended up that the cops found it the night she died, and they took it outside, took pictures of it, no blood or hair or anything on it. Excuse me. They found it in the house. They put it back in the garage. And then they kept going to Michael Peterson and saying, "Where's your blowpoke? What happened to your blowpoke?" And they said they didn't know. They couldn't find it. The last time they saw it was by the fireplace. They found it a year later in the garage. Why the cops did that, I have no idea. And through the whole entire trial, they had blowpokes in the courtroom saying this is what she was killed with. And the ME wanted to make the cause of death blood loss, but the cops talked her out of it, and she changed it to blunt force trauma. And then Deaver. What did Deaver do in this case, Judy? You put it. Tampered with evidence? Yeah, tampered with evidence. So they found out that there was a guy that was falsely in prison for murder because of Deaver. So because of that, he got a new trial. So yeah, you're right. The level of incompetence is staggering. He deserved a new trial. I still think he's guilty, but he deserved a new trial because this was bizarre. Well, Deaver got fired. The blood spatter expert got fired. But it was years later. Michael Peterson was in prison for 8 years. And he got the new trial. But because there was still so much evidence against him, he took an offered plea. And because he'd served 8 years already, voluntary manslaughter, he'd already served the time for that. So he just got to go home. But he should still be in prison today, in my opinion. But yeah, the cops just, I don't know what they were thinking. I guess they were just thinking they needed to get him at all costs. I don't know. They did mention in the documentary, Judy, that he had ordered 2 more blow pokes. I've never heard of a blow poke in my life before this case. Who needs that many blow pokes? But yeah, they did mention that in the documentary too, that he had ordered 2 more. For what? Is that just his choice of murder weapon? He's going to have a whole stock of blow pokes?
So I'll make sure I understand, just these photographs or what you use to document, what you indicate is a failure to inadequately use or inappropriately use the aluminum.
No, take a look at the ones he's identified.
So the record's clear. We gave the district attorney's office a number of CD-ROMs that had photographs on it. I have no idea what they printed out, but I object to them attempting to, unless they're going to represent, they printed out everything that we've given them, showing the witness some photographs and asking if that's all there is, when there's no way for the witness to know whether they printed out everything.
In addition, I know that, for example, could we use them as exhibits with prior witnesses? I'm sorry. There are, for example, defense exhibits that were previously introduced, specifically 146 and 147. I'm not sure whether they're in the scoop or not. They've been previously admitted. They may or may not be in the scoop. It's hard to line them up. So we may have some additional photographs that show the same areas, the same type of things that are marked here. And I'm happy to show the district attorney what those are to make sure he's got a complete set.
Yes, I appreciate your willingness to protect the records. Oh, cool. I have no idea what Mr. Harden is doing. He simply asked him that he have other photographs that he used.
Well, he was asking what
I don't know what he's using.
And without...
I've had 2 fireplaces, and I've never even heard of one before this case. I mean, we had a poker, but not a blow poke.
Major public having the ability to look at the ones we've selected and compare them to what he's seen we don't want to be held to saying, oh, there isn't an additional photograph. There's some ones that we've picked out that are similar to, and some of them may be identical to those, but to try to limit him to these photographs without an opportunity to see the photographs that we've also picked, we think would be unfair.
But I presume the witness will recollect if he used some other photograph that's not in that group.
I think that can be hard if you're looking at, I don't know how many pictures are of the same scene over and over, whether you can remember every single picture that shows residue, for example, in a given area.
Well, I don't know. Mr. Harden, why are you asking him the question? I don't know why he's asking him.
I just want to understand how he went about the documentation process to determine and show us why he believes or has the opinion that luminol was inappropriately used in certain areas. If there are other photographs, I'm happy for him to look at those over lunch and then provide those to us after the recess. That's fine. I've got no problem with that. Just want to make sure I understand exactly what he did to document his opinion that luminol was not appropriately used. That's simple.
I've got another objection, which is I think we're going far beyond the scope of the hearings that we conducted. Our hearings went to limited issues, which were whether or not a particular witness was qualified to give the opinion that they gave. With Dr. Radish, for example, it was having to do with a fall. And whether she could say that something was not due to a fall. The same thing with Dr. Snell. With Deaver, it was exactly the same thing. I didn't do a voir dire on every opinion that Deaver had.
I think, in all honesty, we probably do need to talk about why 705 is there.
Well,
why is it there?
Well, I think 705 is there. If there's a legitimate Daubert issue here, if there's a legitimate issue about whether Major Combat can give an opinion.
Well, it was there a long time before Daubert.
Well, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just using that as a shorthand. But if there's a legitimate issue under 705 about whether Major Combat can give any of the opinions that we've indicated he's going to give, then I think the district attorney is entitled to a voir dire. But if there's not, if all that's going on here is a little discovery process, and it has nothing to do with the issue of whether or not he's qualified to give the opinion, which was the sole issue. We filed specific motions with regard to Radish, with regard to Deaver, with regard to Snell, specifically asking that they be precluded from giving testimony about whether or not the injuries or other things were consistent or not consistent with a fall. That's not what this witness is going to be testifying to. And to the extent that Mr. Harden wants to ask questions about that, I've got no problem. But what he's now talking about is luminol and documenting luminol. I don't think there's a whole lot of dispute that this witness is qualified to give opinions about luminol. And I haven't said anything up to now, and he did the same thing with Dr. Lietzman. There was nothing that Dr. Lietzman said that was even close to being outside of the area of expertise. And I think we're wasting a lot of time here. And frankly, I see zero reason for Major Combat to be examined in a voir dire about his ability to give opinions about crime scene management or luminol.
Actually, all 705 says is that the person asking the questions, in this case it's the state, has a right to know what his opinions are and the underlying basis.
And they got a...
That's all it says. So you can do it on direct. You can do it on cross-exam, or you can do it by voir dire.
Well, and we moved for voir dire not because under 705 we wanted to do discovery. We specifically limited it to whether or not the witness is qualified to give opinions about fall versus intention. And that's where we went, and I think the court admonished me several times that I was going beyond that. And I probably was.
I admonished you one time.
Well, I heard it more than once.
You probably heard Mr. Maher tell me.
That may be. I heard somebody admonish me. In any event, the point is that I think we're going far beyond what we tried to do, which was to challenge a particular portion of a witness's testimony.
Mm-hmm. as your witness testified yesterday, very few jurisdictions do criminal discovery, and we're not one of those jurisdictions. We don't do criminal discovery, but some kind of way the legislature allowed. It doesn't limit it to defense counsel. I mean, it doesn't say anything about civil or criminal, but certainly it doesn't prevent criminal lawyers, the state or the defendant from asking what the court considers to be discovery kind of questions. But I don't want to do criminal depositions because we don't do that. I mean, maybe the public doesn't understand that, but I got nothing to do with that right now. You all understand that you can have civil depositions and criminal depositions. And in a civil case, we wouldn't even be in here talking about this because y'all have already done depositions and you would know what the underlying bases were. So some kind of way the creators of that rule, which I presume is a copy of the federal rules. We pretty much adopted the federal rules, except in a few circumstances. And they allow this, but it doesn't say how far you go, and I don't really want to get real deep into these things. So I'm trying to decide, Mr. Harden, do you have what you need at this point? We are going to do this again in front of the jury, but
I'll be happy to give Mr. Harden the other pictures to make sure that if they're not included in there, I brought a second set so that they would have a set of whatever we use.
I'm not sure Mr. Harden is not satisfied. I don't know if he's satisfied or not on that issue. I was looking at a broader issue as to how many hours this is going to take outside the presence of the jury, but I was more concerned with that than his ability to ask, much like the defendant, unlimited questions of the witnesses. Okay. So what are we doing? You have other questions you want to ask?
Yes, sir, I do.
Well, let's get to it so we can get going.
Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you this. Is there even the remote possibility that the jury is going to come back here before 12:30?
No, sir.
Okay.
Well, Your Honor, I thought we were going to break for lunch at 12:30. I can't imagine.
Yeah, I was talking about 12:30.
Yeah, legitimately 50 minutes worth of voir dire as opposed to test, cross-examination, or discovery to conduct a fairly narrow, direct about this is what happens when you let people have access to the scene. This is how you should document things. This isn't rocket science. It's not like, examining the brain. I would think that a properly done voir dire would be done in plenty of time for us to get started before lunch to conduct get direct started. So I would object to if we're going to have 50 minutes worth of discovery here.
Once again, I go back to the reason that 705 is in our rules of evidence. I mean, it actually doesn't say that either one of you have a right to conduct a voir dire or an examination. It just says you have a right to know the opinions and the basis for them.
And Mr. Harden got a 7 or 8 page single-spaced report containing this witness's and Dr. Lee's opinions. If he's got a legitimate basis to say that there's anything that Major Palmbach is going to testify to that is outside the scope of his expertise, then I've got no objection to him voir diring on that. I do object to him, in essence, taking him and voir diring on every single possible thing he can think of, including things that Major Palmbach obviously can testify about, simply because he wants to try out his cross-examination. That's not what we were trying to do. The court stopped me from doing that. Mr. Harden objected to that. And we were focused in on whether or not specific witnesses could testify about whether something was a fall versus a beating. We filed written motions in limine asking for hearings on that.
I didn't stop you from doing that. You told me you weren't doing that.
Well, I understand. But I think the court made it clear that you didn't want me going beyond what I had filed a motion in limine on. So, I haven't heard any motions in limine filed on behalf of the state with regard to what Major Pomback is about to testify to. And unless and until they make a motion to preclude him from testifying about a particular thing that he said he's going to testify about, I think this is improper. If they make such a motion, then their voir dire ought to be limited to that area. Otherwise, let's get the jury back in here and let's conduct the trial.
Well, I don't know that it's improper. It might not be necessary. See,
Well,
705 doesn't say that you have to conduct an examination to see whether or not the expert is qualified. It doesn't say anything. It just says you have a right to find out what his opinions are. I presume that means every opinion, although that would be a tremendous waste of time, and the underlying basis for it. I mean, I presume that's what Mr. Harden is doing, but he may not make, as he didn't make when your witness testified, a motion to exclude it because it violated some expert's ability to answer. He didn't do that yesterday when Leisman testified.
Because I don't think there was any basis to do it, and I honestly don't think there was any basis for him to do that voir dire. We didn't object at the time, but if this is going to happen with every single witness, including somebody who's simply going to testify about crime scene procedures, who's clearly qualified to do that, then I am objecting to him going on and on about
maybe he did think that's what you were doing with Deborah Radish, Dr. Radish.
Well, we filed a written motion in limine which laid out.
I know you did. Maybe he didn't think you had a basis for filing.
Well, he might not have.
Mr. Norton, what are you doing?
No, I'm trying to comply with what I believe the Rule 705 states, which says that we're entitled to the opinion and the facts and data that underlie the opinion. This witness has been qualified as an expert in the area of scene management and in blood pattern analysis. He has offered a lot of opinions about what he didn't see in that scene, what he has seen in that area, and about the documentation that was adequate and inadequate. I need to understand exactly what he means by that. And he's also, as Mr. Rudolph indicates, he's given us a report about bloodstain pattern analysis. We think we're entitled to ask him about those. He's offered that to us.
Are you going to ask him about that?
Yes, sir.
No, not you, Mr.
The only bloodstains I was going to ask him about were things that may have been affected by lack of control. Specifically, there's some bloodstains in the hallway and on the west wall of the stairs. We are not getting into, and he's not going to do an analysis of what those mean, but just how those might have come to be there. In terms of the types of bloodstain analysis that Agent Deaver did, that's going to be Dr. Lee. I'm not going to get into ask him, well, what do you think about the north wall or the east wall, or what could have caused these spatters, or what could have caused a point of origin. We're not getting into that.
Is Dr. Lee going to use his?
There's a joint report, I think, they both. And so rather than, we just aren't going to get into that. And so therefore, it would be appropriate to do a voir dire of a witness who's not going to testify about those opinions. I tried to make that clear when I set up his examination.
It's very interesting that he would qualify him as an expert in the field of bloodstain pattern analysis and tender to us in discovery a report that's only signed by him. Dr. Lee didn't sign this report. Mr. Pomback signed this report. This is the only discovery we have about any issue related to bloodstain pattern analysis from them. And it's through this witness. So I think I ought to be entitled.
And your concern might be what?
Well, I need to at least understand
that you won't get a chance to ask him about his report if you don't ask him.
Yes, sir.
We're not using him to testify about those subject matters. First of all, Dr. Lee, as we explained at the time the report was sent in, reviewed it, but he was in China, which is why it didn't get signed by him. It was a joint report. Dr. Lee will be here and can be cross-examined about the report, which is as much his as Major Pomback's. Major Pomback is not going to testify on direct before the jury on the significance of the bloodstains and whether this is medium velocity or cast off or whatever beyond the 2 stains I've talked about. So it would be improper and, quite frankly, a waste of time to conduct a deposition next, because we're not going to be offering opinions on those, because we're trying to make things efficient and have him deal with one area and Dr. Lee deal with another area.
Well, Your Honor, this is what I have notice of. I need to at least understand who prepared it, how it was prepared, whose words these are, whether Dr. Lee even adopted this report. I need to at least understand things that relate to that.
I have no objection to that. If he wants to ask questions about how the report was prepared and whether Dr. Lee reviewed it and agrees with it, and the only reason he didn't sign it was because he was in China, I've got no problem with that. But if he's going to start getting into a voir dire about the opinions in there, we're going to be here for the rest of the day on voir dire on something that this witness is not even going to offer opinions about.
All right. We got roughly 45
We'll be here all
minutes
day
left,
with you arguing about
before
it.
lunchtime. Now, what I need to know is whether we should go ahead and send that jury home now. If you're not home, send them to lunch now.
This jury is so over this
Mr.
trial.
Harden, you question this witness about anything you're going to question him about. But at 2 o'clock, I'm going to have that jury sitting over there in the box ready to go.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Deputy, you send the jury to lunch. Tell them to be back at 2 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Harden.
Mr. Palmbach, did you prepare any notes with respect to any aspect of the analysis that you did for this defendant?
Yes.
Where are those notes?
I give copies to Attorney Rudolph Amon.
And when did you do that?
Throughout the process, on my different visits to the scene and/or the Durham Police Department, when we were examining evidence and also the experimental data and staircase.
And how many pages would those notes consist of?
I guess 20 or 30. I don't know exactly.
All right. Are you aware of whether Dr. Lee prepared any notes with respect to the analysis that he conducted at the scene?
Yes, those. When I say the notes, I'm talking about a commingling of notes that he prepared and I prepared, and we did it together.
All right. Would those notes include diagrams?
Particularly, yeah, there are diagrams in some of the notes, yes.
Okay. And sketches?
Well, I don't know how you can distinguish between a diagram and a sketch.
Well, different phrases are used by different people, and I just want to make sure that I've covered both of them.
We had drawings with notations associated with the hand drawings.
Right. Your Honor, I've not been provided those notes. Mr. Rudolph indicated to me that he had received them several weeks ago. He indicated that he would give those to me once I rested my case. I've asked him about them several times. They've still not been provided. I'm going to need an opportunity to look at them in order to cross-examine this witness.
And he can have exactly the same opportunity that he gave me with regard to all of his witnesses' notes. He can look at them over lunch. I told him that I would give him the same courtesy that he gave me with regard to notes. I didn't get a single witness's notes, including Deborah Ravish's notes about this autopsy stuff, until she was on the witness stand. And what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Gentlemen, you should not try to balance equities between counsel. You need to let the court balance the equities. So Mr. Hart needs to turn over information that he's supposed to when he's supposed to. Mr. Rudolph, you need to turn it over when you're supposed to turn it over. And let me balance the equities, okay? So you're going to have a little bit longer to look at them, Mr. Harden. You got about 35 minutes now, so...
Yes, sir. Did you film any video of that scene?
No, I did not.
So we just have notes and diagrams and at least some conglomeration of photographs.
Right.
Okay. And you've indicated that you are and have been qualified as an expert in the field of bloodstain pattern analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How many times have you been qualified as an expert in that field?
Specifically, 6.
Let me show you, since I've got limited time, a few photographs, if I may. John, my question? Yes. Let me show you these individually. Ms. Black, next number is
193.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 193. And ask, do you recognize that as a photograph of the scene in 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes, I do.
If you would please circle the bloodstain patterns that you see that are separate in this photograph and identify what they are in your opinion.
Can I approach and see what the photos you show me before you answer?
I don't understand your question, what you mean by separate. Any blood droplet or stain that you find within a scene is not inherently separate. It's a part of a whole, and that is that all of the blood that's present at the scene. So I wouldn't segregate any droplet as a separate entity.
Well, let me, maybe I wasn't clear. How many patterns do you see in what's marked as State's Exhibit 193?
There are drip patterns here. There are what appear to be contact transfers here, and there is what could be projected blood.
All right, where's the projected blood? Circle that, please.
And unfortunately, my circle will also incorporate a few areas that are more along the lines of a contact transfer.
All right, can you separately circle those, please?
The contract transfers?
And just so we're clear, the larger circle, why don't we mark that as A? And you say that is projected blood.
Yes, it could be consistent with projected or a cast-off pattern.
Or is it projected or a cast-off pattern?
Well, it's one and the same. I mean, projected blood means exactly as projected. Cast-off is a classification to the field.
How, in your opinion, did it get there?
I think it's consistent with a cast-off, and the type of, there's a variety of mechanisms by which that type of cast-off could occur, but it occurred from a location above the steps and above the molding.
Okay. Let me show you what we'll mark as State's Exhibit 194. And ask if you're familiar with this place. Is that also photographed in that scene?
Yes, it is.
Will you please describe what patterns and whatever variety that you see in circle is for me?
There are drip patterns. There are contact transfers.
Would you circle the contact transfers, please?
Well, again, what's going to happen is are areas that I'm circling in general, in which there may be drips or other patterns associated within.
All right, with respect to the first one that you've circled, let's mark that as A. What, in your opinion, is that one contact transfer?
I can't determine that.
What, in your opinion, caused that?
A bloody object that came in contact with the step and moved across the step.
What, in your opinion, was the bloody object, if you know?
I do not know.
Now, you circled another one on the edge of the step below that. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. I believe there's also some contact transfers down here as well.
Okay, let's mark this area as B. And what caused that contact transfer?
This one is not a good shot. In this particular photograph, there's a overexposure in that area. I would definitely want to see another photograph before I render an opinion on that.
Okay, why don't we make this 195? I think that's a shot of the same step. Let me show you that. That's 195. Is that a better shot for you?
That's not depicting the area that I've circled. That's not the...
Okay. And with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit 194, do you have other contact transfers in there? I think I see another line or circle down there.
Yep, there are some really that, again, not exactly, this isn't a good photograph. I'd like to see additional ones of steps 18 and 17.
Okay. What, in your opinion, caused that? Do you know?
No, I do not know. Well, again, it's a bloody surface coming in contact with the stair treads.
Can you say what it was?
Not based on this, no.
Can you mark that as C, please?
This area here?
Yes. Okay. I'll get a picture of that. It's probably a little bit better. Let's make this 196. Is that a better picture as it relates to the areas marked as B and C for you on what's marked as State's Exhibit 194?
Yeah, it's a better picture, particularly of step 18.
Okay, and as it relates to what you've circled, State's Exhibit 194, which also circled those areas and what's marked here as State's Exhibit 196.
You want me to circle contact areas where there are contact transfers. And again, I do so with the understanding that there are additional droplets as well, vertical droplets that are also commingled amongst this area.
Okay, and that area right there corresponds to C in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, would you mark that, please? And I think you've got another one, B, right beside it, or above it. Mm-hmm. Is that the one you're talking about?
I believe that's B, yes.
Okay, all right. And then with respect to what's marked here as C, you don't know what caused that?
Again, it's based on this alone, it's just consistent with a bloody object coming in contact with the tread.
But you don't have an opinion as to what it might be?
It could be clothing or other objects, other bloody objects.
Thank you.
Sure.
Let me show you what we'll mark as State's Exhibit 197. Ask if you'll identify any pattern you see.
At this point, I'm going to object, Chairman. 197 is an area, if I'm looking at it correctly, which is over by the east wall. We're not going to be asking Major Palmbeck about stain interpretation for that area. That's something that Dr. Lee will be covering. And so I'd object to the water going into that area.
All right, overruled at this point.
Again, your question is?
Please identify any pattern you see in that photograph.
Okay, there are medium velocity spatters on this stair, which I can't see the orientation as to what this particular tread is, but they're on this stair tread. They're on the adjacent riser, and they're visible on the white trim board, which I believe is part of the trim encasement for the electric chair track as well.
Okay.
And in addition to those, there are a few drops, vertical drops, and there are also contact transfers.
Would you circle the contact transfers that you see, please? Is that a single contact transfer, or is that more than one?
It's possible that it's more than one.
Okay, and how do you define medium velocity impact spatter?
Well, again, it's difficult to definitively state this in this photograph because this photograph, in my opinion, is improperly taken, and that is that it's not perpendicular and there's no scaled rulers associated with the stains, which are really the requirements to make a proper interpretation. So having put that stipulation there, the what appears to be the approximate size and distribution of the droplets is consistent with a medium velocity impact spatter.
Okay, well, how do you define that? Irrespective of this photograph, how do you define
by the size and distribution of the size of a pattern of droplets.
Okay, and what would the size be, the maximum size of a medium velocity bloodstain?
It's not so much maximum size. It's relevant is that the majority, the core component of that pattern is comprised of droplets of approximately 1 to 2 millimeters.
Okay, and with respect to high velocity impact spatter, how would you define that? I'm assuming in size as well. Is that right?
Yes, the relative size, proportional size of the majority of droplets in the core area, and the lower, the smaller the size, the higher the velocity.
Okay, so what would the range be with respect to the size of stains for high velocity blood spatter?
Certainly well below 1 millimeter, and a majority of it is almost referred to as anatomized or misliked droplet.
Okay, and what would the low velocity blood spatter pattern, what would the range of sizes be for those stains?
They're traditionally larger than 2 millimeters.
Okay. Let me show you what we'll mark as State's Exhibit 198. And 199, and ask you to look at these together, if you would, please. Now, do you recognize these photographs? Let's see here.
Yes, I do.
And they're the north wall of 1810 Cedar Street, is that right?
The north wall, as well as some adjacent molding, but predominantly depicting the north wall, correct?
Okay. Now, I think you said that you did a drop count, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many droplets did you see on that wall?
In the north wall area, it was in the vicinity of excess of 4,000.
Okay. Now, with respect to the patterns that you see on the north wall, would you please circle those?
Object. Once again, this is not an area we're going to be offering Major Palmback's testimony on. So Dr. Lee can testify about it. He can be what your
Who's time, Marty?
Yeah, but right now I'm gonna overrule. We're gonna take care of this problem y'all got with this 705
Hey, Michelle.
issue. But right now I'm gonna let him ask it.
Again, it's complicated pattern. There is a variety of different pattern types. There's a variety of layers, that being that certain patterns are on top of or under other patterns. Some of these pattern types look diluted.
Happy
and
Friday,
some of them
Michelle.
look like they were generated by coagulated or partially coagulated blood.
Okay.
Now, so having said that, it's going to be very difficult for me to sit here with photographs that document an array of patterns as well as 4,000 plus droplets and start drawing exactly which ones I think are which.
Now they're not going to show them again.
All of that is represented in these photographs.
Well, specifically what types of patterns, let's break it down. What type of pattern do you see in the bulk or the majority of the stain?
Okay, and you've pointed to States Exhibit 199. As a majority, you have impact spatter, you have some drip, you have and a contact transfer pattern, and you have a clean or void or shadowed area as well.
Do you see some impact spatter over that void area?
Difficult to tell from this photograph, but there appears to be perhaps a droplet in that area that might be defined as a void area.
Now, with respect to those patterns, do you see low velocity impact spatter?
What you can't do is you have to look at it as a pattern as an entirety. Therefore, will you find in a medium velocity impact spatter droplets larger than 2 millimeters? Certainly you will. But what makes it be defined and characteristic of a medium velocity impact spatter is that the predominant or the majority of the droplets in the core pattern areas fall below that.
Okay.
And that being the case, I would say that a majority of these droplets, not all of them, but a majority are in the medium velocity range.
Okay. Are there high velocity flux patterns in that pattern?
I do not, this pattern does not represent an atypical high velocity impact spatter.
So do you see high velocity impact spatter in that pattern?
No, I do not see an atypical high velocity impact spatter.
Okay. Do you see what you consider aspirated blood in that pattern?
Yeah, aspirated blood is absolutely a possibility. It is a form of a medium velocity spatter.
Okay. Let me show you what we'll mark as States Exhibit 200. And ask whether you can identify there's one photographs at 1810 Cedar Street.
Yes, I can.
Okay. And with respect to this step right here.
I believe you're pointing to step 17?
Yes.
Okay.
What blood patterns do you see on that, if any?
Again, I'm going to object. We have outlined what Major Palmbach's opinions are. We're not getting any questions on those opinions or what the basis for those opinions are, which is what's appropriate under Rule 705. Instead, we're getting the discovery deposition about other patterns that we're not going to be asking Major Palmbach to interpret. So I object. I realize you've given Mr. Harden a certain amount of time, but that shouldn't eliminate the need to voir dire be focused on the purpose of it. So we would object to this line of question.
Well, he's got about 18 minutes, and every time you object, you cut down on the amount of time he can answer a question. But your objection has been noted. Your objection to this whole procedure is noted, so you don't have to keep objecting.
Mr. Reed?
Well, he's going to be finished in 18 minutes.
I understand that.
And we're going to talk about this, and it's not going to be a problem again in this trial. So it's overruled at this point.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat your question?
What patterns do you see on that step?
In what's visible in the step in the lower left quadrant of the photo are drip, and this is also the area where there were some previously mentioned contact transfers.
Okay. With respect to that step, does it appear to have been cleaned by something, in your opinion?
I can't render an opinion that it appears to be clean. It does appear to have less blood spatter and contact transfers than the adjoining or adjacent areas.
Okay. And would you just circle that for me, please?
I guess you're asking me to circle step 17.
Just circle step 17.
Okay.
Okay. Now, with respect to the east wall, let me show you what we'll mark as State's Exhibit 201. And ask if you can identify that as the east wall in 1810 Cedar Street.
Yes, we can.
What patterns do you see on that wall from that photograph?
Here, again, I'm going to object. The time limit shouldn't move any limits on the subject matter of the voir dire, so I object to this. I made that short to not need the time.
So you have a standing objection to anything he says in this hearing, right? It's overruled.
Yeah, that's about right.
Medium velocity impact patterns. I see an area that is perhaps consistent with a cast-off type pattern, and I see some contact transfer areas as well along the bottom portion.
What, in your opinion, caused a cast-off pattern?
Really, any object, bloody object that is in motion, an object containing blood that is in motion, can create a cast-off pattern. That could be a hand, it could be hair. Really, a very large list of things could do that.
Okay. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 202. You recognize that as the north molding of the door jamb going into the stairway.
Yes.
How high is the highest point of blood of whatever type, whether it's transfer or impact or smear or wipe? How high did you find that?
62 inches from the floor.
Okay. And will you please just mark where that is located on that photograph? Just below where you've marked, what in your opinion is that type of staining?
Well, the area of the north molding below the 62-inch mark, there is 4 areas to contain.
What is this Newton's law you speak of? Can you explain that, please?
A mixture of contact transfers, drips, and some medium velocity droplets.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to what caused the contact transfers?
Again, in one of them, particularly the upper one, there was a hair-like fiber.
Did you test that fiber?
No, I did not.
Did you collect that fiber?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you find any tissue in that area?
No. No visible tissue.
Okay.
Ooh, I should clip that. I wonder if I can clip that. I wonder if Court TV will be mad if I start using that as a clip. I need to do that.
That's all for the same. Now, I'd ask you some questions about closing resolution. Can you approach witness, please?
Yes.
You show what's marked as State's Exhibit, excuse me, thank you. 203, and ask whether you can identify that as pants having been collected from Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
And you looked at those?
Yes, I did.
Okay. With respect to those, what type of staining do you see in front of those pants?
Contact transfers, diluted blood stains.
Do you have an opinion as to what caused the diluted blood stains?
Diluted blood, which means you have a source of blood and water commingled, or water basing urine. You could dilute it as well.
To the extent that it's diluted in that photograph?
Yes, certainly. I don't know what the dilution medium was. Only that it's a diluted blood stain.
Okay. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 204. You recognize this as the back of those pants. Don't you?
Yes, I do.
What are the contacts, or what are the stains contained in that photograph of those pants?
Oh, again, there's some contact transfers. There's a few spatters. And
what velocity of spatter do you see there?
There's areas where there are larger droplets and they're more consistent with a lower velocity. And there's areas where some of the patterning is a series of droplets that are somewhat smaller and more consistent with a medium velocity.
Would you circle those, please? Or
which ones?
Well, the low velocity, if you'll give me the pattern there. Okay, and the medium velocity pattern.
Okay. And mediums? Yes. Okay.
And for the low velocity, would you mark that A, please?
Low A, okay.
And the medium velocity, if you'll mark that B.
There's another spatter area up here, but I'd like to see additional photographs of that to really to render an opinion whether I believe that's medium or low.
Okay, now let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 205. And that's the light interior of the pants identified having come from Mr. Peterson, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
What type of pattern do you see in there?
So again, there's a large area of diluted blood. There's some areas of contact transfers. There's some areas of patterns that are more consistent with a low velocity drip. And then there are a few smaller droplets that perhaps are more consistent with a medium velocity.
Okay, would you circle the areas there that you see as medium velocity? And the larger drops, you say, are those medium velocity or low velocity? Or can you tell?
The problem is that they could be either, so you can't tell. They may be larger droplets associated with these smaller droplets, or they may be independently separate. Okay. So.
Let me show you. What's marked as State's Exhibit 206. You recognize this as the pants or sweat pants having come from Kathleen Peterson. You looked at those, didn't you?
Yes, they are.
What blood stain patterns do you see on that garment?
Again, a mixture of soaked blood, an area where there's some diluted blood stains. There's also layers here. That is that there are some spatters and transfers. There's also some transfer patterns. And there's also some areas that have larger volumes, larger droplets, larger depositions, more consistent with low velocity dripping, and some that appear to be more consistent with a higher velocity.
Right.
Or medium velocity, higher than low, but
okay.
Not high.
Would you mark the medium velocity areas for me, please? would you mark that A? And that's also medium velocity?
Yes,
Would you mark that A as well, please?
And once again, there are other patterns that are commingled here. It's just not possible to segregate them.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to how these medium velocity spatters would have occurred on this pant? On the front side, anyway.
The pants were in proximity to a medium velocity, to a blood source that was subjected to a medium velocity.
But you don't have an opinion as to mechanism?
There's a variety of mechanisms that could do that. Coughing could do that. Aspiration of blood could do that. Falling or moving through a pooling or source of liquid blood could result in that. Once she's down, rolling her over or stepping into a source of blood that's next to her could do that.
All right, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 207, and that's, you recognize that as the back of Ms. Peterson's sweatpants that you were just looking at, right?
Correct.
You see a pattern down there in the lower right leg, the imprint of tennis shoe.
Correct.
Is that right?
Well, what I see there is a transfer pattern that is consistent with a footwear pattern.
Okay, would you circle that, please?
A West Virginia father is facing charges after his child was allegedly found wandering alone wearing only a diaper, and he told authorities that I don't watch kids. It's your kid, dude. You're right, Judy. There are no words. Good God, people. Did I tell you guys about... I told you guys about the kid that got bit at the zoo by the wolf, right? The parents were sitting on a bench 80 feet away, I think they said, scrolling on their phones. And their toddler was at the wolf enclosure, sticking his hand in the fence. Now, I fault the zoo for that as well. Because most zoos have like a double fence or some type of a bank. Hey, Melissa. Or some type of a barrier or a bank or something where the animals can't get to the fence. So how this zoo was set up, I don't know. But anyways, the parents are being charged with child endangerment. People, watch your kids. They're not accessories. They're not toys. It's a moat or something. They're human beings. They're just little. They haven't learned yet. You got to watch them. Good Lord, what is wrong with people? If you're not going to watch your kids, don't have them. I don't understand. And like at the zoo thing, other adults were watching the kid. Thank God. And the kid was fine. Like it wasn't like the wolf didn't bite his hand off or anything, but jeez, people. And that kind of stuff pisses me off because I wanted kids and couldn't have any, So I'm just like, why do the deadbeats get kids and treat them like that, and then the ones that wanted kids and would have treated them very well didn't get any? It sucks. What I did. There was a body cam video that I think it was on Biggins that we watched about a kid just walking down I-95 in Florida, just walking down the highway, and the cop, a lady called 911, and the cop that showed up had been there before for the same thing, the baby wandering out in the road. And he went and knocked on the door. The parents didn't even know the kid was out of the house. How do you not know your toddler is walking around in the highway? God bless America. These people.
Do you have an opinion as to how that got there?
Again, it appears to be a transfer pattern. It appears to be consistent with footwear, and it appears to be a direct transfer of footwear containing blood onto this portion of the pants.
Okay, do you have an opinion as to whether that would have been applied to the pants while Ms. Peterson was still or moving?
No opinion to that. Well, it's more consistent with her still, because had there been substantial movement, you would have seen some stir.
This is true too. This is true too. And then if we came inside, it was like, what are you doing in the house? Get back outside. But Mom, I had to go to the bathroom. Or I needed something to drink. There's a hose outside. I watched a video where this guy was like, you guys are always talking about how you drink out of the hose. Were sinks not an option? And then it was one of those stitched things. And then a lady came on and she's like, who's going to tell him? I'll tell him. No, sinks were not an option. We weren't allowed in the house. Why were we not allowed in the house? I never understood it. Why were we... Anybody that's Generation X understands exactly what I'm talking about. We were not allowed in the house. I don't know why. Get out there. Get out of the house. Go play outside in the street. And I rode my bike with roller skates on. This is probably why I hurt so bad now. Why I have arthritis in every joint. From being outside doing active stuff all the time. All the time. Yep. It was a different world back then. People weren't crazy yet.
Striation or movement, and that's not readily visible.
Okay. Thank you.
Kids need fresh air too. You can always just put a time limit on it.
That, is done in crime scene pattern analysis. You do stringing, don't you?
No.
You don't do stringing anymore?
Not anymore, not often.
You were trained to do stringing originally, weren't you?
Early on, it was a fairly popular technique.
Judy, just pretend like he's one of your kids and say, get out of the house.
It certainly still has some utility, but it also has a lot of limitations and cautions and concerns. And I think a lot of the field has moved away from it, albeit though it's not entirely gone, but a lot of field has moved away from it. And many of the practitioners are now using computer programs to create that data points.
Okay, when was the last time you used a stringing process?
Outside of in a classroom, we still teach it in training, and so within the past few months we've done it in an experimental training. As far as casework, 8-9 years ago, perhaps.
Okay, with respect to Dr. Lee, does he still do it?
No, he does not.
When was the last time he did it, if you have knowledge of that?
Well, again, as many cases he works on, I don't know for a fact. I simply can't even recall the last time I saw him do it.
Okay, so if I understand you then correctly, you use a computer process to conduct pattern analysis?
That's an option. Very often, the pattern analysis can be done through visual observations at the scene, and then you take the overall pattern data as it relates to the whole, and that's sufficient to give you an approximation.
Okay. With respect to experiments and tests in bloodstain pattern analysis, you have done those.
Absolutely.
Okay, and Dr. Lee still does those, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
Do you all ever videotape those?
I think we have. I don't know. Instinctively, I can't remember when we have done that, but yes, we have.
Okay. And do you take photographs of that process?
Yes, that would be beneficial.
Okay. When you take, let me strike that. Well, I think I've covered everything I can reasonably cover with a couple of minutes to spare.
All right, Mr. Maher, anything you want to ask?
Unless there's going to be an objection to his testimony, I don't feel any need to go in and question. And if there's going to be an objection, there's something I would need to elicit, but I don't hear an objection coming at this point.
You can come on down because we're getting ready to go to lunch anyway. You can come down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, well, here's the rule in North Carolina as I understand it, and you all can chime in anytime you want to chime in, but in North Carolina, we have very developed rules of civil discovery. I'll put our rules of civil procedure and discovery at the top with any state out of the 50 states. We have very developed rules for civil depositions. North Carolina, on the other hand, we have poor rules of criminal discovery. I put it at the bottom with any other states in the union. They're very poor, and we don't have criminal discovery. The issue here is what is Rule 705 and what it's supposed to do. I do not think it's a legislative attempt to give us criminal discovery. I don't think that's what it is. I do think it's developed to prevent ambush, trial by ambush in civil cases, and apparently you all think criminal cases too. You may be right about that. It doesn't eliminate criminal cases. You can get the opinions of the person, the expert that you are examining. You can get the underlying basis. Now, why you need to do that at trial, I don't know. I mean, you should already have it. Even on our poor criminal discovery, you should have some of that. But what you can't do is do a criminal deposition. You can't do that. The closest you can get to doing something like that is what the defendant has done when he says he wants to do a Daubert objection, even if testimony kind of like that is generally accepted in North Carolina. He can probably raise that, but that's very limited. It wasn't meant to do a 2-hour deposition outside the presence of the jury, and then the jury comes back in and you ask the same questions over again. I don't think that's what 705 was incorporated by the legislature to do. So we're not going to do that anymore. So unless y'all got some real questions under Daubert as to what a witness is going to testify to and their ability to do that, you can approach the bench. We can talk about it. I mean, we don't have criminal interrogatories. So, in a civil case, you would have been able to ask, Mr. Harden, could I ask this witness all those opinions that he had? Well, we don't do that either. So we're not going to do that. How are you going to work it out? I don't know. It's called cooperation. Either y'all gonna cooperate and get that information before the jury gets it, or you're gonna be examining that witness in front of the jury, and you're gonna have the potential for trial by ambush. The only thing that saves you is that 705 says you have a right to have that information before the witness gives it. So if you think 705 is designed to be performed in front of the jury, if you don't do the voir dire, I don't know how you're going to conduct that. We may have to talk about that, but I don't want to do 2-hour depositions outside the presence of the jury, and then we do the same thing again. And I think y'all can work this out. I think you can work out what the opinions might be and the underlying basis, and that might satisfy you. But if not, y'all gonna have a whole lot of trouble in this trial, because we're not gonna do it like this again. 2 o'clock.
All stand.
All right, we have counsel who wish to be heard on the jury view issue.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Amanda Martin with Everett Gaskins, Hancock and Stevens in Raleigh, and I'm appearing this afternoon on behalf of the Raleigh News Observer as well as ABC WTVD. I understand that Your Honor invited argument this afternoon on the question of whether the public, or more specifically, the media, would be allowed to be present tomorrow during the jury view of the Peterson house. We recognize, Your Honor, that this matter is discretionary with the court, that the statute makes it clear, and that the cases interpreting the statute make it clear that whether to conduct a jury view is discretionary. But we appreciate the chance to be heard to suggest some reasons why it would be best if the court would allow the media, or perhaps even media representatives, to act in a pool capacity to be present. Justice Brennan in 1980 in the Richmond newspaper's case said, "People in an open society do not demand infallibility from their institutions, but it is difficult for them to accept what they are prohibited from observing." When a criminal trial is conducted in the open, there is at least an opportunity for both for understanding the system in general and its workings in a particular case.
Well, Ms. Martin, what does the press want to see?
Presumably, Your Honor, there's something that is going to be important to this case that the jury is going to look at.
Why'd they mute it? What happened to the sound?
I would like to underscore for the court. It's my understanding
that your feeder camera right there behind you from Court TV. I've seen Vinnie Politan, their reporter, in that stairwell taking photographs. I mean, film, movie kind of photographs. Can't Court TV share that with the local press if they want to see how it looked at one time, which is going to be substantially how the jury is going to see it tomorrow? They can take photographs off of that film and give it to the local media.
Judge Hudson, you don't understand. They want to see the jury see it and react to it. They want the sensationalism, the drama. That's what they want to see. You just don't understand these things, Judge.
Yeah, the press media. I don't see how the press has been kept from participating in it. I mean, I don't think you're asking that they film the jury at the jury view.
No, Your Honor.
And so you want some kind of access to see how the stairwell looks, I suppose.
What we are suggesting is that the media, or at least representatives of the print and broadcast media, be present to see what it is that the jury is seeing. It's my understanding that it is the defense request for this jury view, and therefore I can only assume that the defense believes that it is somehow important to this case. If I could hand up to the court one case that was decided in North Carolina. It was State versus Davis.
All right.
There are essentially,
Yes,
as
she
I
does.
see it, Your Honor, two issues that are at play here. One is the legal issue, and the second is sort of the public confidence in the system issue. The legal issue is addressed in this case. In particular, at the right-hand bottom of page 4. In this case, the defendant objected to the fact that the media were permitted to go on a jury view. And in his appeal, one of the errors on appeal was that very issue. He said that it was prejudicial, that it highlighted for the jury how high profile this case was. And our Court of Appeals not only held that it was not prejudicial, they cited, as Your Honor will see, the North Carolina Constitution, which contains the provision that all courts shall be open, relying therefore, or at least drawing the inference that in our Court of Appeals view, a jury view is part of that court process. And for that reason, we believe that this is, in essence, an open courts issue. That
Those kids hate their mom. She's right there. And they just came in and sat in front of her. Totally ignored her. I don't get it. It's like they lived with their dad. They called Kathleen mom. They didn't even acknowledge that. I mean, granted, the girls were adopted, but that's Todd's bio mom.
Well, let's think about that for a second. I mean, this court is subject to the open courts logic, at least. But if I look out there and there are 150 seats that are full, and there are 1,000 people who want to get into court, then because of the limitations, the constrictions, I'm not violating anybody's rights by not letting them come into court. They just don't have access to the court. That stairwell, based on the presentations that I've seen and the photographs that have been introduced and tapes that have been made, because I haven't been to the scene, but that stairwell is very restricted. As a matter of fact, I mean, Mr. Rudolph has argued that he doesn't even think the 16 jurors can get in that area and view the stairwell at one time. They're going to have to be shifted in and out. The court is going to be directly responsible, along with the sheriff, for getting 21 people on that scene and off that scene. The 16 jurors, the judge, 2 DAs, the court reporter, the clerk, and that doesn't count the defense team, who, you know, by statute has a right to be there. The defense attorney must be there. And the defendant has a right to be there. Of course, it's his house. He had a right to be there even without that, but he has a right to be there. That's about 25 people right there in that area. I'm just a little concerned about the restrictive nature of where we're going to be. I'm concerned about the public, about the press not being there, but I'm thinking they already have access. This is not like a fungible kind of object. It hadn't changed since Court TV filmed whatever they filmed with Vinnie Politan there. What about that? You know anything about that anyway? How did they get to do that?
I'm not exactly sure, Your Honor, and I presume that it was
they did
that
with the permission of the defendant.
It's my assumption that it is with the permission of the defense. And if I could address a couple things that you raised. I understand, Your Honor, that to say that we have open courts is not to say that you have an obligation to provide seating for as many people as choose to be here. It's a finite amount of space, and it seems reasonable that you would say whenever the seats fill up, that's when we have an ability to say, we're sorry, but the courtroom is full. That is a wholly different thing from saying that no one from the public can be present for something. To say that we have X amount of space and when it is filled, it's filled is different from saying no one from the public can be here. My clients, Your Honor, have not been given the same invitations that Court TV was given. It's my assumption that Court TV gained access through either the invitation of the defense or they made a request and the defense acceded to that request. For that reason alone, Your Honor, I would suggest that contrary to the statement that's been made that this is an objection based on privacy, I would suggest the defendant has waived any reasonable expectation of privacy in that area of his house by allowing certain members of the media, who then were able to broadcast it on national television, access to that area. I don't suggest that everyone who wants to go through this house be permitted to go through the house.
What do you suggest?
What I suggest is that the court could, through a pool situation, allow a representative from the print media and a representative from the broadcast media, which would add only 2 people to your 25 or however many it ends up being to this group that would go. And that those representatives be allowed to see what the jury is having a chance to see. Much has been made in this case of this stairwell. How steep it is, how narrow it is, where blood is along the walls or isn't. I don't know.
I'm very sensitive to the press's right to report on these things. I'm just trying to figure out, how is the press prejudiced? How are they prejudiced? They have that TV camera that filmed in that stairwell. That stairwell is not substantially different from when it was whenever Court TV and Vinnie Politan did that segment. It hadn't changed.
Your Honor,
none of these parties contend that it's changed substantially. That's in substantially the same shape. So if the press wants to see how the stairwell looked, why can't they take a segment? Why can't they make still?
Why can't you say no and be done with this?
Photographs from that film clip, or why can't they use segments of that film clip? It will do the same thing. It fulfills the press's obligation to report how that stairwell looked. That's not substantially different from what it is now.
Two things, Your Honor. That's one representative of the media. That is not all of the media. And
but
so
we have an agreement that Court TV is the feeder for the local press. That wasn't something that the court decided. That's what the local press decided. As under North Carolina statute, they are required to do. Why or how they chose Court TV, I mean, I can imagine why, but that's what they live with. Are you saying now that they're not satisfied with Court
No,
TV
Your Honor,
as the feeder?
we would be satisfied to let Court TV be the pool camera here. One thing that is different from whatever was done, and I'm not exactly sure when that took place, some time ago. But one thing that will not be
she knows when it was, because she's a producer. But anyway, we'll get to that in a minute.
One thing that will not be represented on that tape, whenever it was taken, is where the jury was, where the jury went in this house, things like that. What happens tomorrow could be important.
Yeah, they're going up and down it. They're going to look up and down that stairwell. I'm not sure they're going to be on it, but they're going to look at it. I'm not aware that they're going anywhere else. They may, but
we would suggest, Your Honor, that the combination of the Court of Appeals recognition that a jury view is part of the court proceeding that is therefore subject to our constitutional principle would say that interest should be in some manner accommodated tomorrow. If it is one reporter and one TV camera, our client would have no objection. They are not even insisting to be the camera and the reporter who go in. But the defense has said that it is important for the jury to do this. I believe it's part of this process. And public confidence in this process is founded in part upon public observation of this process. And for that reason, we suggest that the public, in the shoes of a representative of the media, should have an opportunity to be present during that portion of the process. I understand that the court would put in place whatever restrictions needed to be in place, both for safety concerns, for protection of the jury. One of the things that was addressed in the Davis case was that the judge had instructed that members of the media were to have no contact with the jury. There were to be no discussions or any sort of personal interaction. We believe that all of that is appropriate and necessary to protect this proceeding, but that the public, through representatives of the media, should have an opportunity to at least be there peripherally to observe what takes place.
All right. If you have not formally objected, I guess at least the defendant has informally objected.
No, we do object, and just so we're clear about the basis of the objection, I think the court is exactly right about the logistical problems inherent here. It's a very narrow hallway and a very narrow stairway, and getting even one or two jurors into that space at a time would be almost impossible. Court TV has that footage. It's fairly recent footage. It was our understanding that would be shared with all the local media. Certainly, it ought to be shared with all the local media if it hasn't been already. The only other thing that could be seen would be photos of the jurors' feet tromping through the hallway. And I don't think that would add very much to the public's knowledge when balanced against the logistical problems it would create for the court and the parties and distractions for the jurors. And where do we draw the line? Surely the press isn't suggesting that they be allowed in, but not the general public. So are we going to have a line of the general public outside asking that they be allowed to come in? Surely the press has no greater right or of access to that house than any member of the public does. And so just from a purely logistical perspective, it's just not practical. They have pictures of the stairway. There's millions of pictures of the stairway that's already been introduced into evidence here. There's no dispute about what the stairway looks like. There's measurements of the stairway that have been put in evidence, and we'd object to disrupting the jury view and the logistical problems that would entail by letting in the public and the media to a jury view for the limited purpose of seeing the stairway.
Mr. Harden, did the state wish to be heard?
No, sir.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So to make sure the state had a position. You have a position, you just don't want to be heard, or you don't have a position?
I don't have a position on this.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Moore.
Your Honor, Ms. Skinden from Court TV has informed me that the Court TV footage that was taken of this home earlier was prior to the pooling agreement and therefore is not part of and subject to the pooling agreement. And as far as I understand, has not been shared with the other members of the pool. I am certainly not suggesting, as Mr. Rudolph describes, that the court allow a long line of members of the public to traipse through this property. It's for exactly that reason that we suggest that, as many courts have said, the media stand in the shoes of the public. And this would be an appropriate time, we suggest, for the court to put 4 more shoes on that scene to say that the public, through only 2 representatives of the media, would have an ability to see what happens tomorrow. The media sit here and members of the public sit here during these court proceedings. Certainly what is said on the witness stand or documents that are introduced are important parts of this process. They are the most important part of this process. But as Your Honor knows, they are not the only part of this process. That the entire proceedings are what are being observed by the public. And it's for that reason that we suggest that even if, and I have no idea that my clients would be granted access to the Court TV film from however many months ago, but even if they were, that would not be the same thing. In United States versus Antar, the court said that contemporaneous access is different and is what is sought, not after the fact access, in that case, to transcripts of proceedings, but recognizing that in some instances the atmospherics of a case are important. And it's for that reason that we believe the proper balance to strike here between the constitutional provisions of public access and the issues that the court is legitimately and seriously concerned about would be to simply say just 2 more people would be able to meet.
The 2 people would represent what? I know you said it earlier, but who they would be who?
I would suggest representatives for pool coverage of print and broadcast media.
Well, why can't the print media do the same thing as the broadcast? You said you want to know what happened when they were in there.
I'm suggesting that what happens tomorrow is a part of this process, and the public has an interest to see that part of this process.
Or to hear about it.
Or
Why
to
does it-
hear about it.
Yeah, why does that have to be both is what I'm saying. Why do you need both?
I think that there are aspects of both that are at play. But if the court says you get one pool representative, I'm sure that my clients would live with that. But we believe that the public, through some media representative, has an interest to see, hear, have described, however you characterize it, what takes place.
We can't
I
show
will
the
allow
jury.
Camera. I mean, I might allow a print person to go with the jury, but I don't want another camera in there. I mean, I think you can get access to how I really don't think that scene has changed a whole lot. Even if Court TV does not share the footage, I agree with Mr. Rudolph that there are plenty photographs in this case that have already been introduced. A print media person can explain to the public what the jury saw, what they did, where they went, and that would fulfill that right, if that right still remains. That would fulfill that.
I agree, Your Honor, that camera access is always discretionary with the court, and if that is the balance that the court feels needs to be struck to meet these two interests, then I understand the court's position.
Okay, I will order a print media person. Now, who that is, you all have to figure out who that's going to be.
Well, I'm here representing the News and Observer, and I know that my client would serve as the pool representative and share their information if that's what the court would order.
All right, well, that's what the court orders.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're leaving at 1 o'clock tomorrow, downstairs. Okay, are we ready to continue with our expert? The jury is there? Okay, we need them here. Further evidence from the defendant.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Major Palmbeck, if you'd retake the stand. Okay, what I'd like to start with is having you give the jury an overview of what your opinions are on some subjects, and then we'll get into the details of those in a little bit. I want to start with asking you whether you have an opinion based on your training and your experience as to whether the scene at 1810 Cedar Street was managed or controlled in a manner that adversely affected the reliability of the interpretation of some of the evidence that was at the scene, or reduced the ability to gather important evidence from the scene.
Yes, I believe that to be true.
Okay, and similarly, do you have an opinion as to whether the scene and the testing, or some of the testing that was done at the scene, was documented in a reliable and professional manner so that you can rely on the results of those tests?
Some of it was, and some of it was not.
Okay, and then finally, do you have an opinion as to whether the testing that was done at the scene was appropriate, and whether there was additional testing that could and should have been done at the scene?
Some of it was appropriate, some of it was not done properly, and I do believe there was additional testing that could have helped at the scene.
Okay, before we get into the details of that, I want you to tell the jury a bit about the information you've had access to. When did you first get involved in this case?
Personally, I got involved in conversations with Dr. Lee after he agreed to consult on the case, and I agreed to assist in the matter. Again, the latter part of December, and certainly by early January 2002, we were beginning to receive materials. And for the months that followed, we garnished many more materials. Over the course of that time until now, we've had access to numerous photographs, both of the scene, of the autopsy, of items of evidence. We've had police reports from Durham Police Department, reports from SBI. We've had laboratory reports from SBI, expert reports from a variety of experts, including Agent Devers, other related documents, diagrams and notes, as well as videotapes that, particularly those prepared by Agent Devers for the reconstruction exercises. And then I had my personal observations through my presence at the scene on 3 occasions, as well as an opportunity to personally participate in the examination of items of evidence in this case, as well as the staircase recreation and the clothing that was used during those recreation exercises.
And what opportunities have you had to personally observe the stairwell?
I personally did observe the stairwell, I believe that was on January 30th of this year.
The actual scene.
Oh, the actual scene, I'm sorry, yes. On 3 occasions. First being February 14th, 2002. Then again on May 17th, 2002. And then again briefly, approximately 1 month ago.
I want to ask you about, first off, the condition of the stairwell when you first saw it in February of 2002. Do you have an opinion, based on your experience, as to whether luminol had been applied to portions of that stairwell prior to you seeing the stairwell?
Yes, I believe it had been.
And in general terms, where had the luminol been applied?
I saw indications of luminol from the top landing at the top of the stairs, coming down the stairs, and then again, concentrations of it on the actual north wall at the bottom of the stairs, on the east wall at the bottom of the stairs, on the surface of stairs 18 and 17, and I think even over on 16 on the bottom of the stairs, and then out into the oak flooring in the hallway adjacent to the stairs, and actually even on the 3 or 4 oak stairs that lead down into the kitchen.
Okay, and when luminol's been applied, how do you can you later visually determine that luminol's been applied to a surface?
Particularly if it's over-applied. If it's applied with a fine mist and not over-applied, it may be difficult to see in a later viewing that it was used. But if it's over-applied, it does leave a characteristic whitish hue that can be seen on the objects sprayed or below an area that has been sprayed.
Well, let me approach you with what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 146, and also what I'm marking now as Defendant's Exhibit 253. And 253 is DSCN 825. I ask you to take a look at these 2 pictures and tell the jury whether you recognize what those pictures show.
I do recognize these pictures. They depict the upper landing of the staircase and the upper stairs, and they clearly depict this whitish residue that I've referred to as, in my opinion, is luminol residue.
We move the admission of Exhibit 253.
It's allowed.
Let's start with Defense Exhibit 146, if we have that. Let's take a second. Thanks. If you could project that up there. Can you show the jury what areas you're talking about in terms of the residue on that part of the stairs?
I could.
Okay, if you could mark that.
Would you like me to mark it? Okay. It's the whitish residue. It's going to be, there's some more minor areas through here, comes up through here. And you pick up more of it down here, a little bit amount here.
Have you seen residue like that before at scenes that have been processed with luminol?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and are you aware that various officers have testified that, in fact, luminol was applied in that general area?
I believe that would be very consistent with what I'm doing here.
Okay, and let's, if we could put up Exhibit 253. DSCN 825. And is that picture showing the same scene but from the other perspective, maybe looking at the landing?
Right. This is looking up the stairs and looking at the landing at the top of the stairs.
Okay, and if you would just mark the general area where the residue appears on that.
Yeah, so it goes down here. And there's possibly been some minor hues in this area here.
Okay, now did you see residue similar to that down at the bottom of the stairs where the north wall met what is called step 17?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Let me mark this. Exhibit 252. I think I may have jumped over a number. I'm going to show you some exhibits that have been previously identified and one additional exhibit. It's 252. Let me start with what's previously been identified as Defense Exhibit 155. Can you tell the jury what area that shows?
That's the lower portion of the north wall and the molding along the bottom of the north wall and the portions of step 18 and 17 that are adjacent to that.
Okay, and if we could pull that up, and if we could straighten that out, can we enlarge like the bottom half of that, right where the stairs are, and scroll down? Is there? Are there areas of residue that you can see on the stairs on that exhibit?
Yes, there are.
And if you could mark where those are.
Okay. It's actually.
You need to hit them.
Yes, sorry about that. Okay. There's a bit of a hue in here. And the heavier concentration being through here.
Okay, and if we could put up Defense Exhibit 147, which I believe has a view looking down on the same area. And can you show where the same residue is there?
Yes, I can. Again, here's a substantial concentration here. These are drips, actually drips. And then additional residue in this area here.
Okay.
This area in here.
And based on your experience, is that residue consistent with somebody applying luminol to the surface of that stair?
It's not only consistent with an application of luminol, but it's consistent with a heavy application of luminol.
Now let me show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 252, which is DSCN 2312. Ask you to take a look at that. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what is that a picture of?
It's a closer view of a portion of step, I believe this is step 17, and the area that's immediately adjacent to the molding on the north wall.
Okay, and move the introduction of Exhibit 252. Hello. We can call that up. Now I want you to describe, if you can, or point to where the areas of residue are in that photograph.
In this one, it will be, you can literally see it across the entire wooden area, which is, or the area of the floor that is encompassed within the blue box.
Now there's been testimony from a witness that the jury showed that's in fact an effort to clean up blood with Ajax or some other cleaning supply. Do you see anything in that picture that is consistent with the type of wipe marks or swipes you would see for the application of somebody trying to clean or scrub up a floor?
No, what I see here is consistent with a dripping and then a subsequent drying of this liquid material, leaving the residue behind. It is not consistent with a wiping or a smearing or a rubbing that would occur had one rubbed or wiped or attempted to clean that with really anything, any kind of solvent or water.
In your opinion, then, what is that substance on step 17?
My opinion, it's the residual of dried luminol.
Okay, and if I could approach again with Defense Exhibit 155, I think we had that before. We pull up. could put that up. Now, there's some runs visible there kind of coming down from a void area. Based on your experience, what would cause runs such as that on a vertical surface?
Well, there's a variety of things that could cause a run. It appears that some kind of an aqueous solution, some solution was applied above that area on the wall and subsequently ran down that wall.
And is luminol an aqueous solution?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and if luminol was over applied, such as you've testified to on the surface of the stairs, but applied to the vertical surface, would you see runs such as that?
You certainly could, yes.
Okay. And by the way, does the application of a luminol or any other aqueous solution like that affect the ability of somebody like yourself or anyone else to look at the scene to then draw significance or interpretation from what they're looking at?
Well, if a reagent such as luminol or any other enhancement reagent is properly applied, it's very advantageous for us for evaluating that scene for potential evidence, and particularly evidence is very faint or difficult to see. If, however, it's inappropriately applied to the extent that you begin to get runs, as it runs down, you literally wash away and damage and change and alter the pattern area that's there. So it'll cut either way. If it's done right, it's very helpful. If it's done wrong, it's detrimental.
Now I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about controlling a scene of either a crime or an accident or a death scene. Are there general principles that law enforcement and first responders should follow in controlling a scene such as the scene at 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what those principles are?
Well, the general concept for first responders to a crime scene is essentially they have their first concern is their own safety and is the safety of any other individuals that are present there. That's what they're sworn to do, and that's certainly the highest calling. To that end, they also have an obligation to render first aid or aid to anybody who's injured or potentially in need of aid. They also have every right to protect themselves and look for suspects or people that potentially could do harm to them or people that could do harm to the environment or the evidence. They also have a right and an obligation to, from the second they interact with the scene, to protect the scene and interact as carefully as they can so that they protect the value of any of the evidence.
Okay, now in a situation such as this where medical first responders have already gone to Kathleen Peterson and determined whether there was any aid or not that could be given, what then is the role of the officers who show up in the scene? What is their primary responsibility?
Well, again, until which time that a more competent medical personnel arrives, the officer absolutely has an obligation to render whatever first aid or aid he can do. Once he's replaced by somebody he knows to be more medically competent, or perhaps even equally medically competent if he has other obligations and needs, then he can, in good faith and in good practice, move on to other areas of responsibility. And again, those would include the need for searching for other victims or other suspects, or beginning, continuing with the process of preserving and protecting the scene.
Now, in reviewing what went on at the scene at 1810 in the early morning hours of that Sunday morning, were there parts of the scene that were not properly controlled in terms of people having access to areas or items being moved, things of that nature?
Yes, there were.
And could you tell the jury what some of those were and what impact they might have had in terms of evidence that could be collected from the scene?
Okay. You absolutely need to restrict your movement and flow through the scene. And even the best trained individual, a crime scene examiner or whatever, cannot just indiscriminately walk about a scene. That goes back to a basic principle for how we do our job. It's Locard's theory, and Locard's theory is real simple, that when any two objects or surfaces come in contact with one another, there's a mutual exchange of material between the two. That sets up for the premise for why we find evidence at crime scenes, but it also gives us a caution that as we, as investigators or crime scene personnel, move into a scene, we are interacting with that scene. And no matter how careful we are, there's a very large risk or substantial chance that we could damage or alter the evidence as we continue to move through there. So there's got to be a strategy and a mechanism in place where you absolutely minimize that movement until which time you actually have to move into the area and all the documentation is done. In effect, you're going to slowly work yourself into that area, documenting and collecting and preserving evidence as you go.
Were there specific things that you're aware of that took place at the scene that would indicate that either members of the family or other people were not properly being prevented from having access to critical areas?
Yes, and a particular interest was the allowance of the family members, being Michael Peterson and Todd Peterson, to go into the staircase. In the case of Michael Peterson, to actually have direct contact with the body of Kathleen Peterson. And both Michael and Todd were in an area immediately adjacent to the body where one would expect, or at least anticipate, there could have been very significant evidence, that being footwear or other impression evidence in blood right around the body, trace evidence around the body, or other items of evidence that, as they allow individuals to move in and out of that area, there's a contamination or a possibility of an alteration of that evidence.
Let me ask you specifically, I think testimony has been presented to the jury that Michael Peterson had access to his body, but by that he actually had cradled her or grabbed her and had to be physically pulled away from Kathleen. And there's been testimony that her clothes were at that point still soaked with wet blood. What kind of effect on a scene can come from allowing somebody like a family member to have access to the body in that situation?
That's a very substantial problem. And not only was it perhaps that her clothes were still wet, but you had wounds that are going to very likely continue to bleed or drain. And you also had wet towels in the area. So there's a good probability there still was wet materials there. Now, that's the wet materials. What about all the other dry evidence, trace evidence, hairs, fibers, small particles that may help us associate where there was contact between Kathy and other objects or other items or areas of the stairwell? And obviously, a concern would be, Michael Peterson's clothes and the analysis of the clothes. Well, the mere fact that contact and that level of contact occurred between him and her clothing, it gets to the point that whatever we find later on is very subject to limited interpretation. Because so what if we see a transfer of blood, or if we see a transfer of fibers, or if we see a pattern transfer? It's going to be very difficult to associate that transfer or distinguish that transfer from, did it happen as he embraced her in the stairwell, or did it happen because he was involved in another activity or another event with her prior to that? And that's a real critical problem that really hinders ultimately what we can say about this case.
I want to follow up a bit. If Michael Peterson or anybody else who was in the scene was kind of suddenly pulled back and had wet blood on them, is there any risk that would spread blood in the scene in a way that would then change the scene?
Any object that has blood on it that is in motion can project or cast off blood and leave a resulting pattern. So yes, that could happen.
And you mentioned that you've been to the scene. Have you seen any blood stains that were actually outside the stairwell and up on the wall or header in the general area where Kathleen Peterson's body had been?
There were a few stains outside of the stairwell into the hallway immediately adjacent to that, and particularly there were three droplets that were fairly high up on the west wall adjacent to that door, and on the north wall of what we refer to as a header, which is the area heading into the kitchen.
And I want to show you some pictures about that and ask you some follow-up questions. By the way, you mentioned, I think, that you had been back out to the scene sometime in the last month.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and were those stains still visible there?
Yeah, I specifically looked to see if those three droplets were still there, and absolutely they were.
Okay, let me approach with what I marked as exhibit 254, which is DSCN 864. and then Exhibit 255, which is this picture. Got Now, let me start off with Exhibit 254, and I realize that maybe we're going to have to project it, you may have to mark it, but does this photograph show the area where the three different stains are that you just described?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and we would move the introduction, Your Honor, of Exhibit 254. Okay, let's, if we could put that up. Can you circle the area where the stains are?
Sure. I'm gonna put a W here for this as being the west wall, and this is the north or north header. And I'll orientate for you that this is up, and there is one right here, and I'm going to circle this area here because it has two of them, and then there's one there and one there.
Okay, now that last one that you just drew the line to, was that the highest blood stain that you saw at the scene?
Correct.
And were the other ones next to it basically the second and third highest stains at the scene?
That's correct.
And let me show you what I've marked as Exhibit 255 and ask whether this, with the help of a magnifying glass, depicts the two stains that are on the header, the north wall that you've marked there.
Yes, it does.
Move the introduction of Exhibit 255, Your Honor. Hello. If you could put that up. Now, using the magnifying glass, which helps enlarge them a bit, could you tell the jury what directions those blood stains reflect? In other words, what direction the blood was moving when it struck the wall?
Yes, I could.
Okay, if you start with the top one and indicate where that was done.
Okay, again, I think just so we have good orientation, this is up. Okay, the overall orientation of the photograph. You'll see that this droplet here is elongated, and it elongates and this direction here.
And what about the lower droplet?
Okay, this droplet here is somewhat less elongated, but still elongated, and it is pointing in that direction.
Okay, and can you tell, for example, with the top one, was that something that had arched and started to come down? Or other than knowing the direction that you've indicated, can you give us any information about that?
That's all you can tell. I mean, yes, it could be an arch, it could be a straight line, either of those. This is just demonstrating the direction of that droplet. Okay,
and would stains like that potentially be caused after the police have arrived due to actions taking place in and around Kathleen's body? In other words, like Mr. Peterson being pulled back or other people's hands moving, things of that nature.
Assuming that his hands had a source of blood on them, that could account for that.
Okay, given that Kathleen's body, her clothing was, I think one of the witnesses said that the clothing was actually dripping when she was lifted, and the towels and the wounds we've seen, is that the type of staining that can be caused as a result of failure to control the scene properly?
Yes, I mean, that is a possibility that if he did get blood on him and he was forcibly pulled from there, that there could be a projection or cast of blood. That's possible, sir.
And there's no way, I take it, to date or a particular stain to know exactly when it was created by looking at it.
No, in other words, how old that droplet of blood is? No.
Now, the jury's heard testimony that Mr. Peterson and Todd Peterson and others, and we can take it down, I think, were allowed to walk around in the kitchen area for a while, and then even after some tape was put over a couch, continued to have access to the kitchen and other areas of the house. Is that an appropriate thing to have happen in a death scene that's under investigation?
No, and for a variety of reasons. One is, again, the officers don't have much of an idea of who these individuals are, other than the fact that they've identified themselves as family members, but they're not a member of the necessary team, and so they need to be controlled. Again, only the absolute necessary intrusion or movement through the scene should take place, and so you need to take those people, to the extent you can remove them as far as you can from the relevant scene, do so. And then you need to control their access at all into the areas that potentially could contain evidence.
And what impact, for example, would allowing Michael Peterson or other people who'd been in the area of Kathleen's body to walk around the kitchen unescorted have on the ability to later do testing of the kitchen and the reliability of the information you get from that?
I think an area that may have been very helpful to understand this case would be a real good analysis of all the footwear impressions that were in the staircase, on the stairs, at the base of the landing, in the hallway, in the kitchen. How many were there? Were there shoes? Were there socks? Are the sizes consistent with Kathleen's feet? Are they consistent with Michael's feet or Todd's feet? Or are they maybe inconsistent with all of their feet? Where did they go? How many times did they enter and exit? And to the extent that you could limit their movement and prohibit their movement into the scene and around those areas, then you might be able to say something about or infer what they meant. In other words, if we don't let them walk around and we limit that early on, then at least we can say if we're finding footwear or footprints that are consistent with theirs, and they're consistent with theirs with blood residues or blood transfers, we'll need an explanation as to why that occurred. How did that occur? And that may or may not shed some light on the investigation.
And if their access to the kitchen area is not controlled or regulated in any way, and then later reagents, for example, are applied to the floor, such as luminol or others, and you get reactions, has the fact that people have been allowed to wander around the kitchen affected your ability to rely on the luminol results?
Yeah, it's the same conceptual problem as I described with the clothing is, so what? So you found it. There's no way to know whether or not that resulted before the incident, before any incident, after you arrived, before you arrived, throughout the night. There's no way to know when that occurred.
Now, there's been testimony that Todd Peterson was allowed to get a telephone. In fact, was asked by a police officer to get a telephone and retrieved a cordless phone from the stairwell area.
Objection to that characterization.
I believe that's the testimony on it. Is asking or allowing someone to remove an item, particularly from a stairwell where you've got a death scene under investigation, appropriate? And if not, why not?
I would say allowing anybody access even into the immediate area would not be advisable. Also, I don't think it would be advisable for anyone to remove any object from the scene until it's fully documented, until all the photographs are taken, all the diagrams are drawn, all the preliminary safeguarding is done. And then I think it would be wholesale inappropriate in any time under any situations for a non-law enforcement or non-scene person, a family member, witness, or whoever, to in any capacity be allowed to touch potential items of evidence or to deal with an object that is within an area that clearly is involved in the scene.
Now let me, if I can we put up Defense Exhibit 9? It's previously been introduced. Now this, do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I've seen this picture.
Okay, and do you know what area of the stairwell this documentary reflects?
Let's see, 18, 17, 16 is the last triangle. It looks like it's step 15.
Okay, would that be the first straight step?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And looking at the area in the kind of bottom right-hand corner of step 15, there appears to be an outline of an object there. I'd also like you to take a look at Exhibit 68, which has been introduced, which is this telephone. Looking at those, is it possible, for example, that what is depicted on the outline on the step is an outline of an impression made by the telephone?
Well, if I may, I'm going to circle what I believe to be the area that we're referring to. The problem is there's no scale in this photograph. It's a pretty decent photograph. It was taken, it looks at a perpendicular. Illumination's good, so there's not a problem there, but there's no scale, so I'm having a hard time orientating the true size and dimensions of that. So the best I can say is that you have some general, some general lines. Okay, that create essentially that type of a pattern. And that just macroscopically looking at that pattern in contrast to the side of the phone, I'd say they're consistent. I wouldn't say any more than that.
Could you explain to the jury then how you take a picture that will have scale in it and the importance of doing that whenever you've got potentially significant staining patterns at a scene?
You should take scaled photographs of any item of evidence, any potential item of evidence, any pattern, because without that, there is no ability to do a comparison. In other words, if we had a scaled photograph, what you could do is get that photograph back to a life size, because we know the adequate scale, and you could take this phone and you could take imprints or photos of the various sides of this and overlay them and see if it's consistent or inconsistent in general characteristics with that pattern.
Now, how hard is it to take a photograph with a scale? Is that a difficult process?
No, not at all.
How do you do it?
You take a scale and you put it down. You take a before photograph. That's real key, and then you put the scale down because you want to ensure that you're not hiding something by putting the scale down. So you take one with and one without. Now the scale could be either a ruler that you simply just place down there, or it could be a lot of times there's tape that actually has increments on it that scales, and you can just apply the tape.
Can I ask a little bit about what difference it might make if, in fact, that turned out to be an outline of the phone as opposed to just either some other object or a random pattern?
Can I erase this first?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Yes. If you could, what difference would it make if we knew that the pattern there was caused by lifting the phone off the step after emergency personnel had arrived and after police had arrived?
Well, I think a largest interest is that obviously the blood was still wet. And that's probably the most telltale bit of information that whatever that object was that created that imprint, and it was wet. It was the source of wet blood.
And how is it that you would know from looking at that whatever had been removed had wet blood on it?
Because this is consistent with a deposited transfer stain, bloody transfer stain.
Now, and we can take that down.
There is a plague on one resident, but he is fully recovered. So why did they announce it? Does that mean that anyone that came in contact with that person before is now? I used to know what that was. I don't know what it is now. I forgot. But I used to know what that was. I aced my microbiology class. I loved it. I had all of those things memorized. I remember one of the tests we had, there was like a list of germs. And then the other side, and she did a really cool thing with them. Like, she gave us easy ways to remember them. Like, for syphilis, like the matching thing where you've got the list, you've got one thing here and you have to like draw a line to match them to the other thing on the other side. So for syphilis, she put, Abraham Lincoln gave this to his wife. So now I will never forget what syphilis is. I'm going to have to look it up because Yersinia pestis sounds really familiar. I know I knew it at one time and I bet I learned it in that microbiology class. But that is weird. So if it's transmitted by flea bites, maybe that's why they announced it. So how do you avoid flea bites? Just make sure your pets are protected and wear bug spray? So when they announced it, did they announce any precautions to take? I know. A plague is usually not one person. And Yersinia pet. Wait. No. The plague was bubonic. Am I saying that right? Bubonic plague? Was it bubonic? What was that plague called? Yeah, we should all go out and get flea collars and wear flea collars. Well, if it's the bubonic, now I have to look it up. Because I've heard of it before. I just cannot remember. I've forgotten so much stuff, y'all. I quit nursing in 2010. God, it's been 16 years. Well, that's why you're not supposed to mess with wild varmints. Bubonic. Bubonic. Thank you, Wiggles. She does things to make me not look so stupid sometimes. Yeah, that was rats, but it was the fleas that gave it to the rats, that gave it to the humans. And dengue fever you get from mosquitoes too. Yeah, ticks you get Lyme disease from. Okay. I'm going to look it up. Back to the trial while I look.
There's also been, I think, testimony that Michael Peterson or other people in the kitchen had access to getting sodas, for example, or glasses to drink sodas out of while law enforcement was there. Is that appropriate in investigation that involves the kitchen area?
I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. I think you need to control their movement. It might be that they are entitled to and deserve a drink of water, but there's no reason why a law enforcement official or other people at the scene can't get that and bring that to them and keep them in a controlled, secure area.
Now, Dr. Small, who was the doctor from the medical examiner's office, who actually...
It is the plague. That's why they called it the plague. Yersinia pestis is responsible for the disease plague, which caused the plague of Justinian and the Black Death, one of the deadliest pandemics in recorded history. Plague takes three main forms: pneumonic, septicemic, and bubonic. So, there you go. That's why they called it a plague. But I forgot what it was. I had to look it up. Ugh. Y'all. You know I don't beat my religion down y'all's throat, but that's biblical. I just didn't expect it to be the same plague we had way back when. It should be gone. Why is it back? Because it's predicted in the Bible that plague. You know the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? One of them's plague. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. Back then, they didn't have antibiotics. We have antibiotics now. So, see where my ADHD brain goes? It goes to the worst place, always. Because I was like, oh, it's pestilence. Okay, you're right. You're right. It's pestilence, not plague. Means the same thing in my head. But see, I went right to, now we're all going to die from the plague. But no, we have antibiotics now.
Responded that morning to the scene, I believe, has testified that he was allowed to walk up the stairwell that morning and walked all the way to the top, and then probably walked back down after examining Kathleen's body. Would allowing somebody, even like Dr. Snell, to walk up and down the stairwell at that time pose any risks to the integrity of the scene?
It depends on when he was allowed to do that.
If he was allowed to do that after examining Kathleen's body while it was still there and still damp with blood, or while there was any other damp blood that he'd had contact with, or blood on the stairs, what risk would there be of allowing him to walk up and down the stairs?
Well, if there was wet blood and he was working and moving through an area of wet blood, there's multitudes of risks. One is he may alter or damage existing pattern evidence on the stair treads. He may interject some of his own patterns, maybe his own footwear, or might in and of itself track patterns down there. And if he's, I think one of the questions was if he has blood on him and he's moving up there, if he has bloody gloves or bloody hands, of course he could potentially drip or project some of that blood into the scene.
Now, is it important then, before allowing somebody to go up those stairs, whether it be Dr. Snell or anybody else, to make sure you've got a record of the condition that the stairwell was in and document that record existed before someone like Dr. Snell went up the stairs?
In my experience, we have an excellent relationship with our medical examiners. They absolutely understand and embrace our need to document a scene. And so very often, they won't show up to the scene for several hours. And if they do, they'll patiently wait until the preliminary documentation is complete and we've cleared evidence out and we've given them an opportunity to safely get into the body without damaging our evidence. The only possible exception to that, and I don't know much about it, except I know that doctors do sometimes want to get to the body soon to do some preliminary examinations and some temperature intervals for time of death issues. And that's an issue that would allow them for that purpose to briefly get in there and look at the body and then to leave. But whenever we do that, or doctors choose to do that, they've always been very cooperative with us in knowing that the scene isn't perhaps fully and totally documented, and they need to get in there very, very carefully, deal with that very limited issue, withdraw themselves, allow us to complete our documentation, and then go ahead and return to the body and do a more thorough examination.
Okay, I want to follow up on something you said earlier. I'll show you what I'm marking as defense is 256, which is P167, and ask you whether you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and is that a picture of Kathleen's body as it was when the police were taking photographs there at the bottom of the stairwell?
Yes.
Okay, and does it, I move the admission, Your Honor, of Exhibit 256.
So
Hold on one second. Well, we're going to project this so people in the courtroom know this is a picture of Kathleen's body with the blood and the condition it was in at the time. If you could put that up. I want to ask you a couple things about that. There are areas to the left of her shoulder, then to the right over there, that appear to have various stain patterns on them. Can you tell whether any of those, for example, are created by people walking around or being near the body?
Cannot conclusively say that based on what I can observe in this photograph, but what I can say...
Okay, YouTube thinks I'm spamming the chat again or something. That's what I got too, Nichelle. I don't remember as a kid in Sunday school learning that Conquest was one of the four horsemen, but I guess that's talking about the Antichrist when he comes over, whatever. When he rises up and there's supposed to be like a one world government. I guess that's what the Conquest is. I don't see that happening anytime soon, because right now everybody hates everybody else. I don't see but everything else, dang it, stupid Windows. But everything else is pretty much happening. But I don't see the conquest part because everybody hates everybody. We're nowhere near having a one world government. But pretty much everything else is going on now. It's not funny, but it is funny.
Is that there are areas where one would expect and desire to look for imprint evidence, such as footwear evidence, and that it's likely that in fact that many of those patterns are in fact as a result of that of footwear evidence or footwear in that area.
Now, in this case, you're aware, that Kathleen Peterson's, the soles of both of her feet had blood on them, indicating, I take it, that she might have stood up at some point.
I am aware of that, and yes, I would agree with that interpretation that she was standing at some time.
Does that increase the importance of potential foot impressions in the scene in terms of where Kathleen Peterson may have stood at various points, and thereby increase the need to make sure you preserve, to the extent you can, that scene?
Very, very much so. I mean, I said earlier, I think getting the ability to see all the footwear potential at this scene would have been very, very telling.
It's okay.
She was up
at
some point during this incident after blood began. And I think it'd be very, very helpful to know where. And maybe perhaps not only where, but where, maybe more than one location. And in addition to that, was there any other footwear or any other imprint evidence in that same area? That would have given us a lot of information about potentially what took place here and where she was and what she did during the event and during the bleeding event.
And if we could scroll up a little bit, Mr. Seabrook, so we can see that. You see that white circled area to the right of Kathleen's body, Mrs. Peterson's body, though?
To the right, I believe you're referring to this.
Yeah, and what is that as far as you can tell? Is that a medical patch or lead that was used by
I can't tell conclusively from this, but it is consistent in the size and shape with, the pads associated with the monitoring devices that medical personnel use.
And if you look right by her left elbow, is there another one of those?
Again, it seems like that object, which is underneath, it's right here, it's partially underneath that bloody towel, is also one of these medical, or consistent with one of those medical devices.
And is the fact that medical patch or device, whatever it is underneath the towel, tell you anything about whether items may have been moved or affected while medical personnel were at the scene?
Yeah, I think it demonstrates, in fact, that they were. The towel was obviously placed over that afterwards.
Okay. If we could scroll down a little bit farther on that, Mrs. Seaver. I want to talk to you a bit about collection, identification and collection. If you could tell the jury first, and then we'll talk about this picture specifically, what kind of principles are there that govern the collection and preservation of evidence at a death investigation?
Well, as far as the collection goes, the real simple rule is when in doubt, collect it. There's no harm in that. If an object or an item or an area either is evidence or could possibly contain evidence or be evidence, it needs to be collected. That's the bottom line. You can determine that later. There's nothing wrong with collecting items of evidence that ultimately you determine don't have any evidentiary value. As far as preserving it, you need to immediately in all your activities make sure that you do no additional harm, that you protect that evidence from environmental conditions, from cross-contamination, from damage or obliteration. So you need to protect it. You need to collect it in a proper manner. You need to collect it in a manner that there's not cross-contamination between the samples. You need to package it and preserve it correctly. For example, with biological materials, you need to make sure it's properly dried so that you don't have bacterial growth, which is could be a problem. You certainly need to segregate different items of evidence so that they don't cross-contaminate upon each other. And so those are very basic, fundamental guidelines for evidence collection and preservation.
I want to talk to you about some specific items and have you express to the jury your opinion about whether they should have been collected or if they were collected, whether they were collected properly. And if we could briefly go back to Exhibit 256. And you can see here that in a large area, some items right there. Do you see what those are?
Yes.
Okay, and those appear to be eyeglasses.
Yes, they do.
Okay, and are you aware of whether the police collected those eyeglasses at the scene?
It's my understanding that they did not.
Okay. What harm would there be in not collecting an item of evidence such as eyeglasses that were found actually in the area of staining?
I'm not sure there'd be any harm, and in fact, it is totally and wholly appropriate to have collected those.
And if you fail to collect them, what potential evidence are you missing?
A variety of evidence. You could have any variety of transfer evidence. You could have blood spatter evidence. You could have fingerprint evidence. There's a lot of potential evidence that may have been on those glasses that could shed some light as to their location to an event during this, primarily the case of blood spatter. If it's got blood spatter on it, or if it doesn't have blood spatter on it, there's some interpretations that may follow.
Well, tell the jury a bit about why it might be significant if those glasses did not have blood spatter on them. Why would the absence of blood spatter be important?
Well, if there's a source of blood is subjected to a medium velocity or a high velocity or some source of impact, we know that there's going to be a projection of blood. And if that object is close enough to that projection, then there should be a transfer of that spatter onto that object. If there's not, well, it doesn't absolutely exclude that object wasn't there, but it certainly raises a question as to why that blood spatter wasn't there.
Are there considerations that law enforcement should follow in terms of the order of collecting evidence? Or does it make any difference when you collect evidence?
The basic order is determined by what's necessary to protect all of the relevant evidence. The most practical explanation of that is if you have a stack of evidence, it would just logically make sense that as you remove items from the top of the stack, you properly handle them and properly collect them. Another example is that you may be in a situation, as I said, where as you're approaching the scene, you just can't get into the body. You can't get around items of evidence. And so it might be more proper to collect those items as you approach the scene so that they are properly maintained and properly collected before you pass by them or move a body in or around or by them.
And I want to follow up on that if I may. I can approach with what I marked as Exhibit 257, which is Polaroid 38, and ask if you've seen this picture before.
Yes, I have.
And what does that picture depict?
Depicts the landing or the hallway outside of the stairwell, and it shows several objects or items adjacent to Kathleen's left foot.
Okay, and so was this picture taken while Kathleen's body was still at the scene?
Yes, it was.
Okay, move the introduction of Exhibit 257. Hello. If you could put that up there. What I want to ask you about first is there's some gels or sandals that are shown there. Are those items that should have been collected, in your opinion, by the police while they were processing the scene?
Okay, I assume you're referring to these.
You need to mark.
Sorry.
That's okay.
These two items, yeah, absolutely, I would have collected those.
And would they have the same kind of potential values, say, as the glasses that were around the corner and up on the stairs?
Yes, in addition, you'd want to know that if you were able to develop footwear imprints throughout the area, were any of them consistent with those? Moreover, by the very nature of them, you might want to look at them and see, is there any damage to them? Anything that might indicate that that Kathleen tripped or stubbed or twisted on one of them. You'd have to look at that and determine if there's anything on there that might have bearing to this case.
Okay, I want to follow up then on, you see the two sneakers that are shown there in the picture?
Okay, I'll put an X on them.
And those appear to be the sneakers that were in fact collected at the scene?
Yes, they were collected. Yeah.
Would there be any need to collect those, for example, or the gels, before the body was rolled over or moved or otherwise had exposed to the scene?
Yes, I would say that due to their close proximity to the body, and it looks like it's really almost a matter of inches away from her feet, and other bloody objects, that being these paper towels, that this would be a very good example of an object that should have been collected prior to a detailed examination and ultimately removal of Kathleen's body.
What danger would there be in not collecting something like the sneakers and moving the body around while the sneakers were still there?
There's the possibility of an inadvertent transfer or an inadvertent drip onto the shoe that had nothing to do at all with the incident.
Could you, after the fact, looking at the shoes, reliably determine what stains or drops or spatter might have been caused by moving the body around or walking around, and what might have existed prior to the first responders appearing?
No.
Now, for example, the left shoe, what risk would there be on allowing people, for example, to walk past where that is if there was any damp or wet blood around there?
They could potentially drip blood on it.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about timing. You can take that down, of the collection of trace evidence. If the jury were to have heard testimony that Agent Deaver and others worked in the stairwell to do bloodstain interpretation, such as drawing strings and doing those calculations, before hair evidence was collected off of the stairs, would that have been the appropriate order to collect evidence in a case such as this?
No, not at the point that they're doing strings or measurements or calculations off the bloodstains. That effectively is last. All the other evidence, it needs to absolutely have been accounted for, looked for, and collected prior to that.
Okay, and what risk is there in going through and doing the stringing process and your initial bloodstain interpretation before you collect trace evidence out of the stairwell area?
Well, one, you can move it. Small items of evidence, as you move in and out of the scene, you take them with you. Even if you don't move it, you might move its location. That is, maybe there had been a hair on stair 17 and catches the bottom of your shoe, and now you rub it past, the bottom of the north casement doorway. Or you interject some foreign trace of your own that you walk as you're walking in. Other items of tracer debris now get onto your clothing, and you're depositing them in the area.
Okay, I want to talk to you also. I think in one of the pictures we looked at earlier, you could actually see what appeared to be blood-soaked towels that had apparently been placed at some point under Kathleen's head. Are those items, to your knowledge, that were collected by the police?
My knowledge that they were not.
Okay, and should they have been collected?
Yes, definitely.
Well, what kind of information could you get from a towel that had been placed under Kathleen's head?
Several areas of potential information. I think one of them that may have been valuable is any trace transfers that may have come off of the back of Kathleen's head. The areas where she had injury to her head, there's a good possibility that whatever her head contacted to create those injuries, that a transfer occurred. If her head hit a molding or the floor or the wall, there could have been paint transfers onto her hair. And now, yes, you could find those potentially at autopsy, but if you were putting the wet towels on the back of the hair, there's also now a great risk that those small transfer or trace items are now transferred onto those towels. And you don't collect the towels, you don't see them. That could have given some very, very valuable information as to what her hair had contacted. In addition, there perhaps could have been pattern evidence on there. There also, you may have wanted to evaluate the towels and determine does it look like soaking stains? Can we, as we separate it, do we find that there's coagulated blood on some of the towels that are lower? Does it look, which might make us believe that perhaps the towels were placed in at a different time or late in the event? So they're near proximity to the body. The fact they're covered with blood, the fact that they could have potential trace and pattern evidence, yes, you should have collected them.
Tell the jury a bit about what you mean when you're talking about coagulated blood. Why is that significant to find on a molding or a towel or on anything?
Well, if I get injured and with quickly I grab a towel and hold it, a wet towel.
That's ridiculous. Obviously, she was drunk, but still, even if you're drunk, you know it's not appropriate to throw a bottle at a 3-year-old. He was just coming to ask her if she was okay. I am so sick of mean people. Okay. Why? Was the bottle broken? Or is it a deadly weapon because he's only 3 years old? Is a bottle always considered a deadly weapon if it's thrown at someone? No, I didn't look it up. Yeah, I have no words for this one either. He was just. Someone raised that boy right. He's a 3-year-old and he sees an adult fall off their bike and he comes over to check on them. Someone raised that boy right. He's only 3 and he knows. Good Lord. Someone in the younger generation is raising the next generation correctly, which is not happening very often now, by the way. And she throws a bottle at the kid. Oh my God. The reason why I took off Monday, I had the most horrible experience Sunday of my entire life. I was just trying to be nice and somebody got up in my face and practically cussed me out. So I needed a day to decompress on Monday. I was just trying to be nice and I got cussed out and I'm just sick. I am sick and tired of people being mean when you're just trying to be nice and do something nice for them. It's just ridiculous. And I'm not a 3-year-old kid. I cannot even believe this happened. Oh my God. But see, this too kind of scares me. I don't think I would ever in my life throw a bottle at a 3-year-old. But I do tend to not think before I speak. When I get mad, whatever's in my head comes right out my mouth. It's amazing they didn't go do something to the woman. So they just called 911. I don't think I would ever hurt anybody, but words wise, I pop off at people when I get mad. So, but not a 3-year-old. A 3-year-old coming to say, "Are you okay, lady?" That would just melt my heart. Oh my God, I'm going to look it up. Where was it? Walton Beach. Carolyn Miller. Okay, I'm going to look this up. Oh, I just can't stand mean people. I am sick to death of mean people. Stuff like that. Like I said, the only place I go is Disney World. But even there's mean people at Disney World. It's like, yes, it's Florida. It's hot. There's long lines. It's an amusement park. Yeah. Take a chill pill before you come. It's hot in Florida, Wiggles. People get cranky when they have to stand in long lines. And they pay thousands of dollars to come here on vacation. Don't come at me because you're pissed. I didn't do anything to you. I was telling one lady, they have these statues in Disney and you have these little magic band things you wear. And it says, swing your arm in front of it and it'll play music. And so people stand there like this. And I'm like, all you have to do is tap it twice. And people are usually like, oh, cool. Homegirl knows what's going on. And they do it. And one day this lady she was like, Thank you. Thank you so much. And stomped off. And I was like, excuse me. If you want to stand there and wave your arm like an idiot, more power to you. I'm just so sick. I'm so sick of people being mean when I'm just trying to be nice. Yeah, it was an alligator. And some people didn't hear about it because people like on Disney live streams all the time. They're like, are there alligators in that lake? I was like, yeah, there's alligators in that lake. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And another thing, people go there to commit, what does Joe call it? Sewer slide? Yeah. Because it's like, it's a place where they've been happy and that's where they want to go to die. Yeah, and you traumatize everybody else that just saw you jump off the balcony. Not a smart move. I don't know what's wrong with people today. I don't. You know? There are days that I'm miserable and there's days that I'm happy. And that's everybody. Don't take it out on other people. Yeah. Yeah, that's the new thing too. Just whip out your phone and start filming it. No, don't do that. Help the person. It's a hotel. I don't know what Disney's going to do. I don't know if they're going to do anything about it or not. It's a hotel that has indoor balconies because it's like an A-frame and the monorail goes through it. So there's a monorail station inside of it where you can get off the monorail, and if you like, you don't even have to be staying there. There's a restaurant in there, there's gift shops in there, so you can get off and do that. Or if you're staying there, you can just ride the monorail to Magic Kingdom and then ride it back to your hotel room. So the monorail goes through it, and then the rooms are on the A-frame part, and there's balconies. So it's on, like a hotel that would have balconies on the outside. It's on the inside. So you've got the restaurant and the shops are downstairs, and then you've got the rooms with the balconies in that part. And they jump off the balconies. They go there on purpose to do that. And I really think Disney needs to do some redesigning so that they can't do that anymore. But it happened last year. I think it happened twice, 2 or 3 times. Well, they need to find a better outlet. Go, volunteer with a charity or something. Don't.
I'll hold up to my head to try to stop the bleeding. That's not coagulated blood. That's whole blood that's flowing in there, and leave the towel. That's one thing. Assume now that a bleeding event has occurred and some time has passed, maybe a half hour. It's going to vary depending upon a lot of factors. But now the blood's begun to coagulate, and now I take that towel and I place it up there on the wound site and withdraw it. Now I have potentially some coagulated blood on the towel as well. It perhaps tells me a little bit about when that towel was put in contact in relationship to when the bleeding began.
What I'd like to do, if you could put up Defense Exhibit 6, I think it is, if I could approach. Yeah, and if you could turn that around. Okay, if you could project that up. Now, if you'll see here, this exhibit has been previously introduced. Do you recognize where it is, what it's showing?
Yes, this is a view from the kitchen looking up those 3 steps, or 2 steps, I guess, into the landing and the doorway, if I can,
yes,
into the the doorway into the stairwell will be there.
Okay, and you see those kind of various items that are piled up there on the steps?
Yeah, I believe you're referring to these items right along here.
What do those appear to be?
They appear to be the same bloody towels, and they look like clothing garments that had been, some of these look consistent with what had been under Kathleen's head, and some of these look like the items that were adjacent to or up against her body when she was lying on the bottom of the stairwell.
I realize that you've given your opinion that these items should have been collected, but even if you weren't going to collect them, is this an appropriate place to put blood-soaked towels or other items in a death investigation that involves this area of the house?
No, I mean, once again, I'm going to go back to my feelings that footwear evidence would have been important. And what better place than along these stairs right here, immediately adjacent to Kathleen's body. That being the case.
She believes she was being attacked. Has any of you ever thought they were being attacked when a 3-year-old approached you?
Forget it. This area here is going to become meaningless by putting wet and bloody items there.
Okay. Well, let's talk about now, if we can a bit, is the importance of documentation of the scene and of the condition in which items are before they're collected. Tell the jury, are there some kind of general principles or guidelines you follow as an investigator, or you would teach investigators about documentation?
Yeah, as a general premise, scene documentation is probably one of the most important things that you're going to do because a properly documented scene can answer a great deal of questions and concerns later on. Documentation includes a variety of medium, from simple note-taking to photographs to videotapes to sketches. Photography is a common and a very good method. It's not the only, but it's a very common and good method for scene documentation. And there are also general principles as to how to do that. And that is simply that you take what we call a series of photos that go from general to specific. That is that you need to take an overall view of the scene, overall shots of the rooms, of the layouts to show the relative locations of items within there, and then take intermediate shots so that you can perceive and see smaller items in there, and that as now you begin to get points of interest as areas of evidence or areas of pattern or areas of lack of pattern, you need to begin to take close-up photographs as well. And then you need to not only take close-up photographs, but you need to take the photographs, particularly with patterns, that are perpendicular, so there's no distortion, with the proper lighting. You need to take them both with and without scale devices or rulers in there. So those are just basic foundational guidelines that you should use.
And I want to ask you a bit about, I guess this is kind of the intersection of collection of evidence and documentation of it. This jury's heard evidence that Michael Peterson was basically allowed to wear his clothing for an extended period of time after the police arrived. And then the clothing was just laid out on a windowsill, and then later, while it was still damp, it was packaged together. Various items were put together and packaged and removed. First, I want to ask you, is that an appropriate way to go about collecting blood-stained clothing during death investigation?
No.
And it may be obvious, but why is that?
Let's go back to the first issue. He shouldn't have been allowed to wear that clothing for periods of time. Once the officers observed blood stains on his clothing, they should have had an interest in preserving that. Now, absolutely, that's easier said than done. There are certain legal requirements and criteria and limitations to that. But one can make an attempt to preserve it, and one actually has the allowance to preserve the destruction of evidence. And to the extent that you need to go get court authorization or a warrant to do it, go ahead and do it. So that's issue one. If it was merely allowed to lie out on a windowsill, I think you said, no, that's not proper handling of evidence. You should take each individual sheet separately, put it in on a clean piece of butcher paper in a clean, confined area, allow it to properly dry, and then individually package each of those items.
If you're put in a position where it may be difficult, for example, to collect clothing in the best possible manner, the time exigencies or whatever, is it possible to document the condition of the clothing before you go through the packaging process so that you'd be in a position to actually know whether some stains have transferred or the evidence has changed in any way?
Documentation needs to occur throughout the process. Good documentation is you do it before you do anything, you do it as you're doing things, evidence collection, evidence enhancement, and you do it after. And so the documentation process absolutely needs to occur throughout.
And could that be applied, for example, to clothing, either while they're being worn by somebody or after they're immediately taken off?
Yes, I would think it'd be appropriate to document it in both of those cases.
Now, you talked about the kind of principle, I think, as I heard it, of starting off with larger pictures and then kind of zooming in, and then if you find a stain or a staining pattern that's more significant, taking a closer picture. I take from what you said before that one of the considerations would be placing a scale in the closer pictures.
Yes, you need to take a close-up without a scale and an additional close-up with a scale.
And I'm not going to go through all of them, but did you see pictures that were taken by the Durham police that contained scales?
Some of them did, yes.
Were there areas of staining that had potential significance that were not photographed with a scale?
Yes.
And does that hinder the ability of somebody doing any analysis or examining that to actually draw significance from those stains?
Yes, it does. And most particularly if you want to do a pattern comparisons. If what's of interest or concern is to try to do a pattern comparison, say, hey, is this pattern associated or similar to this object? Absolutely, you need to have that scale, without a doubt.
And if we could put up Exhibit 9 again, I think that was the one you talked about earlier. With the potential outline of the phone. We've heard, the jury has heard testimony about other staining patterns depicted here. What role, if any, would the scale play in trying to determine whether these stains can be associated with any given object?
And I believe if you want me to circle what we're talking about in stain areas.
Now,
do you want me to circle?
Yes.
These are areas where potentially it could be imprint evidence and we would like to see it in photograph with a scale?
Right.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, I was talking about the area above that.
Yeah, I'd say both. Okay. I think it applies to both. And you know what? Even this area here is interestingly enough that I'd like to see what that is.
And in determining, for example, not just the size of the actual stain, but its relationship or location on the stair, would a scale on the stair be important?
Well, the scale is very critical for determining the size. You also need to have an orientation. You know, one of the problems as you do get into a close-up photograph is you get so close you literally don't know what's up and what's down. And so very often a common practice is you'll see, for example, like an arrow that will point toward, hey, this is up or this is north. Many times you'll see that. Actually, I think in this case, north is actually this way.
So, for example, even if you had a one-to-one picture that had been taken of a particular staining area, if you didn't have a scaled picture showing its location on a step, would that hinder your ability to analyze the significance of that stain?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm about to switch subjects. I don't know what your plans were in terms of taking a break, but this would be an appropriate time if you were planning on taking a break this afternoon.
All right, Mr. Decker, let's take a 10-minute break.
Gentlemen, we'll take a 10-minute break. Please allow the jurors to take.
All right.
Major Palmbeck, I want to talk to you a bit about luminol and other means of testing for the presence of blood when you don't have visible blood. This jury's heard about luminol. Are there limitations or problems with using luminol in trying to detect where blood may have been that's not visible to the naked eye?
Yes. I mean, any of the enhancement reagents are really geared for and designed to enhance those areas where you don't see it, perhaps where it's been wiped or cleaned away, or maybe where you see a small amount of a pattern and we just want to enhance it and bring it out. So that's why you use them. It's a visualization technique, basically. With luminol, again, luminol definitely has some applications. It is used, and there are times when it actually turns out to be a very good method of choice, particularly on a dark substance, maybe a dark clothing or a very black area. The nice contrast of luminol sometimes is very good. The problems with luminol is, again, it's a little more difficult to deal with because after you apply it, you've got to turn the lights off. You got to visualize it. The luminescence in the dark. The luminescence is not permanent. You got to photograph it in that capacity. Then you got to turn the lights back on and try to take the correct sampling from those areas. So it's more cumbersome to work with. There are a variety of other reagents out there that give you a color transformation, and that might be blue or green or pink or black, and that is it. Once you spray it on, if it reacts with the substance and gives you a presumptive indication that blood's there, you get a vivid color that stays. It's fixed. You can work with it in the light for a period of time. Another limitation or concern with luminol is that it's an aqueous-based solution. And so there's a real concern into applying that to vertical surfaces. And just thinking about taking any spray bottle with anything you want and spraying it onto a wall, and it begins to run. And if it begins to run, it doesn't take a lot to imagine how that's going to affect and alter and destroy that pattern. So if you have to use an aqueous solution on a vertical surface, you have to do it very, very carefully and apply it very, very stringently. Another alternative, and I think perhaps a better one, is you use some of these reagents that are in a colloidal ether-based solution. Now when we spray them on, it very, very quickly evaporates and dissipates, and it reacts, and you don't have this problem with the running.
I'll talk about those other reagents in a moment, but first, with luminol, how sensitive is luminol to the presence of blood that wouldn't be visible to the naked eye?
Very sensitive. Of all the many test reagents out there, it's one of the more sensitive. I believe it's reported out with a sensitivity ratio of 1 to 1 in 5 million. So in other words, it'll detect 1 drop of blood in 5 million.
Well, let me approach, if I could. If we could put Defense Exhibit 155 up. Now you see the area, kind of the void area on the top third there with the runs coming down?
Yes.
Now, if luminol was applied to that surface and you did not get a reaction, what would that tell you, based on your experience, about whether there had been a cleanup effort that created that void area?
Well, if there was blood there, if luminol was properly applied there, I would absolutely expect to see some form of a reaction. Is it possible to clean to the extent that you don't? Yes, it's possible, but keep in mind that the sensitivity ratio of these is 1 in 5 parts per million. It takes a very, 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 very small amount of blood to get a reaction if in fact there's blood there.
Okay, and also if we could scroll down a bit to the stairs, if where the residue is that you've described,
on the stairs, yes.
Right. Would you, if there had been an intentional cleanup and you apply luminol properly, would you typically expect to be able to see white patterns or swipe patterns that would indicate that an intentional cleanup took place?
Yes, if there was a reaction with the luminol with the blood, yes.
And conversely, if in fact what had happened is somebody had just moved towels or a body and had, as a result, soaked up or eliminated blood, would you see patterns of that nature?
Yes, if it was properly applied.
Now, you mentioned that there were difficulties with documenting luminol. We can take that down, Guy. Thanks. Is it possible? I realize it's not, they don't always come up, but is it possible to photograph luminol reactions?
Yes, it is possible.
Are there other things that investigators can and should do to document where luminol reactions appear so that even if photographs don't come out, there's a contemporaneous record of the results of a luminol application?
Well, I think photographs are going to be one of the best vehicles to do that. So I think you need a series of photographs going back again to the general principle of going from general to intermediate to specific with and without scales. Then you can also further document by sketch them. Where did you see reaction? Draw it in, measure it in, get some coordinates to it. How large of an area of it is it? Perhaps you can actually trace around the area. And if need be, if it's that critical, cut it out. Cut that piece of the floor out if it's that critical of a pattern area.
Based on your experience, when trained officers are applying luminol to try to follow, for example, shoe prints or a footpath, is there steps they can take to diagram that contemporaneously so that there's a current record of what's been seen, even if photographs don't come out?
Yeah, again, in conjunction with the photographs, I would draw a sketch, draw a floor plan, and use a coordinate method to locate where they were and what the relative sizes and shapes of each of the luminescent areas are.
Now, by the way, you mentioned that luminol is very sensitive to blood. As somebody has been walking some distance, does the reaction diminish as a path leads away from where the blood initially got onto the foot or whatever object?
Well, logically, if you step in a source of blood, the farther you walk away, the less blood you're going to have. Interestingly enough, despite its sensitivity, through our experience, luminol seems to work better when it's not an overly concentrated sample. In other words, if you get a really heavily bloody footprint, for one, I'm not so sure why you'd spray it because you don't need to, you can see it. But even if you did, that tends to not work as well as one that's a little fainter, that has a little less blood. So as you progress away and the footprints become fainter for a period of time, actually I would expect them to be better, to not only luminesce better, but actually give you more fine detail, perhaps, in the pattern. Then obviously you're going to get to a point where you go far enough away that there's simply not enough blood anymore to give you all the detail.
Now, you mentioned that there's some other reagents that are available to law enforcement that don't have some of the limitations you talked about with luminol. What are those reagents and what properties do they have?
There's a variety of them. The reagents basically are in two classifications. One of them detect heme. In other words, they react with heme. Heme is the central part of red blood cells in blood, okay? And the other ones react with proteins. In either case, you got to keep in mind that these are effectively presumptive testing reagents. There are other things that can react. You can get both false positive and false negative readings. Anytime you get any of these enhanced reagents to indicate the presence of blood, or you get a positive reaction, there's an obligation for you to take a sample of that and get it to a laboratory for confirmatory testing.
And are there some principles about the need for taking samples of blood from various areas in a scene to confirm that what appears to be blood is blood, or that in fact it's from the person who's...
They've beat everything to death. Every single thing. They've gotten their point across very well.
Suspect it to be?
Certainly. And it's actually been an area of debate. I mean, the philosophical question, if you walk into a room and there's thousands of spatters of droplets, are you obligated to take and sample every droplet? And, many courts and a lot of experts have said, no, that doesn't make sense. It's not practical. So there's some kind of a balance where you take enough samples that properly represent the scene. And then you go ahead and analyze them and see, are they blood? Is it human blood? Who's it consistent with, or who's it inconsistent with?
So, for example, in this scene, would you need to take terribly many samples from actually inside the stairwell, given the volume of blood there and the wounds that were on Kathleen Peterson?
No, there's large areas that seem like they're all associated with that event and Kathleen's bleeding. And to that extent, no, proper one or two samplings from a couple different adjacent walls would probably suffice. But as you move through the scene, if you saw areas that were somewhat separated, potentially different, or a very different pattern, let's say, for example, all of a sudden we see a drip somewhere. We haven't seen any blood for 10, 15 feet or one or two rooms, and now there's a drop of blood here. That's of interest. That's sufficiently different and separated. That's worth sampling.
Well, for example, if you were to find what appeared to be a fresh drip on a kitchen counter hours after Michael Peterson had not been in that room, would there be a reason to either sample that or not sample blood such as that?
Well, I'm not so sure that I could distinguish that it's fresh, but to the extent that perhaps there is a blood droplet or only a few blood droplets in a room and that's it, yeah, that's clearly a case where you'd want to sample it.
And what about, for example, the stains we talked about earlier that were outside in the hallway up on the north header or the west wall, away from not in the actual stairwell?
Yes, I think those are sufficiently removed and far enough away that I would want to know what they are.
Would that also be true, for example, if there were blood drops physically outside the house or on the door leading to the outside of the house?
Yes, something, again, that's that far removed from the primary scene, yes.
By the way, we talked about photographs earlier. There's been testimony before the jury that I think Agent Deaver claimed that he'd seen blood drop on the kitchen counter and that there were blood smears on the cabinet. Are those things that should be depicted in photographs taken of the scene?
Absolutely.
Is there any reason why you wouldn't take photographs of a claimed blood drop on a kitchen counter in a scene such as this?
No, certainly you would want to do that.
Now, and I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm saying, and not you eliminate the photographs. I'm saying documentation is more than that. It's videotapes, it's sketches, it's notes.
And let me ask you if we could pull up Defense Exhibit 127, I believe it is. Yeah, have you seen this picture before?
Yes, I have.
Now, you see this area right here?
Yes, I can see that.
What does that at least appear to be from looking at it?
It's generally consistent with the blood drip.
Okay, now there's been testimony before the jury from at least one witness who claimed that might be a photo glitch of some sort. If we could zoom back on the picture, try and show the whole picture. Is there something else of interest in that picture other than this apparent blood drip that leads you to think there'd be a reason for taking the picture to begin with?
It's the only thing that's readily visible.
You could take that down. Now, I'd like you, does the book that you and Dr. Lee, and I think there was one other author wrote, talk about these additional reagents that you've described to the jury?
Yes, there's a chapter that deals with field tests and the use of these reagents.
And is the existence and the application of these reagents known in the law enforcement community?
Absolutely.
And I think your book is up here if I could turn to page 222. Are the photographs on page 222 examples of a scene both before and after this other reagent is applied?
Yes, they are.
If we could pull that up, and if you could then describe to the jury what each of those photographs represents and what reagents being used here.
Okay. This is a bathroom. This was a scene. It was a very large house. There was the husband and wife were very severely bludgeoned to death in the house, which was on the first floor of the residence. And this is actually a bathroom off the master bedroom in the second floor. And there was a lot of footwear evidence down around the bodies in the first floor. But much of it was actually too much blood. There was such a volume of blood that it was difficult to see a lot of fine detail in the footwear. So what we did was, which is what we do very frequently, is to get back from the primary scene. And we knew or suspected that the accused or perpetrator had gone up into that master bedroom because there was a lot of disruption to it. Furniture was dumped over, and it was a great indication somebody was there. And upon looking at the photograph in the upper left-hand corner, we could see just some faint reddish brown areas on the tile. And the belief was, if those are in fact blood, this is a great area to go ahead and apply and enhance the reagent. So we applied, in this case, a tetramethylbenzidine reagent, and in this case, we used that colloidal suspension with ether, and we sprayed virtually the entire bathroom floor. And if you look in the lower left quadrant, which is labeled B, you'll see now the blue to green imprints that were developed because of the application. If you go up and you look at C, you'll see a close-up photograph of one of the imprints. And in fact, you can see there's so much clarity to that. You can actually read the New Balance right in the bottom of the of that partial bloody sneaker imprint. And finally, if you go down to the lower right quadrant, you'll see what looks to be a bare footprint enhanced reacting to our reagent. Now, this particular case is a great example of the utility of these chemicals. The suspect in this case was developed, actually he was arrested. The shoes were never recovered. And so what we were left with was the possibility of looking at this print down in, if I may, below D up.
Can you zoom in on D, Mr. Seabrook, right there? I'm sorry.
On the lower right corner, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And what we first did was send it over to our latent print examiners and see if they could just make a comparison and do an imprint comparison, look at the friction ridges and see if that's consistent with this suspect's foot. And they reported they couldn't see any friction ridge. In their opinion, he was wearing socks. And the next thing we did was send it out to a podiatrist. And this is actually a forensic-based foot doctor who, again, did an examination and said that this particular area of the sole contained some very different, unusual foot formations that he attributed to a birth defect. And lo and behold, suspect had that foot defect. And this turned out to be one of the key pieces of evidence in the case that was only developed through the use of enhancement reagents.
With that reagent, how difficult is it to take the pictures that we've seen here where you can actually see things like New Balance and the foot impression and the path there in the bathroom?
How difficult is it to take a picture of it?
Is it?
Not at all. It's visible. It's stable. You can see it in the daylight. You photograph. Traditional photographic techniques.
Okay. And if we would also look at page 225, and what does page 225 show? Is that a different reagent being used?
Yes, that is applying a reagent called Amidio Black to an area suspected containing bloody imprints. And Amidio Black is a reagent that's protein sensitive. Certainly there's proteins in blood, but also there's proteins in other body fluids and other items. And that's what this particular reagent will react with. It's got some nice attributes that it gives great contrast. It gives a dark blue to a blackish and tone to it. So when you have, in this case, a white tile, it's great because it gives you really good detail and good contrast.
Okay. Now, you can take that. Let me talk to you a little bit about not the science behind stringing, but the need or the ability to document the results of stringing. This jury's heard testimony about how stringing can be used to try to calculate where a given drop of blood may have traveled from. If you could talk to them a bit about what you should be doing to document the drops you've picked, their locations, or the results of your calculations.
Yeah, in summary, the entire process needs to be documented and needs to be documented, again, from general to specific with and without scales. Now, what does that mean? Through the very first step of that, which is when the analyst, in this case, Agent Devers, does drop selection, where he selects drops that he's going to evaluate and do some calculations on. Those droplets should be numbered, they should be labeled, they should be photographed, they should be photographed in relation to one to another, they should be photographed close up, they should be measured in so that we know their orientation to a particular wall or a particular item. Then after all that's done, then the stringing process will continue. Generally speaking, the next step is to extend the strings along the surface they're on, and you'll get a two-dimensional point of convergence, and that would be a good photograph to take so you can graphically show where that point of convergence is. And then often the final step in that process is to extend each of those strings off the wall representative of their individual impact angles, and you end up with another area or point of convergence in space. And once again, it would be beneficial and helpful to photograph that and show approximately where that location is.
What information could you get from a photograph of the completed stringing process that you couldn't get simply from being told, well, I found a point at XYZ coordinate in space?
I mean, to some extent, the raw information is the raw information. To some extent, it's just the mere reality of, for many of us, definitely myself, the visualization is helpful. It's easier for me to see something than to see a bunch of numbers that represent it. Also, as you do that, you can at least visualize what does that convergence look like. How large is it? Where is it in relationship to other areas or other droplets? If there's multiple points of convergence, how large is each of them? Where are they related one to another in the room? And can you relay that information other than through photographs? Yes, but I think photographs are very, very helpful to do that.
And when you're talking about a point of convergence, how likely is it, if you've taken a number of different stains, that they would all actually converge at one given point? A precise point.
It's not likely that they would all originate from a very, very precise point. Okay. Possible, but not likely.
And would a photograph that actually showed where the strings went through and how close or how far they were from each other assist in actually demonstrating, at least in somewhat, the size of the area that the stringing process is measuring?
Yes, it would assist in demonstrating that.
And when you talk about, and I don't know whether it would help if we could pull up the whiteboard here. I hate to ask you to draw on the fly, but when we're talking about like an area of convergence, is that something you could just graph out to show what you'd expect to see in a stringing process and what a photograph, for example, of a stringing process might illustrate?
You're expecting me to draw this, huh?
I'm hoping for you to draw it.
I apologize ahead for my lack of artistic skills here. All right, let's just a few hypothetical drops up here. All right, we've identified some droplets. We're going to that's not even close to a straight line. I apologize. We're going to draw the axis that runs along the directionality, and I've shown the directionality of these droplets. Let me extend these lines backwards. And in this case, when we talk about a point of convergence, we are talking about the area in which they converge.
And can that point be either relatively tight or, in fact, encompass a relatively larger area?
Yes.
Okay, and would a photograph of the strings as they've actually been drawn help reveal the area of convergence that the strings have led to?
Yes, it would.
Okay, you can take that down. Now, you indicated that the drops should be numbered. Should there be a record of where on the wall each number drop was?
Yes, I think each drop that is selected for analysis should be labeled, numbered, photographed, and sketched.
Okay, and why would it be important, for example, to have documentation of where on the wall a given drop was?
I think it's just being properly detailed in the process. And the ultimate conclusion or interpretation that you're going to make is dependent upon the selection analysis of and the ultimate projection of each of those droplets. And that being the case, it's proper to properly document what are those droplets? Where are they? What's their orientation? What are their sizes?
Now let me show you what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 197. And ask if you've seen this page out of Agent Deaver's notes before.
Yes, I have.
And does this reflect some of the information or all the information he recorded about the 42 drops that he used as part of his stringing process?
This is the only document that I've seen that relates to the stringing document process.
Now, is there anything on this document that allows you to figure out, for example, where drop 1 was on either the north or east wall? And if you can pull that up, how we take a look at that?
Well, assuming that drop 1 would relate to, in other words, that the notation there of drop 1 would relate to a numbered drop on a wall, and we could find that, then it yes, it would in fact do that for us.
Okay. Does the document itself indicate where on the wall drop one was?
No.
Okay. Have you looked at the wall?
Yes, I have.
And how many different drops have been circled by your count?
There was a total of 77. There was 47, I believe, on the north wall and 30 on the east wall.
Had any of those been crossed out or altered in any way?
Yeah, it was. Some of the drops were just circled. Some were circled with X's through them. Some of them appeared to be erased to me. There were also areas where there was more than one droplet inside the circle, so I wasn't sure which droplet they were referring to. There were areas, many of the droplets weren't even numbered, and I found multiple numbers. Like I think number 2 was an example of where I found 2 number 2s. I found another droplet, I think it was 37, had a multiple number where it looked like it was 2 different inks. The 3 was one color and the 7 was the other color. But the bottom line was, no way was I able to take this data and go back and look at those walls and in any capacity say and correlate droplets on the wall to this diagram.
And given the state of how things were numbered and circled and what's reflected on Exhibit 197, could anybody go back and determine whether the stringing process had been done correctly?
I mean, the only one who could have a chance of that, and a good question whether he could even do it, would be Agent Deaver himself.
Okay. Now, Agent Deaver testified before this jury that he wasn't familiar with what a drop count was. And you can take that down, Mr. Seaberg. Thank you. Have you ever heard of the term drop count?
Yes.
And tell the jury what a drop count is.
It's just a means by where when you see a pattern area, you grid it out and you literally do what it says. You count drops. You count how many drops are in a particular area and what the general percentage of the drops in a particular size range is. For example, maybe in one area of our grid, we see 100 drops and 80 of those are larger than 2 millimeters. Okay, so that's just data that we would do and derive. And at some point later on, that may be valuable or beneficial for interpretation.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 196. And ask if this reflects a drop count that was performed of the scene at 1810 Cedar Street.
Yes, it does.
Okay, and let me mark, I think we're up to 258. And ask if this is in essence an expanded version, but also contains drop count information from the stairwell that the Agent Deaver used for some of his reconstruction or experiments with blood staining.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and how is the drop count done? Was it done based on photographs? Was it done?
Yes. You take a photograph, you take a copy of the photograph, you blow it up a little bit for ease of your eyes, and you take a pen and you just count. Cross it out as you count. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Now, you mentioned that, for example, one of the uses for a drop count would involve being able to determine the size of the pattern of drops or the average of it. With the photographs that were taken, was it possible to do that?
No, there was insufficient close-up photographs with scales to do that. So in other words, we were looking at droplets and we could count them, but I couldn't accurately determine whether they were larger than a millimeter or not.
Despite the lack of the ability to measure them, does this drop count exhibit that I just showed you nonetheless reflect the total number of drops that were both depicted at the scene and depicted at the reconstruction?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you a little bit about some of the experiments that Agent Deaver went through that were related to that reconstruction. Do you have an opinion based on your training and experience as to whether those experiments that were videotaped were scientifically reliable or valid?
I would say a majority of them were not.
Tell the jury what, based on your training, are the kind of hallmarks of a scientifically valid experiment.
Okay. Again, they are designed and held strictly to the scientific method, and that being that you start the process with data collection. You then move on to conjecture. Because, what is it? They come up with a variety of explanations as to what it is, how it got there. That goes on to the hypothesis mode, where you're collecting more data and you're refining that conjecture to the point it becomes a hypothesis or a statement as to potentially what may have happened. You then conduct testing to determine whether or not that's a valid hypothesis or not. If your testing deems that it is, then it becomes a theory. Now, the critical area there is the testing component. That's a critical area. And the other critical area is that the overall process is about the process. Good science doesn't really care about the outcome. Good science happens when you go through a testing mechanism and you let the results simply happen. And then when they happen, you evaluate what those results are. What you don't want to do is say, I want this result. I want to create this. How do I do that? That's not following scientific method. Scientific method would say, I believe it is possible that this pattern or this that I'm seeing occurred from the following event. And so I'm going to design some tests to either prove or to disprove that. That's the proper formulation to do that. Once you do that, you then have the difficult task of determining what are all the potential variables that could affect my experiment, list them out, and then to do proper experimentation means that you do multiple different tests in which, let's say there's 10 variables, the amount of blood, the amount of force, the amount of time the blood was allowed to dry, whatever. We've identified 10 of them. I'm going to have to do that same experiment 10 times. And each time I'm going to hold 9 of those variables constant. I'm not going to change it. I'm just going to change one of those variables and see how that affected the overall outcome. I'm going to repeat that experiment, holding 9 more constant and change 1 more variable. Very time-consuming process, but that's the only way that you can truly understand the results of your test and whether or not the hypothesis or hypothesis that are generated are going to become a theory or a plausible theory.
Now, I don't want to show very much of it, but just for an example, if we could show the first shoe stomping experiment. Okay, thank you. If the hypothesis you wanted to test was whether Michael Peterson walking around at the scene could have gotten blood stains on the top of his shoes just from walking at the scene, would this be a scientifically reliable experiment to test that hypothesis?
It would be a piece of the whole necessary. And that is that to test that hypothesis, there's multiple variables that you got to take in consideration, starting with the blood. How much blood was present? Was it whole blood? Was it diluted blood? Was it coagulated blood? Again, what was the volume of that blood? Was it on a flat surface? Was it on a hard surface? Was it on a surface where there potentially could be rebounding? In other words, there's a vertical surface very close to that. Does it make a difference if you walk and put your foot in it lightly, or you put it in hardly, or you jump in it? Does it make a difference whether you have 1 application into the blood, or 2 applications, or 3 applications, or 4? And I think if I think about it, I could even create other variables, but those are absolutely fundamental basic variables that you'd have to take into consideration and you'd have to test independently for. So what we observed here gives you only a very small amount of that testing that you're going to need to do if you want to make a definitive statement about whether or not blood could get on shoes from walking, on top of shoes from walking through a source of blood.
So, for example, if I can approach, does this experiment tell you anything about whether somebody, for example, who was walking up step 18 or the landing and then step 17 and then step 16 with any wet blood on their shoes or wet blood available would get blood from this foot stepping in this down to the lower foot, or as the foot was raised and then on to the next step. Would that experiment tell us anything about whether those events would cause staining on top of, or spatter on the top or sides of the shoes?
Wouldn't tell us enough to make a determination. Tell us very little. I mean, you brought up some very, very key variables that absolutely need to be tested and incorporated into testing before you could make a valid conclusion.
If we could, you can turn that down, guys. Taking into account what you've observed and what you reviewed in the evidence and your training and experience and the things you talked to this jury about, do you have an opinion as to whether there are some limitations, some significant limitations on the ability of a qualified bloodstain analyst or crime scene reconstruction analyst to provide reliable opinions concerning the significance of the staining and evidence at 1810 Cedar Street?
It's possible that the opinions are reliable. I think that they're going to be highly limited and should be highly limited because of the potential contaminations, alterations, and lack of proper control of the scene of the evidence. And in addition, I think if you wanted to further support some of your theories, it would not have been a bad idea to do proper experimentation, but I don't believe all the proper relevant experimentation was conducted to further those theories.
For example, can a qualified analyst assume that bloodstains, for example, on the header or out in the hallway, were there before the police or the emergency personnel arrived?
Well, I think you have to say that that's a possibility. That has to be a consideration that that's a possibility.
And is it a possibility that they occurred, that they were, in essence, were created after the first responders arrived?
Equally possible.
And given how the scene was managed and the documentation issues you talked about and the testing issues, do those all introduce limitations on the ability to reliably determine what happened from the bloodstains?
Yes, when you're confronted with the reality of contamination, alteration, or scene integrity issues, it doesn't mean you can't do an interpretation. It just means you're going to be limited in your findings. And you've got to be honest with the fact that we don't know perhaps when these transfers or when these spatters were applied, and I'm not going to overinterpret them, or I'm not going to limit them to one particular possibility. And so, yes, you can make a reporting, but you really have to be careful about limiting it to now the problems that you know that could have affected it.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me talk to counsel. All right, members of the jury, as we kind of alluded to earlier today, this witness has a scheduling problem. He will not be available tomorrow. He has agreed to make himself available at a later time, and we know what that is. It's not necessary that you know what it is at this time. Of course, the law does allow the district attorney to have enough time to effectively cross-examine the witness, and he'll be allowed that opportunity at another time. So at this point, the witness can come down. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we have any other need for the jury for the remainder of the day. Is that correct? And so I'll send you on your afternoon recess at this time. Remember the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial. Remember, we have our jury view tomorrow. I'll still need you here at 9:30, and we will have, after a witness testifies, a somewhat modified day. We'll deal with that tomorrow. So I'll see you at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Before we get to that, Judge, we'd like to have permission, if we could, take this with us this evening so that we can rehang it in the stairway where it was. The hole is obviously in the mail, still there, so that when the jury comes tomorrow, they can see that picture as it was in the.
Does the state have any objection? No, sir. All right, that is allowed. While we're on that, we might as well talk about the other issues you had raised the other day, Mr. District Attorney, that you wanted some exhibit at the scene.
Your Honor, I think at a minimum, we'd like to have a large diagram for the record would be marked as State's Exhibit D3. We would also ask that State's Exhibit D4 be transmitted to the scene as well. I think that'd be sufficient.
Is there some objection from the defendant?
Judge,
Well, let me see again what you're talking about, first of all.
Now, this would be State's Exhibit D3. And this would be D4.
Judge, a couple of points. Number one, the district attorney had the opportunity to ask for a jury view during his case if he wanted to. Indeed, he made a motion for that at some point and then apparently abandoned it. We're now in the presentation of our evidence, and we're asking for a jury view. And I don't think he has a right during the presentation of our evidence to control how the evidence is going to come out at the jury view. If he wanted to do that, and he wanted to do that sort of comparison, and that was something he was interested in, he certainly could have asked for it, but he didn't. My concern, beyond the fact that I don't think he ought to be permitted to, in essence, disrupt our jury view by introducing his exhibits at that point, is that it's distracting. What I want the jury to do, and the reason I asked for the jury view, is that they can go and see the space and get a sense of the space and the relationships between the various objects in the space, and how far it is, how high the header is, and whether somebody really could swing a blowpoke and get that cast off on the outside hallway from a blow inside, and those sorts of things. It's a spatial thing, and to have these exhibits there is simply distracting the jury from the whole purpose that I want the jury view for. If he wants to do another jury view during his rebuttal case, he can ask the court for permission to do that and bring whatever exhibits he'd like to bring so that they can do comparisons. But I would object to having our jury view disrupted by the state's exhibits being brought there and distracting the jury. They're also, I might add, argumentative. I mean, those are diagrams that are in dispute, and they're not anything having to do with the physical scene. They have to do with his witness's description of the scene, which we're disputing. So, aside from being distracting, I think they're also argumentative in this context. It would be as though we would have a witness there giving our theory of what happened. That's essentially what he wants to do. He wants to have his witnesses there giving his theory of what happened.
Did you want to say something?
Just briefly. Your Honor, I didn't know it was the defendant's jury view. I thought it was the court's jury view, and the court is obviously going to control what happens during that process. There's been a great deal of information from more than 50 witnesses about aspects of this scene. The defendant has been allowed to put evidence in during the state's case in chief. I don't see any difference in this. Quite frankly, we've never withdrawn our motion. It just never was addressed. We didn't actually withdraw it. From our perspective, this is an appropriate thing to do. The jurors have seen it, they've heard it, it's been tendered as evidence, and they ought to be able to compare the scene with these diagrams.
We also have logistical problems. Where are we going to put these? I mean, is it going to be in the hall, in the stairway? Then it's obstructing the view that the jury has of what I want them to see. And with all due respect, I don't think the jury view is something that the court has authority to do absent a motion from a party. We made the motion, the court's granted the motion, and we appreciate that, but it's our motion. And to say that the district attorney ought to be permitted, in essence, to disrupt that by putting exhibits somewhere in the area that are meant to distract the jury from what we're asking them to do, I think is simply unfair.
Well, let's keep this simple and don't interject a whole lot of things we don't have to decide. Of course, the court can do a jury view on its own. I don't need you or Mr. Harden to to do a jury view. If I want to see what that scene looks like, I can do that clearly under North Carolina law. You don't think so? But we don't have to make that decision. But I do want to clarify one thing. I think you all have decided that you don't want to take testimony at the scene, and that's fine. But both of you kind of implied that it wasn't the intent of the jury view to do evidence of that type. That's contrary to the statute. The statute says it has to be recorded. The statute says the judge can allow you to take testimony, and I've done it plenty of times. If you all don't want to do that, that's your choice. There's no problem with that. I don't want you to think it was my interpretation of the law that you couldn't do. You couldn't take. Okay. Considering that you all have indicated, both sides, that you're not going to take testimony, then I will deny the state's motion to place those exhibits on the scene. But anything else on that issue we got to deal with?
No.
All right. What issue now have you in front of the court?
As I indicated the other day, we were giving Mr. Hardin notice under the catch-all provision with regard to statements by Christina Tomasetti. Ms. Tomasetti is married. She lives out in the West Coast. You might remember that at one point, Ms. Black alluded to whether she was supposed to be having some sort of relationship with Todd Peterson that night.
Well, actually, she said they were having an affair. He wanted to have an affair.
I think that's what she said. In any event, in fact, Ms. Tomasetti is not only married, but is pregnant. I think with her second child at this point. And her doctor has indicated that she cannot get on an airplane and travel here for this testimony. What we have basically are three statements. We have a statement that was taken by the Durham Police Department by, I think it was Investigator Pitt, on December 9th, 2001 at 7:40 in the morning, right there at the house. A handwritten statement by Christina Tomasetti, signed by Christina Tomasetti, witnessed by Investigator Pitt. So there's certainly no dispute about the contemporaneous nature of this. Indeed, it probably is an excited utterance, given the fact of what was going on, and she was held there all night, and there was lots of stuff happening. But putting that aside, there's certainly no indication that it's not a reliable accounting of what happened. I think she was even kept separate from Ben Maynor and the other people in the house before she was interviewed. So that would be the first statement. Then approximately 2 weeks, approximately a month later, Investigator Holland brought Ms. Tomasetti down to the Durham Police Department for a second interview. She gave some statements there. And then, lo and behold, there was a third request in, I guess, April or May. By that point, Ms. Tomasetti was a little bit weary of coming down to police headquarters for interviews that she thought she had completed. She contacted Mr. Laughlin, and what was arranged was that the district attorney's office would submit questions to her, which would be answered. And there's a 2-page letter that Mr. Laughlin sent to Mr. Hardin on May the 7th. So all of that information was given to law enforcement, basically. And I think it's also admissible for a non-hearsay purpose. I mean, we're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted under the catch-all. And I think the very first one, the one on December 9th, would in fact be an excited utterance. But they're also offered for a non-hearsay purpose, and that is to show the information that was available to the police early on, because there is this statement given in December 9th. And as to decisions that they made, how they proceeded, what they did with this information, at least the December 9th statement would be relevant to that as well for a non-hearsay purpose. So in light of Ms. Tomasetti's unavailability, and I frankly think it's pretty parallel. Indeed, I think it's a much stronger case for application of this exception than the Christina Karen Ham situation. We'd asked that this evidence be permitted.
Well, you reportedly told the press that was the most ridiculous ruling you had ever heard of in your life. So I take it you don't want me to make the same mistake and allowing it.
It's law of the case, and I'm stuck with it.
Which provision are you moving it under? The unavailable?
Unavailable, yes, sir.
Ms. Black.
There are a lot of reasons why this statement should not come into evidence and clearly should not come into evidence under Rule 804 under the catch-all exception. First of all, as the court knows from reading the rule, or the fifth subsection of that rule, the first thing that needed to be done is we needed to be given written notice. Up until Monday morning, we had a bench conference where we were told that Ms. Tomasetti would be called this week. I believe it was either going to be later that day or the next day. At any rate, she and the other female witness would be called. That was the way it was left with us. Then we get back from lunch, and the next information we receive is no, she's not going to come. She's pregnant, and she can't come to court, and that she's not going to testify. They gave us oral notice at the bench that actually, I guess it was placed on the record at the bench and also here that she was unable to attend. They've never given us written notice, and contrary to this situation, we gave them written notice several days in advance, maybe even a week or more, of Karen Ham's situation. The second thing is we're just going on an oral assertion from Mr. Rudolph.
Your Honor, I object.
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
Because it's devastating to my case.
Overruled.
Good call. Oh, come on!
That she is unavailable. At least in Karen Ham's situation, it might have been in German, but we did give you a doctor's note that said that she was unable to travel due to a medical illness. There's been no doctor's note presented that I've seen that would tell us why it is.
Yeah, that's an ugly dress.
Is that just because she's pregnant, she can't get on an airplane and come here to North Carolina. So I would argue to you that besides the fact that we have not been given written notice, that they have not.
It depends what trimester she's in, Freda. You've been pregnant, you know. Don't act like that.
Prove that she is unavailable. Then, of course, we go to the triplet test. The first prong would be the proper notice that I'm arguing to the court. We have not gotten, even as of this minute. It also has to not be covered by any other exception. I do believe that it does not fit within an excited utterance, the exception to the hearsay rule. So that probably is true that the information is not covered by any other exception. Then we have to have equivalent circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness. Well, there's 4 factors to that test, as I'm sure you know. As I'm sure you know, personal knowledge of the facts, which she did have some personal knowledge of some information in this case. Also, her motivation to speak the truth. And that's where we get to the affair. And I don't know, just because she's pregnant, whether that means she's had an affair back in 2001 with Todd Peterson or not. I do know what I argued to the court earlier during the other situation that her name arose, that Todd Peterson told family members that he fully intended to have sex with her when they got back to the Peterson home that night. Maybe Ms. Thomas said he didn't realize that was on Todd Peterson's mind, but he did make that known to family members. Also, as you probably know, this party she's going to, this Christmas party.
I'm not quite sure how that fits in.
I'm talking about trustworthy, whether it's trustworthy or not.
Well, tell me.
The state alleges that she was having some type of relationship with Todd Peterson. And she had a child sitting at home somewhere, her husband at boot camp, and she's off at a Christmas party and just happens to be back at the Peterson's house at 2:45 in the morning. Where did she intend to sleep that night? So now whether that means they're having an affair or not, I have no earthly idea. But it does seem that her trustworthiness would be questionable.
Why does that matter?
Than I've gone, so that means what? That she would.
That her trustworthiness would be questionable.
She would not tell the truth.
Perhaps not, if she's very good friends with Todd Peterson, which also might mean that she's very good friends with Mr. Peterson. In order to give information that might not be truthful.
The other thing Mr. Rudolph hadn't done yet, but of course the court has to know. He hadn't told me.
So everyone friends with Michael Peterson is untrustworthy?
What's the substance of the statement? So
Well, basically that she was at the home earlier that evening, that she saw the Petersons there. If you want us to mark one, it might be easier for you just to read it, Judge. It's got a little bit of link to it.
Go ahead and tell me. I can multitask this.
Well, I didn't want to leave out some type of part that they might think is important while I'm summarizing.
I'm sure they'll let you know.
May I just read it into the record? So
I'm going to read it. I just want to know the substance of it. That's important.
Basically, that she arrived there, that there was an open bottle of wine. Mr. Peterson went to the TV room to watch a movie with Kathleen, that they went to go to the party at 10:20. They stayed there until 2:45. That Todd wanted to spend the night at his parents' home. They got there about 2:50. Coming in behind a fire truck and policemen. That Todd jumped out, ran into the house. She stayed outside. Eventually found out that Miss Peterson had fallen down the stairs. That they rounded up the dogs, took them in the study. That she only got a glimpse of Miss Peterson. She went with Todd into the kitchen to console Mr. Peterson. Ben Maynard and Heather Whitson arrived at that time. That Mr. Peterson was shaking, covered in blood, very upset, mumbling, "Oh my God." That they then went into the office and stayed for 20 to 30 minutes. Then the officers then they took the women to couches where they slept for some period of time. Then that she was eventually taken outside to be interviewed by Investigator Pitt. And at the very end of it, she says that Mr. and Mrs. Peterson were in good spirits and very happy when Todd and I left the house at 10:20 p.m. on Saturday night. That's pretty much the substance of the statement. May I continue with my argument?
Yes.
Your Honor, one other reason that I would argue to you that she might not have a motivation to speak the truth is the very reason that she hired a lawyer. She's the only person in this case besides Brad who had other criminal issues of his own, and it is sort of ironic that they had this.
You can't argue that. You cannot argue that. Everybody has a right to an attorney. You cannot argue that. And if I was that woman, I wouldn't have stayed. I would have said, "Am I under arrest?" And if they said no, I would have said, "Okay, then I'm free to leave." And then I would have gotten an attorney. Because there's no reason for them to keep her. None. Why? Why did they even... She wasn't there. She was at some party with Todd. She was not there. If they wanted to ask her, like, how were they whenever they left for the party, they could have asked her that the next day at the police station. She could have brought her lawyer with her. You cannot argue that she's going to lie because she got a lawyer? Oh my God. What are you doing, Black?
Same lawyer. At any rate, she's the only regular witness in this case, or just civilian witness, that hired a lawyer early on in this process. Now, Brad had his own reasons because he was getting ready to get some testimony that might subject him to criminal liability. But Ms. Tomasetti had absolutely no reason to go hire a lawyer, except for the fact, it would be our contention, that she was worried about what was going to happen to her in this very courtroom when she's cross-examined about her relationship with Todd Peterson. At any rate, or about what else she might have to hide. As the court may or may not be aware of regarding the information Mr. Rudolph gave you, I've marked as an exhibit, States Exhibit 189, which would be the letter that Tom Laughlin sent Mr. Harden and Mr. Rudolph on March 1st, 2002, basically saying that none of us were allowed to interview this lady, including Investigator Holland, unless or until he was present, and that instead he would want information elicited from her in a question and answer form. That's the only way we've been allowed to communicate with her since March 1st, 2002. And then, finally, Mr. Harden and I had a meeting with Mr. Laughlin, and we told him the questions that we would like him to pose to her so that we could get further information from her since she lawyered up as a witness. We asked 9 questions. He finally then sent a response back to us, which I've marked as States Exhibit 190, on May 7th, 2002, where, through her lawyer, she answered these 9 questions. For the purpose of this hearing, I now move to introduce States Exhibit 189 and 190 into evidence. So, Your Honor, for those reasons, we would argue that she does not necessarily have the motivation to speak the truth when she gives these statements to the police. The third prong of the test for trustworthiness is whether she ever recanted. And although she's not officially recanted, I would argue to the court that her unavailability to be interviewed by either of the sides could be seen at least as an equivalent of recanting the statement. And also the reason why she's unavailable. Now, another requirement from triplet would be as to whether the information that is going to be elicited can come from any other source. And the information that she gives to the police, whether it be what happened prior to her going to the party or after the party, can be given by other witnesses. Todd Peterson was there at the same period of time that she was there prior to going to the party. After the party, first of all, we've had a number of law enforcement officers testify about what these people did at the house, but you also have Ben Maynard, who he was intoxicated, but at any rate, he was there. And then you have Heather Whitson. And apparently they do intend to call Heather Whitson, so those people could cover things that happened after they returned from the party and different things they saw and how Mr. Peterson was acting and whatever it is that they want to elicit in that respect. Judge, we feel for all of those reasons that this information is not admissible under this exception to the hearsay rule. It obviously is not an excited utterance. I would argue to you there's been, Investigator Pitt did not testify, but there's been no testimony that this lady was excited or upset or nervous or confused when she was ultimately interviewed, which would be...
He's not arguing that it's an excited utterance.
He did argue that one of the statements, I believe, the one that was the written statement, would fall with an excited utterance.
I didn't think that's what he said. I thought he said it was close to being an excited utterance. I mean, he can't get it in on the 804 if it's an excited.
Well, I'm arguing to the court that it is not an excited utterance, and of course, the further information that she gave the police department surely would not even come close to that category. But for all those reasons, we would ask you to exclude the information.
I wondered if you was going to argue.
I didn't publicly comment on the court's last ruling, so. Although my picture in the News and Observer was alleged to be a reaction.
Well, no, I know you didn't. I just thought since you argued the last one, you were very familiar with
the actual law. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. And not that the other lawyers don't know the law, but you know,
some of us have a deeper affection.
Only me, you, and Miss Black went to law school in North Carolina. Have you figured that out?
I was wondering on the common connection there. David Saxon acts like he did, but I realized he didn't. So, a couple things.
Saxon was the Tulane.
I know, I understand that.
I've done research on this. I
understand that. It is useful, I think, to compare the state's current argument trying to keep out this Tomasetti statement with their arguments trying to get in Karen Ham's statement, and what the legal tests are on that, regardless of whether one agrees or disagrees with the court's prior ruling. First, of course, the state has a right to cross-examine and the defense can't willy-nilly put in out-of-court statements, their right is not of constitutional magnitude. So when Your Honor ruled that the Karen Ham statement could come in, you found that the circumstances of trustworthiness and issue of reliability were sufficient to overcome a Sixth Amendment right. The state's right, while important, is of a lesser magnitude, and yet when you compare the statements that are being offered, clearly the indicia of reliability for Christine Tomasetti's statement is much higher. And quite frankly, I think more directly important. Karen Ham's statement had to do with 404 evidence that is indirectly at best relevant to what the jury is to decide. This statement has to do with the events of that night. Christine Tomasetti gave her statement that morning about events she had just observed to the police, who wrote the statement out on a form that says, I understand that this is true and correct to the best of my knowledge. I understand my rights. And she chose to make this statement contemporaneous. She then submitted to a second interview, came down in January and spoke again. It was only when there was a request for a third information that she insisted that go through an attorney, and yet she still provided the information. She answered the questions that were asked. Karen Ham, in contrast, wrote out a statement 18 years after the fact to the state, which the defense had never been given any chance to question her, and she had refused to meet with our investigator. we had never had a chance to question her. So you have a witness who's giving a contemporaneous statement to the prosecution or to the police, gave a second statement, provided information a third time, and now the state is saying, well, although we interviewed her, had the chance to question her twice to get information from a third time, that isn't sufficiently reliable, although it's contemporaneous. But Karen Ham's statement, who refused to even speak to the defense and was talking about events 18 years after the fact, and apparently was just given a piece of paper and told to go write out the statement, is somehow sufficiently reliable to overcome.
I wish y'all would leave Karen Ham out of this. It's got nothing to do with this.
The German lady.
However, the defendant's motion is allowed. Statements are going to be admissible. Prepare your order to that effect.
Thank you.
Now, how are you going to get this into evidence?
I've got somebody who can just read it to the jury. So what I'll do is I'll
just somebody.
I've got a young woman, a paralegal, who will call to the witness stand, swear in so that she's reading it accurately, and just have her read the statement to the jury so that the jury understands that it's coming from Christina Tomasetti and that she's not available. If the court wants to give a limiting instruction in terms of, or an instruction as to why it's coming in, that's perfectly fine as well.
I don't know. Is the state requesting some kind of limited instruction? Well, you think about it overnight, and when are you going to present this?
Probably not until next week.
Not until later on.
Yeah, because I think we're going to call Ms. Whitson in the morning, and I think that'll probably fill up the morning. If it doesn't, we can try to deal with this, if we have time. If we don't, then we'll just deal with it next week.
Right. You got a witness who's unavailable. I take it the state is aware, Ms. Black, of the North Carolina law that allows you to impeach a witness who's not here. Had you keep raising this thing about an affair or something. I'm not sure what you can do with that.
Maybe I just have a different definition of affair than other people. I don't know.
I'm not getting into that, but I mean, I'm just.
What the definition of is.
I'm just wondering, you would have a right to impeach an unavailable witness. And my question is, now you know who the witness is. I don't know if you had intended on impeaching her if she testified.
Yes, sir. I believe that's exactly why she didn't want to come, because I was going to cross-examine her about that very subject matter.
My point is, I don't know how you're going to do it at this point. You still have that right. The statute says you can impeach an unavailable witness. It doesn't tell you how to do it, though. So.
Well, one thing we definitely want to do is we do want to be able to introduce before the jury State's Exhibit 190 and State's Exhibit 189 to show that she lawyered up in the beginning so that we had no access to her. And then when we finally did get some questions asked of her, her lawyer sent us a letter and question answer form in the form of State's Exhibit 190. Well, in response to those questions. I mean, that's the best we could do with it.
I feel like I'm on Law and Order or something. They lawyered up. The letter that Mr. Laughlin sent indicates that Ms. Tomasetti had given a written statement, had given 2 verbal statements, and was willing to give another one if it wasn't harassing. So if they want to put that letter in, I suppose, we can get into the fact that she's represented by counsel who's protecting her from being harassed by Investigator Holland.
But it's not something we have to decide right now. I just wanted to make the state aware that they would have that opportunity if they did it a correct way, which I'm not quite sure what it is at this point. I'm ready to leave this subject matter.
Yes, sir.
Actually, I'm ready to leave and go home. But,
sounds good to me.
All right. Nothing else?
No, sir.
9:30.
All clear?
Thing to discuss before we begin. You have a witness you put in.
I've got two witnesses. Yes. Brief.
Right.
I have one thing to bring up. Yesterday, before we concluded court, I moved to introduce a couple of items into evidence for purposes of the voir dire hearing regarding Christina Tomasetti's statement. Those items were State's Exhibit 189 and 190. And I made a request at that time for the court to allow these to be read or made known to the jury, and I don't believe the court ruled one way or another. And I was asking the court if the court would make a ruling, and we're asking you to allow that, to allow us to have this.
Well, we object. We think it's irrelevant whether Ms. Tomasetti went to Mr. Lofton because she had already given 3 interviews and now is being requested a 4th time or not. I don't think that the fact that a witness, after being interviewed 3 times, contacts a lawyer and then that lawyer assists her in giving a 4th statement is relevant at all. We'd object.
Objection's overruled. Now, how are you going to do this? How are you going to do it?
I guess they would just need to be read. I guess they would just need to be read by someone. I would suggest the clerk. I was just trying to think of a neutral party that could read it.
Well, I don't have any problem with the district attorney reading it. As, after we present our statement, if Ms. Black wants to stand up and offer those and read them, I have no problem with it.
Either that or Mr. Hard. The last time I checked, has about 300 people in his office. There's nobody in his office.
300. We would love to have more staff.
Maybe I missed 200 in the staff.
Mr. Harden had a good suggestion. We could just make copies and just distribute them and allow the jurors to read them.
That's fine too.
Do it any way you want.
Okay. Were you planning on doing this first?
Well, take it, Mr. Rudolph. While we're waiting for those copies, we can go ahead with your
I've been saying that for years.
Yes, sir. Further evidence, Mr. Rudolph.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, at this time, we'd call Lindsay Roberson to the stand.
All right. Put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Take a seat.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Lindsay Roberson, LindseyRoberson.
And what do you do?
I'm a student at UNC.
And do you also work for my law firm part-time?
I do.
Have you been asked to come here today to read a statement that Christina Tomasetti gave to the Durham Police Department on December 9th, 2001 at 7:40 a.m.?
Yes.
And have you taken a look at that statement prior to getting up on the stand?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to mark that as Defendant's Exhibit 259. And, Your Honor, this is the statement that we offered yesterday and that the court allowed. So we offer Defendant's Exhibit 259 into evidence at this time.
It's allowed.
Let me show you what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 259 and ask you if that's the statement of Christina Tomasetti that you've taken a look at.
Yes, it is.
All right. Could you please read that statement to the members of the jury?
I will. I picked Todd Peterson up at 9:45 p.m. Saturday night. Todd and I sat and talked.
Go slow so that
Okay, sorry. Todd and I sat and talked in the kitchen for about 20 minutes, and we talked to Mr. Peterson, who was about to open a bottle of wine. Mr. Peterson went back into the TV room to watch a movie with his wife, Kathleen Peterson. We left the house around 10:20 to go to a party on University Drive. We stayed, me and Todd Peterson, at the party until around 2:40. And went back to his parents' house. Todd Peterson lives in Raleigh, but wanted to spend the night at his parents' house, Mrs. Peterson. When we pulled up at 2:50 a.m. Sunday morning, we came in behind a fire truck and followed by policemen. Todd Peterson jumped out of my car and ran into his parents' house to see what was happening inside. I stayed in my car and got outside eventually to see what had happened, and we found out that Miss Peterson had fallen down the stairs and suffered a massive head injury. When we arrived at the Petersons' residence, Todd went inside immediately, and I waited outside until the officers requested that we round up the dogs and contain them. So I took them back into the office and stayed with them. I only saw a glimpse of what I think was Kathleen Peterson in the hallway. and I did not look because I did not want to see anything. Mr. and Mrs. Peterson's neighbor came inside the office and told me that Kathleen was dead. We went with Todd into the kitchen to console Mr. Peterson, and Ben Maynor and Heather Whitson had already arrived as well. Mr. Maynor and Miss Whitson were close family friends of the Petersons. Michael Peterson was shaky and covered in blood. He was very upset and mumbling, "Oh my God." He never said a sentence in my presence. They then took us into the office, me, Todd, Mr. Peterson, Heather, and Ben. We stayed in there for 20 to 30 minutes, and then the officers took Miss Whitson and myself in a separate den area to be isolated. We laid on separate couches for an hour or two, and then the officers took us outside to speak to the investigators. I spoke with Investigator Pitt and told him everything written here. Mr. and Miss Peterson were in good spirits and very happy when Todd and I left the house at 10:20 p.m. Saturday night. I gave this statement of my own free will.
And it's signed.
It is signed Christina Tomasetti.
And is it witnessed?
And witnessed.
By who?
By Investigator Pitt.
Thank you. That's all I have. I don't know if they'll have any questions for you at the time.
Actually, may we approach the bench? Yeah. I need to clarify something. Good. First of all, could you read, please, the home address for Ms. Tomasetti, at least what it was back then?
100 Crystal Ridge Drive, Timberlake.
And what does she list as far as her employer?
It says stay at home with mom.
Stay at home mom?
Stay at home mom, sorry. I apologize.
All right. And education level?
Cosmetology school and high school.
And date of birth?
Is 6/23/78.
All right. What time does it reflect as far as on December 9th, 2001 that the statement was taken?
7:40.
I have no further questions.
All right, you can come down.
I'm marking the State's Exhibit 208. And for the record, Your Honor, what I'm marking is State's Exhibit 208, and what we were discussing at the bench that was not on the record is that there is another interview that was conducted on January 8th, 2002 at 4:00 p.m. that was actually conducted between Art Holland and Ms. Tomasetti at the Durham Police Department. He asked her a few additional questions because of some inconsistencies in the investigation versus her statement, and she gave the following information. I'll just start from the top. It says, on January 8th, 2002 at 1600 hours, I, Investigator A.H. Holland, Jr., interviewed Ms. Christina Tomasetti at Durham Police Headquarters. I asked her to come in due to some inconsistencies in the investigation. Ms. Tomasetti stated that she did not see Mrs. Peterson while she was in the house with Todd Peterson. She said Mrs. Peterson was in the TV room where the pool table is located. She advised that Mr. Peterson came into the kitchen to get a bottle of wine. She said he seemed happy. Ms. Tomasetti stated her husband is in boot camp and will be graduating on Friday. She said that Ben was wrong about Todd picking her up. She stated that Todd would not go all the way to Timberlake to pick her up. Conclusion of interview with C. Tomasetti. This is a typed interview, and I'm going to introduce State Exhibit 208 into evidence, and I would like to allow the jury to review this particular information. I would argue to the court that it does impeach her to a certain extent, and since the court has allowed the defendant's motion to allow Ms. Tomasetti's statement in under the residual hearsay rule, I would argue to the court that along with the other two documents, State's Exhibits 189 and 190, it would also be appropriate for the jury to review the information in State's Exhibit 208.
Good. I have no problem if they, on their rebuttal case, want to call Art Holland to testify about his conversation with Christina Tomasetti. That would be perfectly appropriate. But this is a double hearsay statement, and it's being offered for the truth because it's being offered as though this is in fact what Christina Tomasetti said to Art Holland, and it's simply not admissible without me having a chance to cross-examine Art Holland about the circumstances under which this was made and whether he got it right and that sort of thing. So to allow this into evidence at this point without Mr. Holland taking the stand, I think would be depriving us of our Sixth Amendment right to confront Mr. Holland about this statement. Moreover, there's stuff in here, where her husband was, Ms. Black has been striving mightily, I think, for weeks to create an implication that something improper was going on. The truth is that these two people were friends from high school. That's all that was going on. And, bringing in this bit about her husband being at boot camp is simply another way of trying to create some aspersions on Ms. Tomasetti's character. I ought to be able to cross-examine Mr. Holland if they're going to get into this about the fact that she also told him that they were friends from high school and that there was nothing going on between them. So I'd object to it being done in this way. As I said earlier, I've got no objection to them calling Investigator Holland at the appropriate time and putting him on the stand to testify to this.
Had the witness been available and testified to the statement that the witness just testified to, even without Detective Holland, couldn't Ms. Black ask Ms. Tomasetti if she told those things to?
And if Ms. Tomasetti had said, no, I didn't, she couldn't then put this into evidence. What she'd have to do would be to call Investigator Holland. The point is that before this could be used at all, Ms. Tomasetti would have to be given a chance to either admit or deny the circumstances. We can't obviously do that here with that. So again, I have no problem with them impeaching her. It's simply the manner in which it's done and the timing of it. And I think that the appropriate way to do it would be to simply call Investigator Holland at the conclusion of our case. He can get up on the stand. He can testify to this. I can cross-examine him about it. And that way we retain our constitutional rights and the state has its ability to do whatever impeachment it wants to do.
Mm-hmm. Neither the statute nor the case law gives us a whole lot of guidance. The statute just simply says that when the court declares a witness is unavailable, that witness can be impeached as if they had testified or something to that effect. So the state needs to decide if you're going to play it straight by the rules or ask the court to do something that technically Mr. Rudolph is probably right on. So y'all need to confer and think about it.
On request.
I don't.
States Exhibit 208.
I don't think that
yes, sir.
Her testimony matters all that much. It is a very minor witness.
There's not a whole lot of developed case law in that area, but
thankfully we won't have any coming out of this case.
All right. All right.
The testimony that's just been elicited, the state would now move to introduce State's Exhibit 189 into evidence.
It's allowed.
And I'd like to ask that copies be distributed to the jury so that they may read it.
All right.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Ronald Thomas Jurette, G-U-E-R-E-T-T-E.
And what is your occupation, Mr. Jurette?
Private investigator.
How long have you been a private investigator now?
Since August of 1982.
And immediately prior to, do you have your own private investigation firm?
I do, in Charlotte, North Carolina.
And prior to doing that, what was your immediate position or job?
I was with the Charlotte Police Department for a little less than 10 years. The last position was homicide investigator.
In connection with this particular case, did you receive a telephone call from me in early in the early part of December of 2001, say sometime before the 15th of December.
Yes, sir. It was approximately the 12th of December. I received a phone call from you.
And as a result of that telephone call, did we travel to a particular location?
Yes, sir. I came up here on Friday morning and met you, and we traveled to 1810 Cedar Street, where we met Michael Peterson, his brother, and family.
Would that have been Friday, December 14th? Prior to actually going to Cedar Street with me on that date, were any instructions given to Mr. Peterson, or more specifically to his brother, about what should be done with the scene that existed there at the time?
Yes, sir. Instructions were given to seal.
Not offered for the truth.
Let me talk to y'all for a second. Okay, it's over.
I'm sorry, you were saying instructions were given to do what now?
To secure the scene until you and I got there, which the earliest I could make it was that Friday.
And were there specific instructions given about what to do in terms of securing the entrance to the stairwell?
Yes, sir, to board it up.
All right. When you arrived at 1810 Cedar Street on Friday, December 14th, can you describe for the members of the jury what the entrance to the stairwell looked like?
It had a piece of plywood. The door itself, the door frame, has no door in it, and it had a piece of plywood blocking the entrance into the stairwell. It was secured with, I think, about 5 different screws around the edges of the doorway.
And were the screws drilled into the door frame?
They were drilled into the door frame, and you had to take the screws out in order to gain access to the stairwell area.
And during that visit, at some point during that visit, was the plywood board removed?
Yes, sir. I removed the plywood board and gained entry into the stairwell.
All right. And did you inspect the stairwell visually at that point?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you see, just in general terms? I'm not asking for a specific description, just in terms of what the general situation was.
I saw the chairlift there, an elevator type chairlift. There was blood on the stairwell, blood on the walls. It was very dark. There was a door at the top of it.
Top of the stairway?
Top of the stairway, which I then left and went to get a hinge and a padlock, and installed a hinge and a padlock at the top of the stairwell. And after visually looking at the scene itself, boarded it back up eventually, sometimes during the day.
And why did you decide to board that back up?
Because I felt that the scene needed to be preserved for experts and possible viewing by the jury at a later time. And at that time, I took a saw and I made louvers in the plywood so it'd be breathing, and I installed a fan on the upper portion of the stairway.
Had there been newspaper reports at that point that Mr. Peterson was a suspect in his wife's death, and that there might be a grand jury meeting and that sort of thing?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you were concerned about in terms of preserving the scene?
Yes, sir. It was very unusual that we have a chance to preserve the scene, and it's an opportunity. I consider it an opportunity to be able to have it for future people, experts, jury, whatever, to view it.
Did you do anything to the plywood board at the time that you looked at it on December 14th?
Yes, sir. I took it up, and then I took a bandsaw and cut 3 louvers at the top and 3 louvers on the bottom to where you get air filtering through it.
And why did you do that?
Because when I opened it up, it was sort of the fact that it had been enclosed. There's no other ventilation in there. It was sort of stuffy, and I wanted it aired out. And it preserves the scene better if you can have air flowing through it. instead of it getting all moisturized inside.
Since that time, have you been back to the house on a number of occasions?
Yes, sir.
And have you ever walked into the house when that board was not up?
No, sir. The instructions given was to nobody to enter it. When I installed a padlock, I had 2 keys. I gave you 1 key, and I kept 1 key from the upstairs so nobody could accidentally open it. And it was on the inside of the doorway. I used to put a little matchbook at the top to where when I'd take it out, if the matchbook was there, it indicated no one entered it. And it remained like that for a long time.
And were you present when various experts in, say, February and thereafter went to the scene?
Yes, sir. I was present every time somebody, one of our experts, had to view the scene.
And was anything done to the scene in terms of any kind of destructive testing or anything like that, other than natural fading over time, to change anything that was there?
No, sir. The scene remained the same when the experts came in. Dr. Lee would collected a few items from it, and I think he's the only one that collected anything from inside the stairwell itself.
And inside the scene, was there anything in particular about the moldings on the floorboards or the walls that you thought was particularly significant in terms of preserving those?
The moldings going up the stairwell, moldings inside the stairwell on the floor. It's an old type molding. It's not your modern type molding. Where the modern type molding, the way I refer to it, usually only has 1 or 2 edges on it. This was a sculpted type look on the moldings, the door moldings on the inside as well as the outside. And it was different than what you would see in a modern home.
When you say sculpted, what do you mean?
Designs in it. I couldn't tell you how many different designs, but it's like a ripple type effect, or I call it sculpted. It's not your conventional molding where you see in today's homes. It's the older type moldings.
When, in addition to the stairwell, did you on December 14th also notice a couple of isolated spatters of blood in the hallway immediately outside the stairwell?
Yes, sir. There was some up on the header, what everybody refers to as a header, the north wall and the west wall. There was 3 splatters up there. And then on the, is right by the doorway itself, there's a doorway that comes in before you get into the hallway area, reflecting the stairwell. There's a door there, and as soon as the door opens, there's 2 spatters on the wall.
And was anything done to change those spatters?
No, sir. We requested nobody cleans it up.
And did you also request that it not be not only cleaned but not painted over, that it be retained in exactly the same condition that it was?
Exactly.
And have you been back to the house recently to look at those particular spatters, the ones in the hallway now I'm talking about?
Yes, sir. I was there last night when received permission to take the cat picture back and hang it back up in the hallway where it had been hanging until 2 or 3 weeks ago when I brought it in the courtroom.
All right. And now those spatters we're talking about in the hallway, the ones that Agent Deaver testified that were, in his opinion, cast off and all traveling in the same direction. Do you recall that?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And did you set up some lights last night so the jurors could see with their own eyes whether or not those spatters are in fact all in a line or heading in the same direction or not?
Yes, sir. Well, after Agent Deaver testified, I went back and took some photographs with a magnifying glass over the spatter. And those have been viewed in court. I can't remember which exhibits. Last night I went back and with some assistance, we set up a light to where, because the hallway is dark, set up a light to where it reflects up on the ceiling where these three are coming from different directions.
Other than setting up that light, was anything done in the house last night?
No, I mean, I hung the photograph back up on the nail that was up there.
You're talking about the cat poster?
The cat picture poster.
And when you left there last night, did you board it back up?
Yes, sir, I did. I took the board out before I got there. I put the cat picture up, boarded it back up.
All right. And when the jury arrives there at 1 o'clock today, will that particular stairwell and the hallway outside the stairwell, based on what you saw last night, be in the same general condition, normal evaporation or whatever happens to some stains over time accepted, as it was when we got there on December the 14th, 2001?
Right. I mean, it.
Objection. That would be for the jury to decide.
I was asking about this when we got there December 14th.
Yeah, I think he's asking, was it the same as when he got there? Overall.
Yes, sir. I put the picture back up the way it was, and the inside's the same. Did not install any lights there. The only thing that's going to be there differently is a tripod, and just going to have to be careful when walking around it, because it's right there in the doorway, and then it's right there.
The tripod is for the lighting?
Right.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr.
Any cross-exam?
Briefly, sir, you do not know personally what transpired prior to December 14th, 2001. Is that right? As far as who had been in the stairwell or what might or might not have been done in there between December 9th and December 14th?
Well, I was told what was done from the 9th when the family took over the house.
You do not have personal knowledge of what transpired between the 9th and the 14th?
Not unless, only what I was told.
And I would take it when the cat picture was taken down a few weeks ago and when it was put back up last night, I would take it, I'm assuming that you had to stand there on the floor in front of where the picture was in order to take it off the wall and put it back onto the wall. Is that correct?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. And you'll be standing then on one of the areas that's been depicted in some of the photographs and one of the areas that there would have been blood and different things.
Definitely.
Okay. No further questions.
None further.
All right, you can come down, sir.
Judge, I think that's all the evidence we have prior to the jury view. We will have some evidence, obviously, after the jury view next week.
All right. I guess we need to talk with the jury about where we're going to assemble and where we're going to go. Mr. Deputy, you have an idea? Do you want all of us that are going with you to maybe assemble here?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And then I know you're going to go downstairs, but I just need to get them all in one place at one time.
Yes, sir. That's what they were going to do. Is the sheriff is going to try to coordinate and get everyone organized here, and then go downstairs and exit with the vans via 1810.
All right, then we're going to take a break since there's no further evidence to be heard at this particular time until 1 o'clock. And I need for all you to reassemble here. I know like you keep coming into from the jury pool room or coming in from the beginning of your day. We'll assemble some kind of way here. If you want to come sit in the seats that you're sitting in now, that's fine. And we'll make arrangements to go over to the to Cedar Street. I take it you understand that if you're going to eat lunch, you better eat lunch between now and 1 o'clock, and at least you're going to eat after you get back.
Shadow, what are you doing?
I think you have plenty of time
freaking
to
the keyboard
get
out.
some lunch and get back here.
We'll put it back before the jury.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Did you all have any questions about just getting back here so we can go out? Okay. Yeah, in here. And I guess you can take your notepads if you want to do that. But
Stay there.
I think that's all you need to know right now. Okay. Okay. Well, we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. She needs, yeah.
One other thing, we would like permission overnight on, I guess it'll be Tuesday, to take the blowpoke out of the court. We've got an expert coming in Tuesday who may want to do some measurements and some other things with it. So I just wanted to alert the court that we'll be making that request and let the prosecution know as well. And obviously, I'll keep it in my custody and make sure that it's returned the next day.
All right. That's a lot.
John, may I put one more thing on the record? Yesterday, we had a discussion about the wine glass that Court TV broke. At any rate,
Who broke?
At any rate, the defense agreed with us that we could be allowed to take the wine glass away from the clerk's possession long enough to take it back to Clearview Glass and get them to
I wonder how many times
restore.
that happens in all the trials that they try throughout the
I was going to cross-examine Mr. Ferris about that when they get it back.
Well, I think you'll examine the cameraman. He's the one who brought it.
He's agreed to pay for it. He's agreed to pay for it, which is a good thing. But I just want to put that on the record that that wine glass will be leaving the courthouse long enough for them to glue it and probably bring it back on Monday so that we can have it hopefully intact for closing arguments whenever they may ever occur.
If any politician may want us to put on the record that he wasn't here when it was broken up.
We may have to call him as a witness. You need to see the court report about her chair.
Yes, sir.
Because she's going to need a chair out there in case she has to do anything out there.
Okay.
So you can coordinate that. Okay, anything else? All right, 1 o'clock.
All stand. Oh, yes. Superior Court for County of Durham will stand at recess until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Got saved statements on the court.
Okay, kind of check with you. So what you got?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated.
It's our favorite person, guys. Look.
Good morning, sir.
Our favorite.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Henry C. Lee, L-E-E.
Dr. Lee, could you explain to the members of the jury what your profession is?
I'm a forensic scientist.
And can you describe what you mean by that term, forensic scientist?
Forensic scientist, basically we are involving examination physical evidence. Those evidence generally collected by the law enforcement officer submitted to us, or we go to crime scene ourselves to conduct investigation, collect evidence ourselves, doing research and training, use the scientific.
I was wondering that too, Judy. I have no idea how Court TV got a hold of a piece of evidence. But they said the guy from Court TV broke it and he offered to pay to have it fixed. I don't know. That's the first time I heard about. I knew one of the glasses got broken, but I didn't know how. I still don't know how. Now I know who broke it though. I don't know. They shouldn't. But I'm not surprised the way this case has gone.
Technique, try to find the scientific fact and present those facts to the court of law.
Let me stop you for a second because I think we're having a technical problem with one of the jurors has a hearing aid. So
Are you going to get back up here?
give me 1 second.
How do you do this to us?
He's ready.
Dr. Lee, I think we're ready to begin again, but I won't go back on what you just described. By whom are you currently employed?
Currently, I retired 3 times already. Currently, I basically employed by myself and University of New Haven and I have a contract with Connecticut State Department of Public Safety State Police. My salary with Connecticut is $1 per year as their chief emeritus, which means do a lot of work, don't get paid. Chief emeritus basically work on major cases, examine physical evidence, conduct research, training for the law enforcement officer and laboratory scientist. As a professor at University of New Haven, basically my responsibility as a distinguished professor, usually I give a couple lecture a year, teaches graduate school, undergrad school, and conduct research. Recently, we just received a National Institute of Justice grant to set up a National Crime Scene Training Center for all the forensic scientists and people conduct crime scene to receive correct training, additional training. As an independent, I have a research training center, which we basically consult on cases and provide training for the law enforcement officer, police academy, prosecutors, defense attorney, sometimes judges and citizens. Also, we conduct small-scale research too.
And prior to your current positions, what was your last position with the state of Connecticut?
Last position, it's about 2-3 years ago, I was the commissioner for state police. Actually, the commissioner for Department of Public Safety, which basically encompass Connecticut State Police, Fire Marshal's Office, Building Inspection, Special License, Forensic Science Services, Emergency Management, so quite a large agency.
Could you explain to the members of the jury what your educational background and training has been in forensic science, in crime scene reconstruction, and in bloodstain interpretation?
Yes. I received my first degree from Taiwan Central Police College. It's far, far away in Asia. I graduated from the Central Police College as a police officer. I work in the police department as a captain, work on investigation, in charge detectives. In 1965, I come to United States to.
I think they figured out that you're from Asia. If they didn't figure that out, I think we need to pick a new jury.
Further my study. That time, I'm pretty poor, only have $50 in my pocket. With my wife, we speak a couple of words of English, come to United States to study. My first job is NYU Medical Center as a technician. By weekend, I work in a Chinese restaurant, wait on tables, and teach Kung Fu and Karates. I have a black belt to support my family and myself to go through school.
Objection, Your Honor. This is far afield of his education and training as it relates to blood spat.
Ask him some more questions, Mr.
Yes, sir. Focusing in on your forensic science training, could you explain to the members of the jury what courses and fields of study you've taken in forensic science, as well as
from the beginning to end, I have to continuously describe. Well, you want just one last portion?
No, well, you can describe, but focus in, if you could, on the forensic courses you took and the science courses you took here in the United States.
Well, as I said, I come to United States to pursue my study, and the first school I went is John Jay College of Criminal Justice, which is in New York City, major in forensic science. That's a 4 years degree. I have a bachelor's degree in forensic science. And subsequently, I work in the NYU Medical Center, so I continue my education, my master's degree in science, my PhD in molecular biology, biochemistry. graduate from NYU, New York University. I took a lot of courses over the year. Then I received some special training offered by FBI Academy, ATF, RC.
Yeah, I think the problem was whatever they were using to help him hear better wasn't working right, so he couldn't hear the witness.
DMP, Academy Forensic Science, and many other professional organizations. Also, postgraduate school, post-medical school courses. So I took a lot of courses over my career.
Can we have that marked, please? Let me show you what I've marked as Appendix Exhibit 260 and ask you what that is.
This is a copy of my resume, but not really up to date. It's a couple of years old.
And why is that?
I did not have time to update my resume over the past year, a couple of years, really busy. I got another 4 honorary degree, I get hundreds of lecture training, did not have time to put on my resume yet.
Does Defendant's Exhibit 260 contain a summary of the various courses you've taken, the various courses you've taught, and the other aspects of your background and qualifications that relate to forensic science up through, say, June of 2001?
In general, probably some area, maybe up to year in the 1999 or something. Did not have chance, my secretary or myself, to update it.
Can you describe briefly to the members of the jury your experience in forensic science and crime scene reconstruction and bloodstain interpretation since you got your various degrees and became a consultant?
My first exposure is in Taiwan when I work in the police force. I work on some cases. That's why I know myself so deficient, and I want to come to United States to study. And at the John Jay College, and Professor DeForest, and he's the professor of criminalistic, taught some blood spatter courses and crime scene investigation courses. Subsequently, when I went to NYU, I continued working in all my life. I work same time and goes to school same time. In other words, I tried to get my education, also working experience. After I get my doctorate degree, went to University New Haven. I start as an assistant professor, then subsequently promoted as professor and chairman for the program. Over that period of time, we conduct a lot of independent research, including blood stain pattern interpretation, and also we received several grants to conduct research, and also I assist law enforcement and the public defender's office consulting on cases. Often the local police call me to the crime scene to assist them on homicide or other major case investigation. In 1977, I became the chief consultant for Connecticut State Police Forensic Laboratory. In 1979, late Governor Gressel offered me the first job as the first chief criminalist for the state of Connecticut. Basically conduct all the case investigation in the state of Connecticut. In Connecticut, we only have one laboratory. Also try to set up the laboratory. I held in that job for quite a few years, and also later I held in the same one person, also as the director of Connecticut State Police Laboratory for 20 years. I might decide to retire from the state services, but the governor asked me to stay on as the chief criminalist. So I stay on for 3 more years, then I retire again. Governor asked me to serve as commissioner. So that's basically my working experience.
How many times, if you can give us an estimate, have you actually gone to the scene of a person's death for law enforcement authorities to assist them in trying to reconstruct or analyze what happened?
Over 1,000 times.
And do you have any idea how many of those involved beating deaths?
At least hundreds, more than hundreds.
Have you done research and writing in the area of forensic science and crime scene reconstruction?
Yes.
For example, let me show you Defense Exhibit 251 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is one of the book I recently published with some co-author, Timothy Pombach and Professor Marilyn Miller, a book about the crime scene investigation, crime scene reconstruction.
And have you either published or contributed chapters or articles to other books in the area of forensic science?
Yes, over my career, I co-author, and author, and approximately 30 books in the area of forensic science or criminalistics and DNA.
And what about articles? Have you written articles for professional journals?
Yes, over the year, I probably published, co-author approximately 300 articles. Covers the area from crime scene investigation to fire arson investigation, latent fingerprint, enhancement procedure to blood spatter issues. So covers the variety area, also including ethic in forensic science.
And are a number of those articles published in journals that have been peer reviewed by others in your field?
Yes.
In addition to your teaching at the University of New Haven, do you do teaching outside of the university with regard particularly to law enforcement and prosecutors in various locations?
Yes. Currently, I'm an adjunct professor. It's not full-time professor, adjunct professor for 17 colleges and university, medical school, law school. As a matter of fact, tomorrow night I have to teach UConn, Connecticut Law School. Also, I teach at Police Academy. I just finished 2 days ago. I taught New Jersey prosecutors annual meeting, and I'm scheduled next week to teach in Michigan, LA, New York State Police. So a lot of workshop training for the law enforcement around the country, and also around the world. I teach quite a bit courses in Asia, Europe. I just got back last week in Europe, gave a keynote speech in an international DNA conference.
And are there homicide seminars offered in various places around the country for investigators, for example, like Investigator Holland and other homicide investigators to come to learn forensic sorts of techniques?
Yes, there are many homicide training schools. As a matter of fact, some person sitting there, he can teach with me before. We lecture the same panels, and we go around the country or around the world to instruct, to share our knowledge. Early days, very difficult for law enforcement or young forensic scientists to learn. Today, at least we can give back to teach them so they don't make the same mistake.
Are you a member of a number of professional organizations in the field of forensic science and crime scene investigation and reconstruction?
Yes. I'm a they call distinguished fellow of Academy of Forensic Science. Only a few people achieve that honor. Also, I'm a distinguished member. Very few people achieve that as a international association identification. I'm a member of several regional forensic organization. Also, I'm a board member before at for American Crime Laboratory Directors Association. Also, I serve editor in 6 different scientific journals and many other professional affiliations.
Dr. Lee, do you have an estimate of how many times you've been qualified as an expert witness in various courts in the fields of forensic science, crime scene reconstruction, or blood spatter interpretation?
Way over hundreds, probably. I testify almost 1,000 times on different federal case, federal court, state, local, civil, and criminal proceedings.
Generally speaking, do you limit your work for either the prosecution or the defense?
Early days, yes, I limit my work only for prosecution. Then when we realized the importance of total objectivity, we start look at the laboratory scientists, allow them to testify for defense. And so my work, basically, I would say 90 to 95% is prosecution. The rest of them maybe defense. Few cases, defense case.
And even now in your private work, are you retained to consult for prosecutors and law enforcement in various jurisdictions?
Yes.
Can you give the members of the jury some examples of cases in which you've either testified recently or been retained to aid prosecutors or law enforcement?
In couple of the next week, I think next week sometime I have to be in Texas, Galveston, Texas, to testify for prosecutor. And that case, a millionaire was charged for dismembering somebody, murder somebody. Also, I'm scheduled to testify in New Jersey. Jason Williams, the NBA basketball person, was charged for killing a limo driver for prosecution. And I just finished a case in Connecticut and New York, testify for prosecution. Defense, basically, several weeks ago, I testified in Pittsburgh for a defense case. Also, I'm scheduled to testify in Arizona and possible California, the other Peterson case.
The other Peterson case.
Even now, do you have an estimate of what percentage of your work is for prosecutors or law enforcement in terms of your private consulting?
The private consulting, we try to just take very limited amount of cases, and many times the consulting pretty straightforward. They want me to look at the one item of physical evidence, or look at a couple of pictures. So those I don't count. Involving examination, I would say the majority is prosecution, a small amount is defense.
Can you describe to the members of the jury how you are paid for the forensic consulting work you do?
The forensic consulting work, and we have a national sort of scale. In theory, I charge $500 per hour. That's called in theory. But many times I do pro bono case, especially if a law enforcement agency doesn't have money or individual doesn't have money. I do pro bono case. With this particular case, basically, so far, I think you pay us $27,000. total. A great majority goes to expense and reagents and film develop all sort of things. So exactly how much profit I don't know yet. Probably wind up losing money. The number of hours I spent. Now, last week, a major Palmbank informed me, say, only about $100 or less per hour. We did not even count expenses. So it's not really a lot of money, but a lot of work. If we have a profit, usually we reserve those money for attend a meeting, training, or laboratory people want to do some small scale research. Also, we fund a scholarship program at University in New Haven to help the youngster study forensic science or crime scene. Because when I come here and have to make a living and goes to school, very difficult. So any opportunity I can do help somebody, we do that.
Your Honor, at this time, we tender Dr. Lee as an expert in the fields of forensic science, crime scene reconstruction, and blood spatter interpretation.
So
when Agent Deaver testified here, he talked to the jury a little bit about three different kinds of blood spatter. Talked about low velocity, I think he called it impact spatter, and medium velocity impact spatter, and high velocity impact spatter. And in particular, with regard to this case, he talked about medium velocity impact spatter and sort of demonstrated, I think you may have seen the testimony with his fist about impact spatter.
Yes.
First of all, when we're talking about medium velocity spatter, could you tell the jury what we're talking about and whether it has to be from an impact like a fist?
Definitely not. Not necessarily. That's just one of the action you can create an impact spatter. Medium velocity, we arbitrarily divided in three groups: low, medium, high, just to help scientists or investigator to focus. Low, usually we say the velocity is less than 25 feet per second. Then a high velocity, we generally refer 100 feet per second. Then in between, that's medium. Anything else is medium. Medium velocity can create by so many different actions. Impact, not necessary you have a weapon hit somebody's head. That's called impact. If somebody have some blood on their head, fall on the board, that's an impact too. Somebody coughing blood, that's medium velocity. Somebody shaking their hair can be medium velocity. Clap the hand can be medium velocity. Shake my finger. So variety ways you can produce so-called medium velocity. We have to look at the totality, everything, before we jump at conclusion this has to be a beating.
Are you prepared to demonstrate to the jury some of the different ways in which spatter, and particularly medium velocity spatter, can be created?
Yes.
May Dr. Lee come down?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor.
Nice. Yes, sir.
First, I want to make it clear what we using is not, what I don't call it's an experiment. It's just a demonstration. Also, we're not using blood because the AIDS and other contagious diseases, so we just use some red ink to demonstrate some of the basic patterns. The most common pattern we generally at the scene, we see some blood drops. So those we generally refer low velocity. When I change the high, you can see the diameter increase. So if assume everything equal, because carpet, wood, different substratum may produce different pattern absorbency. So assume everything equal, then we look at the diameter and try to reestablish the possible height of the source.
You know, at this point, we would object if there's specific questions as it relates to the demonstration. I think that would be appropriate.
Overruled. This, of course, you have a limit. You will not, the diameter will not keep increasing forever. You reach a certain height to the terminal velocity, this diameter is going to stay constant now. Otherwise, somebody can climb up an Empire building, drop a blood, it won't cover the whole Manhattan. So that's the beauty of the blood stamp pattern interpretation. We know there are some thing called physics. We have to follow that. Of course, this is a vertical type of pattern, but blood may be dripping against a vertical wall, impact the surface. Differently. That's the agent Deaver talk about the length with ratio. We can estimate the angle. Give your hand, don't just sit there. Give a hand. Yes. Now, those are simple patterns, but at the scene, a injured person can walking, can move, can shake the head, can move the arm, can step forward. If have a suspect and victims interaction can create a lot of pattern. Now, if something in motion, you hold this. I hope this is not a new suit. Let's say I have a weapon. I have some blood. I hear it. I got it. Now you have a spider pattern, a cast-off pattern now. Cast-off pattern, as you can see, is a line formation. You have to look at it. Besides one drop, you should look at the totality and the alignment and the relationship between each spider. You can't just pick one, say that's the one. You have to look at it. Of course, depends the angle of impact. Start from rod, then the shape continue change. That's just a sideway. Of course, if something like a ceiling, you're going to have a cast-off pattern. As you can see now, the patterns change, but you do have a line formation. You need quite a few to call it. You cannot just have a single drop of blood. You refer that as a cast-off pattern. Impact. Move on that. If I put some ink here, we say impact force. An impact force can be a hand, can be a weapon, can be anything. If I apply that, you're going to have impact pattern. You have to have an impact saw, create this pattern. Now, if I have blood in my hand, I can create impact pattern too. In other words, you don't have necessary to hit the source of blood. If somebody's hand have blood fall on the board, you're going to have this impact pattern. This impact pattern, if against a vertical wall or wall, you're going to see different splatter and goes different directions, different shapes. Now that only goes to so high because it lost the momentum, going to drop onto the surface. This impact also depends the contour of the object and also depends on the so-called weapon. If you have a long thin weapon, you will not create like a fist or type of a monopatch. Also, the pattern, let's say, this basically closer to high velocity now. It's a fine mist. So at the scene, if we look at this type of pattern, we say this is a high, that's a medium, this is a low. So pretty straightforward to look at a pattern. However, to reconstruct, you have to look at the totality. You cannot just look at a one isolated pattern, make a whole picture, because things not always simple and easy. For example, if somebody's hair, I just take a little amount of hair. You're going to have a lot of blood spatter pattern. If you goes up, you have a blood spatter project upwards. If somebody's head goes upwards, you project upwards. If somebody's hair moving sideways, you have this kind of pattern. That's a medium velocity blood spatter pattern too. You not necessarily you have to have a weapon hit somebody. That's called impact. Besides this kind of medium velocity, let's say my hand have some blood. I can have all kind of blood spatter pattern. Especially if I have some limited amount of blood, you just one drop. That can be somebody lift their clothing or lift something, you have one drop on the wall. Now you call this as a complete cast-off pattern from the weapon. That's too dangerous. Not conservative to call this. In addition, bless it. Around the bone. Life is really complicated because the crime scene, if the individual did not die right away, person can sneezing, coughing, wheezing, variety action. I'm not going to drink the ink. We made some ketchup. I can cough. Do a medium velocity. You see, the blood dripping, the ketchup dripping the blood will create how much secondary splatter already. So that can create medium velocity splatter. Now this, of course, depends on.
That is disgusting. Oh. That would really gross me out if I was on the jury. Ugh. Ugh.
I'm standing up. If I'm lying down, not going to project upwards now. If I'm parallel to the wall, it's going to be the sidewalk. Also depends how my head turn, how much blade my nose and mouth. You don't need much. Less than when I spoke.
You gonna do it
And just
again?
use half of this.
Oh God. Ugh.
You can see the pattern. So, look at my nose. I'm not going to lie down. Or you lie down. Okay, here another medium velocity type of spatter. So you can vary the way to produce, not only say impact. Anybody want to lie down? Nobody want to lie down. So we don't do the demonstration of lying down. So basically, as you can see, just few demonstration. That's not experiment. Subject a lot of error, a lot of differences, you know, how much ketchup in my mouth, how I cough, how I stand. So just to demonstrate, do have a variety of patterns.
Okay. This might be a good time to take a brief recess so that we can put away the demonstration. Any more demonstration that you?
Well, we can demonstrate all day, but that's
10 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please allow the jurors to exit the courtroom first.
10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes to put away a piece of cardboard.
Yes.
Dr. Lee, over the break, did you have a chance to look at each of these boards and have a label put on each?
Yes.
All right. If you could step down for a second.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And if you could just look at each board and let's just make sure we've got it labeled right. 261A is labeled hand, shaking with blood, i.e. ink. Okay. And 261B is an A and a B, one fist impacting on blood or ink.
When I'm ink on the board with impact with my fist has no ink. The second one, now I have some ink in my fist, I hit the surface just to demonstrate the impact of either way.
And that's 261B.
Right.
261C is labeled coughing, half spoonful at angle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
261D is labeled coughing, one spoonful direct.
Yes.
Direct meaning straight on?
Yes. Straight on.
261E is labeled hair, forward motion, backward motion, correct?
When I have some hair, soak a little bit, ink, forward motion and back.
And if somebody had their whole head covered with blood,
I'm going to have much more, depends on how they're shaking.
261F is labeled cast off.
Yes, this is just a sideways cast off, like that, swing and what.
261
Just
low velocity drop.
Yes.
H. That way.
Dripping the low velocity into ink.
All right, so we should put this, I label that
Right?
I just itemize it to replicate.
And that replicates high velocity. 261J.
This is an overhead castle. If somebody swing their weapon.
And finally, 261K, and there's a, this is a two-sided exhibit. Can you explain what that is and when it was created?
That created last night a line on the floor to come up because afterwards the whole face counter was catching. So I don't want to do the demonstration today. I want him to do it.
And on the other side?
Car directly to the wall.
How many coughs?
Two coughs. Cough parts.
You missed. Thanks.
Dr. Lee, could you please explain to the members of the jury how you first became involved in this particular case?
First, your mom got phone call from Attorney Rudolph and asking me to consult the case. I tell him I'm too busy.
And then what happened?
So subsequently, he keep calling. Pen up the neck. So finally, I said, okay, take a look. On February 14, I come to Durham to look at Mike's house, Peterson's house, to inspect the staircase. In addition, subsequently, Attorney Rudolph sent me some photographs and report, so that's how I got involved.
And how much time did you spend at the house there in the stairway on that February visit, if you remember?
Quite a few hours.
And what did you do, if you could describe to the members of the jury what you did there in the stairway and what else you did at the house?
At the stairway, basically, I look at the pattern in general. When we look at the blood spatter pattern, the first thing we have to look at the totality, the whole pattern, instead of jumping to focus on one small drops. Just like you goes to a forest, you want to see the whole forest first before we examine individual trees.
And what did you do to examine the stairway in particular and the area in the stairway?
The stairway, first, I just visual inspection and then take some photograph, some measurements, and start focusing in specific patterns. On the molding, on the north wall, east wall, step 18, 17, 16, 15, and on the east wall, west wall, and we do a general count of the spatter. What's the amount, what's the density? Usually that give me some clue, usually more dense, more amount, which means the source of blood closer to that area. And of course, north wall, as you inspect the house, you can see have a great large amount, about 4,000 some individual spot. However, it's all pretty low, not really up above the cat picture. So it's all lower, about 20 to 40 inches, that lower area. Then we look at the east wall. Of course, that time have a metal elevator. And I took a close look. The metal elevator, I see quite a bit of blood spatter on the elevator too. The initial crime scene photograph did not reveal that. That's why we took additional photograph. And the staircase, 1817, most are the smear. For example, in staircase 18, the lowest one, it's only about 200 some individual blood spot, but staircase 17 has 500, and 16 has a great amount, about 1,100. Approximately, Also, we see some contact pattern, which indicative some blood source have to contact that stair 16, the riser area, that area. Then to staircase 15, only have 40 some spot. Then become very few along the case. So that tells me whatever happened is in that small confined area in that staircase. Also tells me the blood spatter goes all different directions, and too much of blood spatter. Total amount of blood spatter we estimate close to over 10,000 individual blood spatter. Ordinary beating case, you don't have that many blood spatter. So there must be a lot of reason. Anytime this blood spatter deposit on the surface, if no external subsequent alteration or changes, those, just like a history book is stated. For example, you remember see a void area in the north wall, one area about 8 by 10 inches, no blood, must have a reason. So everything, the blood created all those patterns, so you have to carefully study, try to digest, look at the totality, and try to use the simplest, most conservative way to explain. And of course, the molding area, we see 3 contact. And the highest one is about 61.5 inches. Have blood floating, also have impact spatter. In addition, hairs also noticed in different spots. Those hair, which suggest what one point in time, some human had hair contact the surface. Now I use forensic light sources to look at them, different area of interest. I noticed about 11 area have fingerprint or palm print, partial fingerprint palm print on the molding, on the wall, on all those areas. So that's kind of suggests person has to touch the surface and did not wear gloves. And I also noticed there are some diluted blood. A whole blood, if mixed with water, becomes diluted blood. Also, I see some coagulated blood, which means the blood start gel, coagulation. That usually start from 5 to 25 minutes. At the scene, based my experience, usually 30 minutes. That amount of time we start see some gelling become coagulate. So I see a mixture of a variety pattern. In addition, I saw some pattern have no center, just like a hollow drop, have periphery but no center. So again, we just that day just collect the information, just document, measure, and because interpretation takes a while to digest everything instead of jumping to a conclusion.
In addition to that particular visit to the stairway,
yes,
did you come back on other occasions to see the stairway?
Yes.
And do you remember about how many times you came back and about how much time you spent in the stairway?
2 more times. As a matter of fact, 3 more times. I think May 10th or May 17th, I come back again, spend quite a few hours, look at a pattern and try to do additional measurement and compare to my original photograph with the police photograph to compare. Because our photograph we took way after. When you make a proper interpretation, you should use original as much as original possible. So when I compare their photograph, they did some excellent documentation, so can give me some information.
Did you go back to the scene as late as yesterday?
Yes. Last night I went back again. Some of the blood patterns still remain there. That's what I say, like a history book. Once you deposit dry, nobody touch it, it's there. You can go back time to time to study it.
In addition to looking at the stairway, did you spend some time at the Durham Police Department looking at evidence?
Yes.
Could you describe to members of the jury what you did there?
I went to the Durham Police Department twice to examine the clothing and other physical evidence collected by the detectives.
And what exactly did you inspect and how much time did you spend doing that?
Basically, almost 2 days. The first day, basically, look at Mike's clothing, Catherine's clothing, and Taz's clothing. The second time, look at some wine bottles and Coke cans and a hand grenade, fake hand grenade, and shoes and some other stuff.
Did you also have an occasion to go to the SBI offices in Raleigh?
Yes.
And could you describe to members of the jury what you did there at the SBI offices and how long you spent there?
I spent several hours at their laboratory to look at Agent Deaver's so-called experiment, to look at his experiment result and the videotape.
In addition, and while you were there, could you describe a little bit more specifically what you did physically there, what clothing you might have looked at, for example, test clothing, and also the model itself?
Yeah, that day I inspected a model staircase. Apparently they built exactly the same size of a staircase. It did a wonderful job of staircase. There's some blood stain on the staircase. To compare that blood stain versus the actual crime scene, I see a lot of differences between the model versus the actual crime scene. Then I look at the clothing. Agent Deaver wear and versus Mike's clothing, I see a lot of differences.
In addition to the inspections that you did at the house, at the Durham Police Department, at the SBI, did you also, and the photographs that you looked at, did you also look at things like police reports, autopsy photos, and those sorts of documents?
Yes.
Based on all of the information that you were able to gather over the last, I guess, year and a half or so, were you able to form some opinions about what happened there in the stairway?
Yes.
You're aware that Agent Deaver testified here before this jury that, in his opinion, the bloodstain evidence from the house and from the clothes establishes that Kathleen Peterson was beaten to death with that blow poker. That you've seen that, right?
Objection to the characterization of the instrumentality.
Sustained.
What?
Well, are you aware that Agent Deaver has testified that, in his opinion, the bloodstain evidence there at the house establishes that Kathleen Peterson was beaten to death?
Yes.
In your opinion, is the bloodstain...
Are we in the Twilight Zone? What just happened? I can't even talk. He objected to the characterization that it was the blowpoke. How many times have they said in this trial that it's the blowpoke? How many blowpokes are in the courtroom right now? What the heck? Oh my God. I think he just likes to object. Oh, good Lord. And he keeps calling him Mike. You already look like a hired gun for the defense. Calling him Mike makes it worse. Call him Mr. Peterson or the defendant. At the very least, Michael. Don't call him Mike. God. This is a train wreck.
Evidence from the Peterson house and the clothing, taken as a whole, consistent with a beating death?
No, inconsistent with.
Side of the jury. I'm going to send the jury on about a 20-minute break. And then when they finish the break, if they will go back to the jury pool room. All right, Mr. Harden, this is your 7:05 hearing.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Dr. Lee, I'm going to ask you a few questions about some of the things that you collected.
Yes, sir.
And your interpretation of the information that you collected as it relates to your opinions in this case. Yes. I've been provided with a copy of what appears to be an 8-page report that has a report date of January the 17th of 2003. Is that the report that you all prepared with respect to your opinions in this case?
This is a draft report. Did not finished, but I was in China. I reviewed it. I think the court order we have to turn in a report. That's why only Major Combat signed it. In general, that's basically we stand behind the report. However, we did not
I would have said, dude, I'm not buying your shoes. Get them out of my cart.
finish examine some of the physical evidence because some of the physical evidence was examined way after my report was issued.
Do you have a report other than the one that was prepared on January the 17th of 2003?
No.
So this is the exclusive document that you're working from with respect to the opinions that you hold in this case?
Right. Also have a lot of photographs attached to the report. I think 50-some photographs.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure this is the only report
that's
that we
only
have.
a report.
All right. And even
we
though
do have worksheet, subsequently what we did. We have to.
I'm going to be asking you about that in just a second. I want to make sure I understand exactly what report you are working from with respect to the opinions that you have rendered in this case. And this would be that report.
That's only a report.
And you would adopt that even though you did not sign the document. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you had indicated that there were worksheets that you had prepared.
Yes.
Let me show you what we'll mark as State's Exhibit 209 and ask you to look through these, please, and ask you whether this is the sum total of the worksheets that you prepared.
I have to tell you, I really don't know. Major Combat is the one who took the note. I'm the one just photograph and dictate.
Well,
so I I assume that's the whole report. If he says that's the whole report, that's the whole report.
Well, Mr. Palmbach indicated when he was here earlier during one of the hearings that this was the combined note-taking, diagram preparation, sketch preparations that was prepared by both of you. Would that be your?
Yeah, so basically when I exam, he's sit next to me, write it down, make a sketch.
Okay, and I think he sent me actually this copy. It arrived for me yesterday afternoon. Are you aware of that?
No, I was away.
Okay. And some other of these documents have been prepared and given to us, I guess, sometime last week. But at least from your perspective, this is the sum total of the collaborative work?
Yes.
Okay. Did you conduct any experiments?
No.
With respect to any of this?
No.
Did you test any physical evidence that was collected?
Test any physical evidence? No.
Okay. Well, just as an example, I think you indicated that you found hair at the scene.
Yes, I did not test.
Did you test that in any manner?
No.
Did you test any fibers that were collected at the scene? Did you actually collect any fibers?
I do remember I collect some hairs.
Okay.
And I don't think we collect any fibers.
Okay, with respect to the hair, did you test that in any manner?
No.
Okay. Did you do any experiments at all along the lines of the demonstration that you showed here previously to the jury?
Regard to this case?
Yes.
No.
How many hours would you say that you have in this case total?
Not counting telephone calls or reading or sit on an airplane reading stuff, and I would say close to 240 hours.
240?
Between two of us and some other my assistants.
How many would you have just from your perspective, not including other people?
Probably half of, maybe more than half.
Okay.
Maybe 150 hours.
Now, with respect to the sum total of your activities, and if my understanding is correct, notes have been taken, photographs have been taken, you've looked at police reports, police photographs, autopsies,
yes,
all of those things. With respect to that, again, referring back to your report, you've rendered a variety of opinions as it relates to what your observations were and what the analysis shows as it relates to all those things you looked at. Is that right?
That's correct.
With respect to the actions of Kathleen Peterson, are you able to describe what her actions were in that stairwell in relation to how she was injured or wounded?
I only can describe partially.
Would you please tell us what those actions were?
Actually, based on blood stain found on her feet, the sole of her feet.
Okay.
So she was at a standing position for a certain amount of time. Catherine, according to the autopsy report, she is 5 feet 2 inches, which equivalent 62 inches, 120 pounds. On the door molding, one location I noticed have a contact transfer type of a floating pattern. Also, I see spatter pattern associated with that pattern. That location is approximately 61.5 inches, which indicative at one point in time, Catherine's head was hit against the molding.
Okay.
The molding have a multi-corner. It's not flat. And the blood floating downwards, which indicative at that moment she received some kind of injury already. Have blood start floating, have an impact spatter. And subsequently, she.
Well, let me stop you there. Is it your opinion that that is the first contact that causes injury?
No, I did not say. I say that's that contact. I already have some blood, cause a small amount of bleeding, not major spatter.
All right.
I did not see spatter like my past experience. If somebody hit the head hard,
okay.
If I have a major injury on my head, if I hit the wall hard, I'm going to have a major blood spatter. But that location has some spatter, but not that much, which indicative she hit the molding surface and coming downwards, because the second portion of that molding, about 43 inches, you can see additional contact. Then to the bottom staircase. So that portion is clear cut. Now another area shows me may have some contact is step 16.
Step 16?
Step 16. Two areas have a heavy blood material crust. Also, when I look at it, that time I see some hair material, which indicative her head have somehow contact that area too. Then I also noticed the north wall, this molding area have some hair and blood spatter in that area, which indicative at one point in time her head may contact that surface too. Because north wall may have some wipe and swipe pattern smear, which could indicative she was against the wall in a sitting type of position, because on her clothing, especially sweat pants, a lot of a large amount of blood spatter, which indicative the blood coming downwards hit her thigh area. And meanwhile, that moment she already have a lot of blood. That's why her sweatshirt and upper portion of sweatpants soaked with blood. But at the same time, she probably more likely urinating, because I noticed some of the blood diffused and diluted. In addition, there are some pattern on her sweatpants which shows sweatpants was in a folding pattern, like a cording type of effect. When I examine the sweatpants, you see this pattern. In addition, have one partial shoe print on her sweatpants, which indicative one time somebody had blood on the shoes, step on it. So basically, also we notice her hand have quite a bit of blood, and that could explain those finger mark and pumping on both sides of the molding. She tried to get up. That's why different height. In addition, on her face, I did notice the crime scene photo. Her nose and the mouth have some dark blood, look like material, which suggests to me more likely have some blood in the mouth and coughing out. And her hair definitely have some blood when I look at the crime scene photo, which suggests any time a head movement can create some blood spatter too.
Well, let me go back to my original question. I think you had the opinion that you could tell some of her actions.
Yeah, I cannot tell the whole picture.
Okay.
I only can tell certain things. For example, I did not see any castle pattern in that small staircase, which prohibit, say, any overhead action.
Well, let me just stay with her actions right now. What I'm trying to understand is whether you have an opinion about the sequence of her actions.
I don't know exactly sequence, but I do know her head most likely hit the molding, hit the metal elevator, and
Well, let me stop you there. Would you say that hitting the molding on the doorway, is that the first action, or is it an early action?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I cannot tell you exactly, but the morning has to be early time because that's not really that much blood. I don't know when, first, second, or whatever contact, but not say all 7 laceration created and hit the morning.
Okay. Now, with respect to the actions of Mr. Peterson, that you indicated that you looked at his clothing and you examined that.
Yes.
Can you describe what his actions were in relation to this stairwell and Ms. Peterson based upon all that you saw, including the examination of his clothing?
Yes. His clothing basically consists of a short and a t-shirt and socks and shoes. But socks and shoes was outside the doorway, not on him. And the short have a lot of blue stain. The shirt, in contrast, have a very little blood stain. The short, you have I see the loaded blood stain, diffused stain. I see medium velocity spatter. I see contact pattern. I see swab pattern. Quite a bit of blood, which indicative that short has to be close next to a blood source.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the stain I noticed in the inside of a short, some are outside. I think few spotter was noticed on the right inside of his short. Those has to be project upwards. In other words, the blood stain has to be from the low and up. That can be which indicative he has to be close next to a blood source. And there was something like a wet towel.
Excuse me, do you have an opinion as to how the blood up in the right pant leg would have gotten there?
Well, you have to look at it. This pants pretty large, okay? His leg actually pretty skinny. And so a lot of space in between. So this, he have to wear that and on top of the blood source. So the blood source could be coughing, could be anything, any projected blood can, or just sitting on the top staircase, just exposed. Somehow that portion have to expose.
Do you have an opinion then as to the precise position he would have to have been in relation to Ms. Peterson when those stains were transmitted to his pants in that upper right pant leg area?
Well, basically, Mike Peterson has to be in upper position. The blood source have to be in lower position.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to how that occurred?
Well, it could be cough, could be anything that projected blood.
Now, with respect to Todd Peterson's clothing, I think you indicated that you looked at that as well?
Yes.
With respect to Todd Peterson's clothing, what were the actions indicated by your examination?
Those are the contact transfer pattern. They do have a couple of small drops, but very few. It's a long, I think it's a long pants, and most are smear.
So would it be your opinion then that all of the stains that were on Todd Peterson's clothes, whether it's the shirt or the pants, those are all contact stains?
It's the majority, either direct contact to a blood source or contact on other surface have blood stains, like a secondary transfer. They do have few small drops, few.
With respect to the small drops, do you have an opinion as to how those got there?
I don't know. It's few drop. I don't really want to give an opinion. very difficult. Could be something, a hand action, or somebody just flip the finger. You can create a few drops.
Okay. And I think you had indicated that you did not agree with Agent Deaver's overall opinion that this series of actions in Kathleen Peterson's demise was due to a beating.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
With respect to specific opinions that he held, I'm assuming you looked at his transcript. Have you reviewed his transcript?
Transcript
Of his testimony here.
No, I did look some videotape, not the transcript.
Okay. Did you look at all of the videotape as it relates to his testimony here before the jury?
Most of it.
Do you have any idea how many hours that was?
Many hours, but the most are academic, really. Not. I think that child play. Honest, my opinion, it's not really important to this case at all. So I skipped those parts.
Okay. In terms of looking at his testimony specifically, which opinions do you disagree with? You've disagreed with the overall opinion, but I'm trying to figure out which specific opinion.
Well, he did a good job. He tried very hard, and the individual pattern. But I think he's over-interpreting, especially the hallway. That two droppable on the ceiling. This is a totally opposite side from two opposite directions. He claimed that's from one single action. All right. Then I disagree with him. Say those blood spatter in the hall in the staircase has to come up a beating. There are many other explanations. In fact, my experience, most of the beating scene, you don't see that much unless somebody kicking a person. Injured person lying on the ground, the suspect kicking or stamping the person. Most of the time, we don't see that much blood spatter. This case has to be the victim did not die right away. In that staircase for a sufficient time, moving, coughing, shaking head, variety of activities to create a multiple spatter. So you can't really look at all spatter, say that's all from the beating, and those are from cast-off pattern. It's not really cast-off pattern.
Okay. Now, you're aware that he found that there were at least 3 points of origin.
Yes.
In the stairway.
Yes.
Found one over near the what we'll call the west wall.
West wall, two from the north wall, two north wall. One is 19 inch above the ground, 17 step. One's 11 inch and 2 inches from the wall. I'm not going to argue with him and 1 inch away or 2 inches, and it doesn't really matter. Point of origin. Don't just think it's just one point. It's like I usually explain to my students, it's an area. Don't just picture that one point.
Sure.
Impossible to have 1 point. So the point of origin is fine. Just 19 inches to 2 inches from the wall. I'm not going to argue. The only thing is there are 4,000 some blood drops. You only pick few. There are many other possibilities. Even that few, if you look at carefully, say 2 inches away from the wall, pretty difficult for somebody to hit somebody 2 inches away from the wall. Just think about it, 2 inches away from the wall. Hard to do that. Don't forget this door also have a side molding, have a space between the molding to the wall. It's 9 inches.
Sure.
So now the hand has to be inside. Now, how can you with a poker try to hit somebody without hitting the wall or the molding? It's difficult.
Well, let me focus you one at a time to make sure that I understand. With respect to the point of origin or area of origin.
I'm not to argue with him.
Okay. So you wouldn't disagree that
Just in general area. I'm not going to call it a specific spot.
Okay. So you wouldn't disagree that his findings, or at least within some parameters, are correct on the west wall or off of the west wall?
Some in that area, in that general area. It's a small area.
Sure.
Think about it. That area is so small. You have a human body in there. So in that general area.
And you had already talked a little bit about the points of origin located near the apex of the east and north wall. Do you disagree with the general area?
I don't disagree.
Okay. Do you disagree that all three of those points are out in space?
It has to be out of space. In space. You cannot be. Nobody can go behind the wall. So we know it has to be in space.
Okay. Your Honor, I think that's all I have.
All right. Do you have any questions, Mr. Rule? Jury should be back, Mr. Bell.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. You ready to bring them in?
Yes, sir.
Analyzing bloodstain patterns.
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury what those general principles are and how they might apply to this particular case?
The general principle, examine the bloodstain evidence, has to be very cautious and conservative. Bloodstain pattern analysis is based on scientific principle, but the individual's training experience very important. The more you see, the more understand you can appreciate. But science not always black and white. Sometimes in the gray area have limitation. We can really come to a crime scene like CSI or Kojak, and by second commercial we tell you everything. Nobody can do that. And what we can only do is based on our training experience to present the fact to the court of law, because we have to be aware the blood is a liquid. When it deposits, is subject to change. It went through a complicated biochemical change. Then the physical environment changes the blood too, because blood can dry, can coagulate. Now, if before the blood dry, somebody at the scene, have activities, then the stand can be altered, can be modified. Sometimes make the interpretation almost impossible. So when we at the scene, look at the stand, you have to understand whether or not possible change. Then if a possible change, you have to be aware of, don't over-interpret it. If something we don't know, just say, I don't know, instead of trying to force the issue.
You talked about changes. Did you pick out some photographs with regard to this case just to demonstrate the kinds of changes that you have to be careful about?
Yes, I only picked 2 photographs.
Right? That's why I showed you guys, because I was like, oh my God, new fear unlocked, because I'm terrified of MRIs anyway. But how do you do that? How do you do that? How do you forget a patient in an MRI? And the question at the end, would you sue? Hell yes. Everybody involved. I am making, and I've never made a doll shaped like this before, and I think I've got her crooked, because you had to make her legs first. You made her legs first, and then the skirt, and then you attach the skirt to her, and then her torso and her arms. But I think I've got her just a tad bit crooked. It's Cinderella. And I don't want to have to go back and redo it. So I keep trying to twist her. It's not too bad off, is it? Yes, it is. I don't want to go back and redo it. It's for my friend's 50th birthday. She loves Cinderella. And get the picture, I'll show you. Well, there. It's her and Prince Charming. Can you see it? It's kind of washed out, but I think I've got her crooked. I can make a pug. I have a pattern for a pug. Right now, I'm in the middle of a giant project for something in July. So as soon as I get done with that, I don't know if I'm gonna do an Etsy store. A friend of mine told me I could sell stuff on his website. So I'm not sure. But soon, this year, I will be selling stuff. I just don't know exactly how. And I might just do it on my Instagram. I have an Instagram. It's Deb's Yarn Vault, like a bank vault, yarn vault. Deb's Yarn Vault, where I post everything that I make. I don't know. Well, I guess it's gonna have to wait and see how her head ends up. If her head's crooked, I'll have to start over. It's not that much. Is it that much off center? It's a little bit off center. Is it bad off center though? That skirt was hard, man. That skirt. I kept getting mad at it and throwing it across the room.
This case have 205 picture. By the way, I have to re-emphasize the Raleigh-Durham Police Department did an excellent job to document. Of course, there's room for improvement, but in general, they're doing a pretty good job documenting the scene. I just picked a couple of pictures to illustrate, in fact, what's changed the scene.
Put those up. Yeah. These are what's up there right now are defense exhibits 8 and 9. Can you use those?
Yes.
To explain to the jury some of the changes that you noticed?
Well, just focus on this area, the staircase. Those pictures, one is took a sort of up from the lower point to the staircase. I think 18. 17, 16, 15, that area. And now, as you can see, this 2 drop of blood stain, a perfect shape and have center. Now, if we look at this 2 drop of blood stain, as you can see, the center gone, disappeared, which indicative something changed. Most likely dry and flaked away. Blood will not fly away, means some activity. Somebody must be walk up, down, create such wing or velocity or somehow flow those stuff away. So which indicative to me, this being altered. Now, that's not the only place altered. Here, as you can see that change too. Now, of course, if you look at this picture, we don't have one in here. This portion, we don't have one in here. There are many other subtle change. Of course, this location, because the flashlight, you white it out, so we can't really tell much anymore. But that, assume everything fine. Now, of course, you can see pattern in this location. We see some minor change in this location, especially this one, we don't see here. So I'm just looking at the picture. I cannot swear to God, say, definitely somebody intentionally moved that. Nobody intentionally moved, just somehow people at the crime scene, this activity create this change. That's just one staircase. If we look at the other staircase, we probably found some similar change.
Did you take a look at some of the items that were left around the house and how they were dealt with?
Yes.
Can we put those up, please?
All right, hold on one second. Let me show you what I have marked now as defense exhibits 262 and 263, as well as what's previously been marked as defense exhibit 123. Coach?
Yes.
So these three, first of all, do you recognize these three exhibits?
Yes.
What are they?
Those are the crime scene photograph of Mike Peterson's home with Catherine's body. Two pictures with Catherine's body. One is after the body removed.
Move those into evidence, Your Honor.
So,
I'm going to project those up on the screen so that folks in the audience will know that they're coming. Let's first of all do the one. That one will be fine. What items in particular are you focusing on with regard to how the items there at the scene were dealt with by the police?
Okay. This photo, we can see clearly Catherine's body. Her feet have large amount of blood, which indicative she was in upright position at one point in time. You have to standing up, step in the blood. So she did not lie on the staircase all the way. She has to be standing up. Large amount of blood in the middle waist area, which indicative she more likely in a sitting position for a certain time. The blood come out of front of the womb, profusely deposit in this location. Now we see a towel soaked with blood. So somebody has to put a towel, and with that much blood, takes a while to soak. So the pattern on this one here, more likely modified, altered, because the action of the towel. You can also see she probably body was more up in a staircase 17, coming downwards. Now you look at we have a electric pad, electro pad. So which shows this electric pad, somebody have to apply administrative first aid. That individual has to get to her. So now you're going to have unavoidable alteration. Save life is important. So this unavoidable alteration you also have to consider when you interpret a pattern. Now this pad, if you look at carefully, this pad is on top. Those blood smear. So which indicative the sequence event, the blood smear have to deposit first. Subsequently, the pad. Who caused that smear? We don't know, but has to have some alteration action there. Now, if we look at in this location, you can count it, the number of items. About 14 different items. Shirts, pants, socks, shoes, paper towel, 14 different items. Those items.
This is part of the project that I'm working on. So they're all Disney characters. I don't know the final count that I need to make. I think I made around 70 so far. And there's only a few duplicates. I need to start just making duplicates. They're going to be in a welcome package at a Disney meetup in July. But then I also need to make some because there's going to be an auction. The guy that's putting the meetup together also does fundraising for a charity for what's the word I want? Disabled veterans. Can't think of the word. The ones that like have special needs when they come home and the VA won't cover it or their insurance won't cover it or anything. And the charity, I can't remember what it's called, but they follow them for life. So like if they buy them like a prosthetic limb and something happens to it 10 years later, like they'll still follow them and repair it or get them a new one or whatever they need. So some of these are going to be auctioned off for that too. So that's why. But after July, then I can start making them, for anybody that wants to buy them or whatever.
Wasn't at the scene originally. Has to be somehow get there. So that's I call alteration. The scene, whatever in this outside this door, this little curve area, extensive activity going. So any blood stain in that area can be a secondary deposit. Somebody flip the finger or moving an object can create such a motion, cause some pattern. Okay.
Let's go next.
Now we look at a different view towards the hallway now. Here the hallway, that's the electric pad I just talked about. Here the electro pad. Now on the staircase, we see additional item. We don't know what the item, but you can see here a lot of stuff here, a lot of stuff. We see all those smear, shoe print more likely, footprint, all those being created. This just demonstrates how easy a slightly action you can cause someone spatter on the hallway. Then you say that's a cast-off pattern that becomes dangerous. Here, apparently, Catherine's body has been removed. Now, we notice a roll of paper towel. Here, some wet with paper towel with blood. We see multiple layer of stuff on the staircase. That's also a sign of alteration. When the body was moved out, when this thing was moving down the step, anything can happen in this wall. That's why so important the original documentation before anything moved. And if we don't have that, you have to approach the pattern with a conservative and cautious way.
Now, in this case, there's been testimony before the jury about various actions that were taken before the police ever were able to document the scene. And besides the EMTs, for example, Michael Peterson going up to the body, Todd Peterson going up to the body and physically removing Michael Peterson. Todd Peterson being asked to retrieve a telephone. Dr. Snell walking up the stairway inside the stairway with Kathleen's body still there. Dr. Snell, along with 3 or 4 other people, moving Kathleen's body in order to inspect the injuries and perhaps some other things. Without getting into all the specifics about each of those, can you explain to the jury what those kinds of actions do in terms of your ability or anyone's ability to interpret that particular scene?
I only can comment generally because I wasn't at the scene. I don't know what Dr. Snell did or other people did, whether or not somebody moved a hand or finger or hair. I don't know. But
Are you hungry again?
this, basically the scene has been altered somewhat. A scene altered somewhat, you have to be careful to say what the conclusion, the bottom line conclusion. With all this activity, definitely going to have changed some pattern, additional some pattern because the blood is still wet, apparently still wet. And if a wet blood, any action can produce secondary pattern.
Now, putting aside anything that might have happened after Kathleen was already lying there in the stairway, I think you indicated that earlier that there was a lot of spatter here, more than you could account for just from specific blows. Is that right?
Yeah, inside of a staircase, you remember that small area? And on the north wall, close to 4,000, some individual blood spatter recognizable. There are probably more. On the east wall, close to 3,000 something. And the staircase 16 alone have 1,100. Added together, more than 10,000 individual spots. If you just hit with a stick or even a bat 7 times, you're not impossible to create that much blood spatter.
What does that tell you about the kinds of actions that could have created that much spatter and the time frame over which those actions occurred?
When you examine the blood spatter microscopically, in other words, I use a high power magnifying glass, start looking, you can see blood drop on top of the blood drop. Blood drop on top of the blood smear. It's a multiple deposit. It's not one time. If you try to explain, say, simple motion, you cannot explain because clearly the victim did not die right away. Kathleen was in that staircase area and breathing, coughing, maybe yell for helping, maybe shake her hand, try to get up and fall back. So all those can create additional spatter. So most of the blood spatter are probably created by other action besides bleeding.
With regard to the specific opinions that were given in this case, Agent Deaver testified that in his opinion, the blood spatter here came from Kathleen Peterson being beaten to death. Let me first of all ask you, in examining all the evidence from the scene, did you observe anything in the scene that was inconsistent with Kathleen Peterson having died from an accident in that stairway?
Well, examine her clothing. Subsequently, look at the original crime scene photograph. Both her feet soaked with blood, the sore area, which suggests she was standing up. Meanwhile, already had blood on the ground. If no blood on the ground, her feet will not have blood. So it has to be standing upwards. Then I notice on the molding, the door molding, if I face this door on the left-hand side, have contact and dripping floating pattern. Have three different locations have contact. The highest one is 61.5 inches high in the molding. Catherine, only 5 feet 2, 120 pounds. So her height is equivalent to 62 inches, which suggests just about her height, 61.5, 62. Her head, back of her head, has to be contact this molding. Molding is not flat, it's multi-corner molding with an impact, because on the molding, we see spatters. I also found hairs adhere on the molding. I see the paint have a damage caved in, which suggests one point in time her head hit the molding, create some spatter. Then slide downwards to about 40, 43 inches. That's the second contact. Then finally sit on the ground. Besides that location, on staircase 16, the bottom one is 18, the next one is 17, the 16. I noticed two areas. The staircase have the riser, and you have the thread. At the edge of the thread, have a heavy, crusty blood stain. Usually, a heavy, crusty blood stain means a prolonged contact. If just a quick contact, we don't have that accumulation. Then we look at have an impact spatter on the staircase and on the wall adjacent to it.
Why is his hand red? What did I miss?
Maybe hit sideways of this thread area.
I don't want to know.
In addition, hair was found in that area. So she possibly also contacted that area. Then north wall, the lower molding area, have a lot of hair. Could be tissue-like material. I did not collect, but I see quite a bit of hair and the blood spatter.
Objection to what was not collected and tested. Overruled.
Have hairs adhere on it. Those hair is recognizable as human hair. That suggests she could hit her head again in that area. She more likely sitting for a while because her pants and waist area have that heavy soaked blood. Them on both legs have some large blood stain pour into the blood, create more spatter on her pants. Somehow she also start urinating. That's why we see it diffused, the loaded pattern on her sweatpants. But one point of time, somebody had to step on her leg we see a partial bloody shoe print. That's a stationary shoe print, which means stabbing. It's not kicking type of an action. So whatever we see in that staircase can tells me that's the primary location of the house. Whatever happened is in that little area, staircase. The staircase is pretty small and confined. So if somebody lost conscious, hit or semi-conscious and hit again, could be an accident. Not necessarily say has to beat up 7 times reciprocal.
In terms of the chairlift, you saw that metal chairlift there in the area.
Yes.
Did you find any spatter in that particular location?
Yes, on the second trip, the first trip I went there, I found tremendous amount of blood spatter because it's a dark surface. Blood spatter very difficult to photograph. So
Good. Why does it do that? Stop it. No. I didn't tell you to do that. No. Stop it. Stop it.
I want to get into some of your specific opinions in this case, but account for her head hitting various objects or those sorts of things?
I'm sorry, I cannot give you a exactly sequence, but I do know she is unconscious. She got up because I found 11 partial print, fingerprint, palm print on the door, different location of the molding. I do know she standing up. By that time, she did not have major injury. Otherwise, if I already have major injury, hit the molding, I should see more spatter. I only see few spatter, which means not really bleeding heavily at that point. I cannot tell you exactly hit the molding first or hit the staircase or any other area first.
With regard to Agent Deaver's testimony that Kathleen Peterson was struck at least 3 times with a blow poke.
Objection.
Not his testimony. Sustained. You can rephrase it.
With regard to the evidence that you saw, did you see evidence that was inconsistent? Not consistent, inconsistent with Kathleen Peterson being beaten to death with either a blow poke or any other weapon?
There are some lack of pattern sometimes equally important than actually pattern there. When I look at the staircase, the ceiling, inside the staircase area, as you probably recall, have a cat picture on the north wall. Above the picture, nothing on a higher point of this area. So if an individual with a weapon, say 40 inches long, hitting, I should see something on the ceiling, cast off or sideways swipe type of a typical cast off pattern. Lack of that, which indicative no overhead beating. Of course, some maybe argue say could be choked the weapon a little bit, but if you do that, you very difficult not to get some blood spatter. Also difficult because that's a very confined place. You have to literally on top of each other. It's not a big room like this. It's a small place. So you expect to see some spatter on whoever suspect's clothing.
Focusing on that for a second, did you inspect Mr. Peterson's shirt in particular with a particular kind of light?
Yes, I did inspect Michael Peterson's shirt. It's a dark blue shirt. It's very difficult to see with naked eyes. So what we did use a higher magnification and use light sources and try to look at any area, see any spatter or not. I did not find any blood spatter.
If someone were choking up on a weapon and beating somebody in that confined area, would you expect to see any kind of spatter on the person's shirt?
In general, maybe we expect to see something.
And did you see anything at all that was consistent with a beating on Michael Peterson's shirt?
I did not see anything on his shirt.
With regard to the directions of the spatter on the north wall and the east wall, can you describe to the jury what you saw there and in terms of the directionalities of the various spatters?
If you have a picture, there's just multiple directions, so many different directions. Show indicative multiple action, coughing, shaking head, get up and fall down. So you see tremendous amount of spatter.
And we'll get to some photos in just a few minutes. What about in terms of damage to any areas of the walls or the floors or that sort of thing? Did you look for that?
Yes, I look carefully, especially with a sharp instrument, pointy end of the instrument as a weapon. If you may hit the wall and may damage the wall, cause some plaster Paris and fall off or hit the wood. I checked those areas, did not see any damage.
When you inspected Kathleen Peterson's pants, you mentioned finding some deposits of blood on top of other deposits and some dilution. Were you able, from looking at the pants, to tell anything about how much time would have passed between the first application of blood on the pants and a second or subsequent application of blood on the pants?
Okay, with this specific case, I did not, because if you want to conduct an experiment, you have to know all the controls, all the variables. If without knowing all the control and variable, that's not calling an experiment. I don't know the temperature, humidity, and everything, but I do see have to have a time lapse in between. Exactly how many minutes we don't know. But some blood already dry, then subsequently other blood deposit on it. So with the coagulated blood, which suggests in general at least 30 minutes has some of those blood spatter deposit.
How do you know whether or not a second blood spatter is applied to a dry surface, whether it's urine or other blood, or whether it's coming immediately after the first application?
When a surface wet, if you have a drop of blood deposit on the wet surface, it will dissipate. It's not going to form the pattern anymore. Just like we work in the kitchen. I love to work in the kitchen. You have kitchen counter, some water. If you still wet, let's say you have a bottle of cooking wine, accidentally you knock it down, the wine and water will mix it, become diluted. You you're not going to see the wine pattern anymore. Unless the water been dry, then the wine deposit on the counter, then you see the wine pattern.
Were you able to tell anything about passage of time from the amount of staining that was on Kathleen Peterson's pants and shirt?
Well, that's a lot of blood. It's not going to come out in just 1 second. We see blood depositing on top of blood. As a matter of fact, multiple layers. On the wall, same thing. We see smear, we see swipe pattern, then we'll have spatter pattern on top of those smear pattern. Then we'll have blood spot on blood spot, which indicative has to be a time period passed. During that time period, Kathleen is still breathing, still have blood circulating, still liquid come out.
Are we talking seconds? Or are we talking longer than that?
We're talking minute and 20, 30, 40 minutes, and but cannot be too long, because if too long, the blood all dry. Once it dry, you don't have the liquid blood anymore. Just like a staircase I show you, once it dry, it flick away. It's not going to create another blood drops.
Judge, I'm going to be moving to a different area, so this might be a reasonable time to take a luncheon break. And we've got to set up some photographs and that sort of thing to get to this next area.
All right, members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break at this time. Remember the instructions that I've given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind about the case. Don't talk about it. Don't read about it. Don't watch TV about it. Don't do any independent research. And we will see you at 1:30. Can you make that? 1:30? All right.
Dr. Lee, before we broke for lunch, we were talking a little bit about the stains on Kathleen Peterson's pants and what those indicated to you in terms of passage of time and consistency with accident versus beating. I want to, if I could, show you. May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
What's been marked as State's Exhibit 32.
Yes.
And asked you if you could step down and put this on this table here. Perhaps if you could explain to the jury what you saw when you looked at these pants in terms of a sequence of events and passage of time. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
This is the front of Catherine's sweatpants. This side is the back. Of course, now we'll look at the flat. It's almost like two-dimensional. In reality, when a person wears the pants, should be like this. However, just look at the flat, we see variety of patterns. We have a large, heavy blood stain pattern. Since she only had the injury on her side, head, so the source of blood has to come from her injury. To have that much blood deposit from the shirt to the pants, so she has to be more likely in a sitting position. If it's a standing position, we should see much more running down pattern. Of course, we can see yellowish color. This line of demarcation, a pattern, shows that's more likely the urine. The urine, as you can see, dissolves some blood. So that's why I have a light brownish color. In other words, some of the blood mixed with your urine start diluted. But meanwhile, some of the stent still maintain its integrity, which could indicative those stent will deposit after the urine stent deposit. When urine stent start getting dry, those spatter subsequently deposit. That's why we see this perfect shape type of pattern. If we look at this heavy blood stain, you can see diffused area. That's the urine and the heavy blood stain start mixed together. Now it's lighter stain. This area on her left leg, we see some like a spatter, impact spatter. It's not somebody that beat her, caused the impact, just large amount of blood hit the pants, cause this radiated pattern up. Often you can reproduce that when you do a demonstration. As just drop a lot of blood into other blood, you're going to have this splash pattern. Now we have smears. As a matter of fact, have some finger marks, which indicative a person's hand have a limited amount of blood, not heavy amount, limited amount, touch the surface, cause this finger mark. On the side of the left leg. Finger mark. We have some medium velocity spatter on both her side. Both her side. The source of those medium velocity spatter can come from variety possibilities. Could be coughing, could be shaking hand, could be impact spatter, could be any. I cannot really look at the one and tell you this one is from the hair shaking, that one from the coughing. I have no such ability to do that. All I can tell you is from some medium velocity source or sources. We have some smear on the side, which indicative this side did not soak with blood, but contact the surface with blood with a motion, so you have that wiping, swiping type of pattern. Now here you have some pattern on the right leg, this pattern area. This could be like an according. In fact, this part of pants was one time fall like this. Have one transfer. Now we open up. Some area no blood, some area have blood. But this stem, pretty interesting, is deposit after the smear or transfer. So that tells us somehow in that area have variety action. Not just one time, you cannot cause them much of transfer. Of course, in the back of the right side leg, we have a partial shoe print. That's a stationary transfer, which means somebody stepped on this portion, caused that transfer. If somebody kicking, we're going to see a dynamic type of a pattern transfer. In the back, the majority of blood is diluted. The pattern, basically, we can't really make too much of a interpretation, except that a lot of blood subsequently have some urine or perspiration and keep dissolving. But lower portion still in good good shape, which indicated she was in a sitting position. If she's a standing position, this liquid more likely running downwards. So her pen basically tell us she bleed quite a bit in that area, from the top of downwards, but more likely a sitting position. But we do see some blood drops, like a vertical drop. So she, at one time, was in a standing position, but that time haven't created a massive amount of bleeding. And subsequently, as I say, urinating and cause other dilution and changing of the path.
Before you put those, let me just ask you a specific question. For example, if we look on the front, and I think you noticed some right here, for example, there's a spatter there that kept its shape, even though it's in the middle of the area that appears to have been from urine. How long would you say, and I realize you can't tell us exactly, would it take for the urine to dry sufficiently that spatter would keep its shape?
I cannot tell you exactly time. It takes a few minutes to maybe 10, 20 minutes.
And now Rudolph's got his hand all over it with no gloves.
Thank you, Nate. I want to get specifically into some of the opinions that Agent Deaver gave to the jury a few weeks ago and get your views on these various opinions. And I want to start with something that he referred to as a point of origin. You're familiar generally with that term?
Yes.
And is it, and I think he talked a little bit about, there were 3 points of origin that he identified, and let me just refresh your recollection about them. One was 19 inches up from step 17, 6 inches out from the north wall, and 8 inches out from the east wall. So he identified a specific point at those 3 intersections. Then he did another one, 11 inches up from step 17, 2 inches out from the north wall, which I think you mentioned earlier, and 8 inches out from the east wall, and found a specific point at that triangulation. And then a third point of origin, he said it was 27 inches up from step 15, 2 inches forward of step 14, and 5 inches out from the west wall of the stairway, the right wall going up. And he identified a specific point right there. Let me ask you, first of all, is it accurate to even talk about?
Well, Rudolph is the reason he lost one of his appeals, because the reason why they appealed was because the evidence had just been thrown into boxes and not sealed correctly and just tossed in the evidence room. And they said that the appellate lawyers couldn't retest it because it hadn't been stored properly, and that everybody had been handling it with their bare hands. So then the state showed videos from the trial of Rudolph himself handling it with his bare hands. So they didn't let him have a retrial because they were like, well, we can't even test the evidence because it was contaminated. So we deserve a whole trial. We need to start all over again. And then they showed the clip of Rudolph holding it with his bare hands, and they were like, no, because his own team handled it with bare hands. I don't know why they don't use gloves.
Points of origin as opposed to areas of origin?
I don't know which spot he picked and how many spots the line of converging to the point. Generally, we say point, we mean an area. We're not talking about one specific point. I have no question, no doubt, he probably know how to make a determination of the point of origin. But I do have question if something, just one point, everything converging to one specific point, very difficult to do that.
Can you talk a little bit about, and Agent Deaver also referred to it as a point of impact various times in his testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Is it accurate to talk about something as a point of impact as opposed to a point of origin? And if not, could you explain the difference to the jury?
Well, point of impact, that's another term we commonly use. Basically, not necessarily a impact force from that point. Basically, shows the origin of the source of blood. Can be coughing, can be the blood object, like somebody's head hit the surface, or can be any area create a spatter, not necessarily somebody have to beat on somebody on that point.
Let me focus for a second on the hallway outside the stairwell.
Mm-hmm.
And let me show you a couple of photos from that hallway. And the jurors had a chance to actually see that hallway last week.
Yes.
These are previously marked Defendants Exhibits 254 and 255. And the area we're talking about here is the header outside the doorway, and then a 90-degree wall, a west wall outside the hallway. Agent Deaver testified that there were basically 5 spatters, 2 by a doorway down lower, 1 a little bit lower on that wall, and then those 3 up high. And he said those all were traveling in the same direction, and they represented, in his opinion, cast off from a single blow from inside the stairwell with the weapon coming outside the stairwell on the swing back. That was his testimony in essence.
Objection. That's mischaracterization of Agent Deaver's testimony.
Overruled. Members of the jury, it's up to you to recall the evidence that was presented.
Well, let me be real simple about it. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not those spatters are all traveling in the same direction?
I do have an opinion. The 2 spot this 1 and 2, they travel in an opposite direction. 1 spot these 2 spots, if you have an enlargement, you can see the tail.
Can we go to the
lower spot? This spot here, you can see the tail pointed up. This one is coming down. So, which indicative, these pointed 2 different directions. When you look at a cast-off pattern, you have to look at the whole picture, the totality. Then you have to look at the alignment of those spots. Not only the alignment of the members of those you pick as cast-off pattern, also individual pattern relate to other pattern. The shape also important, and the number, how close they are together is important. Just with that 2 spot and say that's a cast off a pattern from a weapon beating somebody, I cannot reach such a conclusion.
Can we go back to the first photo there? And you see the spatter on that west wall. Can we circle that? That's good. And then if you could circle the 2 there on. Can you show the relative directions of those spatters?
Well, it's hard to do that because that's a distance. You need to close up and measurement. but it's all travel in different directions. It's not the same direction.
Do we even know from anything that Agent Deaver or the Durham Police Department did whether all of those are Kathleen Peterson's blood or they all occurred on December 9th?
Yes, that's exactly my point. The first principle, we don't know the age of those bloodstains. How old are they? When those were deposited? That night, or a week before, or a month before? Second, is this three spot all belongs to Catherine? Even all three spot belongs to Catherine. What's the mechanism produced? Not necessary beat up weapon, the blood are here on the weapon. Could be somebody flip a finger, could be some other actually move a hand. So that's why I will not give an opinion, say that's definite, that's from a weapon, cast off from a weapon.
Could you get a spatter like that, for example, if Michael Peterson were being forcibly removed from Kathleen's body and his hand flew back?
It's possible.
How much blood needs to be on a finger or a hand to produce?
That three spot has to be separated. At least that two has to be separate orientation and a very small amount. A speck of a amount in the fingernail, you can do that.
Let me focus, therefore, on the west wall inside the stairwell. Now, what we're talking about, Mr. Horgan, there was some spatter on the wall, on the west wall, inside the stairway itself. All right. Agent Deaver testified that, in his opinion, that was consistent with a beating with a blunt object and associated with the point of origin that he came up with. Do you agree with that opinion?
I disagree.
Can we show that? All right, let me show you what's now been marked the Defense Exhibit 264. May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit 264. Is that a photograph of the area of the west wall that Agent Deaver testified about?
Yes.
Move 264 into evidence.
It's allowed.
Looking at Exhibit 264, can you explain to the jury what your opinion is with regard to those particular spatters and why you disagree with Agent Deaver?
First of all, those blood drop in question, if you look at closely, those blood I consider as almost coagulated blood. It's no longer the whole liquid blood. You can see some blood clot in those areas. It's different than the rest of the drop. So that could be after the bleeding start, blood already start semi-coagulate. Somebody have the hand have some blood coming downwards, because most of the impact angle to the wall is pretty sharp. I did not calculate the whole angle because some of the involving deposit in the surface subsequently dripping down. And but in other words, they're not a typical cast-off pattern. I see a line of alignment of a spatter and start changing the pattern, the shape, and from round to semi-circle to elongated to very sharp like that. On the staircase also, we have some vertical drop. Some of the stairs appear to be kind of diluted, like these two. Those are heavier one. So again, in this area, have a multiple activity. We really cannot definitively say that's definite beating with a fireplace poker.
Is there a direction on the longer ones that you circled there, say on the right-hand side, do you see a directionality to that one?
It's from the up and downwards. This kind of initial impact here, the cloud continue move a little bit distance.
And if someone were being beaten, in what direction would the blood be going off the head if they were being beaten from below?
Overrule. Don't forget here have a banner. Staircase have a banner. If you hit somebody, an individual, that banner have to sticking out somewhat. So if you with a forward motion, you have a high probability to hit this banner, the wood. We did not see any damage of that. Also, the individual has to be in a position pretty difficult to administer such a beating.
Do you have an opinion as to what could have caused those kinds of spatters?
Could be dripping, could be cast off of other from the hands or finger or other activities.
If, for example, Dr. Snell walked up the stairs in that area after examining the wounds,
yes.
Or if Michael Peterson walked up the stairs to that level after holding Kathleen, are those spatters consistent with what might come off either of their hands?
It could be.
Have you taken a look at the spatters that were on the north wall and the east wall?
Yes.
And Agent Deaver testified again that the spatters on the north and on the east walls were caused by Kathleen Peterson being beaten with a blunt object. Do you agree with that opinion?
I disagree.
Can we mark this as Defendant's Exhibit 265? Right, perfect. Yes. Let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 265 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
Now, what is Defendant's 265?
Defendant 265 depicts top views. The photographer was standing on the top of the stair and coming down, shows the door.
It's not up on the screen yet, so.
Shows the door molding and then the north wall and the side of east wall.
Right. And would this photograph help you to explain the various directionalities and what you saw on the north and east walls?
Yes.
Move 265 into evidence.
It's allowed.
Can you come down a little bit? Yeah.
Using 265, can you explain
I did it again. Jeez. Well, at least not everybody left this time.
Some spatter on the wall too. This consistent with Catherine was standing up against the molding. They have more likely hit the molding at that point in time, have some spatter. Now, location number 2, that's large amount of stand, also a wall area here. Here, the majority, this portion of it, is a multiple deposit of stand, smear, spatter, wipe and swipe pattern. Also, we see this location, some dripping pattern here. The rest of it, we see spatter goes all different direction. Multiple, as I say, approximately 4,000 or more. So if a beating, you don't create that much blood spatter. This, based on my experience, has to be multiple origins, come from multiple sources. Coughing, shaking the head, moving around. Maybe some impact spatter there, but just everything, it's all together. And as far as the molding area, you can see additional spatter here. Later, you can see a closer up picture, see some of a blood stain consistent with a coughing type of stain. In this location, this is misleading a little bit. The elevator chair should be original here. We have some additional spatter, and some could be a cast-off pattern, and some consistent, maybe a ricochet or medium velocity spatter, variety spatter again, a tremendous amount.
Did you see in that area, and particularly I'm now looking at the large area that you enclosed on the north wall, did you see spatter on top of what appeared to be smear that had dried to some extent?
Yes, I did.
And could you explain that and what that indicates about the passage of time?
When blood is wet, deposit on the surface. If right after you have a hit again, the blood will hit the other blood drop, 2 will mix together now. Sometimes maintain shape, some become a deformed shaped pattern. But here we see spatter on the wall. Then we have spatter goes different direction on top of that spatter, which indicative the first spatter has to be drawn. Then the second one subsequently applied. So how long it takes it dry, again, I cannot tell you exactly. I don't know the environment condition, but at least minutes, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. In other words, not going to be a few seconds and my blood stain should be mixed together. You won't be able to tell them apart.
Looking at the spatter that's on top of other spatter that was dry, and looking at the spatter on top of the urine that had been dried on the pans, and looking at the blood on the bottom of Kathleen Peterson's feet, the soles of her feet. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not all of that is consistent with her having incurred an injury on her head, one or more injuries, being down on the ground for some period of time, consistent with blood pool forming, and then getting up and creating additional spatter when she got up after some passage of time?
Yes.
Did you see in this area, by the way, the jury has been out to the area last week, so they've physically been in the space. Did you see anywhere in that space the kind of cast-off that you would expect to see if someone, for example, were standing, say, by the doorway and hitting somebody with a blow poker in that northeast corner there?
I did not see any overhead cast-off pattern.
What about in terms of the point of origin that Agent Deaver identified near the west wall? Did you see any spatter that you would expect to see if someone was hitting someone from outside the stairway near that west wall?
Yeah, I didn't, the west wall, if any cast-off pattern should be on the ceiling or this portion, inner side portion of this above the floor molding, if a cast-off, overhead cast-off, I did not see any.
Can we show that animation for a second?
Objection.
I'd like to be heard, please.
Ms. Deputy, if you'll take the jury to the deliberation. Yes, sir.
I'm not exactly sure what we're getting ready to see, if it's something we've already seen or not. As far as I can tell, there's been no foundation with this witness with respect to any animation. There have been no questions about that, so we would object because I'm not sure what it shows, number one. And number two, there's no foundation for showing it to the jury at this point.
Actually, it is the animation, the cast-off that we've already showed to their witnesses who have said, yes, that's the kind of cast-off that one would expect to see from a weapon in the areas where the animation is illustrating. So that's all we're showing Dr. Lee at this point.
Mr. Howard.
Well, just because they've shown it to our witnesses doesn't mean there's been a sufficient foundation for it to be shown. They've asked about it. We again would object. I don't even know if this witness has seen it.
If he hadn't seen it, he's getting ready to see it. Mr. Rudolph, has he seen it?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
He said he saw it.
Yes, sir.
I mean, he's an expert. He can formulate his opinion on any number of things.
Yes, sir.
Maybe even one that he hadn't seen before right now, but that's not the case. Anyway, objection's over. Questions?
Dr. Lee, I was about to ask you about cast-off. I was going to show you an animation. Have you seen an animation that some of the other witnesses have seen already that illustrates where cast-off might go from that location near the west wall?
Yes, last night you showed me this animation.
Now, looking at that, that's a view from down, if the person wielding this object were down below the source of blood. Can we hit a couple of those? All right. And would that be general? Could you go back one? Thank you. Would that be the general nature of where the cast-off would be going if someone were coming up from below, having hit a source of blood in that area?
And it could be.
All right. And if someone were above, coming down, would you again have cast-off coming up that way?
You're going to have a back cast-off back, not really straight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep going. From another angle. Would that be, in general terms, where you would expect to see cast-off?
It all depends on forward swinging, backwards, and you can have some cast-off.
All right. Did you see any cast-off anywhere on the ceilings or high on the walls similar to anything like that?
No. No, I did not see it.
Are you aware that Dr. Leitsma, when he testified last week, showed the jury a slide, a photograph of a slide of the lung of Kathleen Peterson, where he found some evidence of aspirated blood?
Yes.
And did you see, when you looked at the scene photos, any evidence of blood in Kathleen Peterson's mouth or nose area?
Yes.
Can we show that photograph? And again, this is a photograph of Miss Peterson.
Can you enlarge that area?
Hold on one second. Can you? And was there an area that you saw that?
Yes. Clearly, in this area, in the mouth area, also this area, the lip area, we see some reddish, darkish stain. It could be blood.
All right. In looking at, you can take that down, thank you. In looking at the scene photos, did you see any evidence of what's called aspirated blood or blood that has been coughed or sneezed out of a person's mouth or nose?
Yes.
First of all, and I think Agent Deaver may have testified about this already, is there a particular characteristic that one associates with blood drops that have been aspirated or that have been coughed out or sneezed out?
Yes. Not every drop you're going to have this phenomenon, but sometimes when you have air bubbles mixed with blood coming out of the mouth, when the blood deposits on the surface, blood start drying. The air bubble popped, burst. So you leave a ghost center. You only have a periphery area of blood, but center is lack of blood. That usually indicative could be a coughing or sneezing, blood come out of the mouth. Ideally, of course, is to do a test to check whether or not the presence of an amylase, which is an enzyme in the mouth. And if you can find all those things with saliva, then of course we know it's come from the mouth.
And did you see, when you looked at the close-ups of the photos that were taken by the police, did you see any evidence of what you call ghost centers on a number of these spatters?
Yes. Here in this...
Hold on. Let's... what is it?
It's already in.
Can you just... Let's take a look at State's Exhibit P-126, and let me give this to you up here. I'm not sure you're going to be able to...
Yes, you can see it.
Can you see it all right?
Yeah. Of course, here we can see some blood clot. Those are clotted blood clot. Now, most blood stain you can see is on top of blood stain. That shows quite a bit of blood coming out. Now, here clearly, as I highlight those, you can see no centers. There are many other, but just to give some example, you can see have a blood drop, but no center.
All right. That's on the molding on the east wall. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Can we go to another photo? Let me show you what's now been marked Defense Exhibit 266. Showing you Defendant's Exhibit 266. Do you recognize this as a photograph of the riser between steps 17 and 16?
Yes.
And again, we'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
It's allowed.
Did you see in that particular photograph evidence of ghost centers.
Yes, I see quite a bit of blood. Again, just a tremendous amount of blood stain here. Some deposit on the top of there. Some are looking more likely coagulated stain. Here, also, if you look carefully, we see some blood stain, no centers. So again, that could be resolved by mixed with air, saliva, and subsequently become a ghost pattern.
All right. Let me show you what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 202. And ask you if you recognize this as the area on the east wall above the molding that you looked at earlier.
Yes.
Move 202 into evidence, Your Honor.
Hello.
Showing you that, do you recognize on here areas both of impact or impact type spatter as well as ghost middles, blank middles?
Yeah, some are even could be a cast off pattern too, because you can see alignment of the pattern here. You have the alignment. So you have a series of a stand together. Of course, if you can move a little bit higher. Now you see oops. Ghost center. Now you also you can see this drop is on top of those spine-like blood spatter. Those spatter, so you can see different sequence event. They apply to the wall at a different time.
Looking at the cast off, what you said could be cast off. Yeah, right there. Do you see a spatter that appears to be on top of the dried?
Yes, we see this drop. On top, we see another ghost center. We see here another drop, and numerous drop. Here also, we can see drop on top of the other patterns.
So would that indicate then that the spatter on top would have come some minutes after whatever caused the staining on the bottom?
Yes, those stain has to be deposited first, subsequently almost dry, and the second one deposit on the first.
And are the ghost centers there consistent with expirated blood or coughed blood?
It could be.
Let me show you what's been marked. First of all, states P 122, and ask you if you recognize this as an area of the north wall that's to the. Can you put up that large picture of the north wall? Yeah. That one. And could you zoom in on the right-hand portion of the wall there? Yeah. Do you recognize State's Exhibit P122 as a portion of a close-up of a portion of that part of the north wall?
It's around this area.
All right. Oops. That's all right. All right. If we can go back to P122 then. And again, with regard to that photograph, do you see In that photograph, some drops with ghost centers.
Yes, I can pick out a couple over here. Can you move the picture?
Will that move over any, or that may just be cropped more than the one that we got?
Okay.
Do you see some more on the state's exhibit?
Much more on the state.
Could you come down and show that to the jury then?
Sure. Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Those are area circle. Those are folks. Center Nova.
By the way, when we were talking about that area of what you said might be ricochet or might be cast off on the east wall, what are the kinds of things that could cause that kind of cast off on the wall, assuming it's cast off as opposed to ricochet?
Could be hand, could be hair, could be anything.
Let me now show you what's been marked as and introduced as State's Exhibit P120. Can we put that up, please? Do you recognize that as the void area on the north wall?
Yes.
First of all, do you see some missing centers on the spatter in this area?
Yes, I do.
Press the button. No, press the button.
The additional one, see, you can see in the photograph much better.
Okay.
Also, I can see this cloud of blood clot.
What does that indicate?
That means when this drop deposit of blood already start coagulating.
And does that again get back to that passage of time issue?
Yes.
Do you also see in this particular photograph spatter on top of some smear?
Yes.
And again, does that indicate to you that that spatter came some minutes after the smear had dried?
Yes.
Now, Agent Deaver has testified that in his opinion, that void area is a result of someone coming with some sort of cleaning agent, spraying it on there, and cleaning that off. Do you agree with that?
That's wrong.
Could you explain to the jury, first of all, why you think that's not cleanup, or explain by cleanup?
A cleanup, usually you see if you either use a dry towel to clean or wet, you have a choice, either dry or wet. Dry, doesn't matter how you clean, you're going to have residue of blood leave on the surface. If wet, you should see a diffuse pattern, then you see blood start running downwards, dripping downwards because the liquid, the gravity goes downwards. Actually on the wall, they have certain area we see this kind of pattern. Here, it's nothing to do with cleaning. It's just simple shadowing, a blockage.
When you say shadow, can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
If I'm sitting here, if you shine a light to me, you're going to see the shadow, my shadow. Because the light come and I absorb the light in my body and at the back you have a shadow. Now, if the blood spatter come at me, I'm here, I'm going to intercept the blood stain. Going to leave a pattern. Depends on this object, how close to the source of blood. For example, here, a very likely possibility is somebody's hand or arm close to the mouth. When you're coughing, the blood spatter goes forward, upwards. The fist on my hand intercept the thumb. So now, because I have a distance from the wall, look a little bigger now, the shadowing, basically my hand, intercept some of the blood, create this kind of ball pattern, which is not uncommon we see at the scene.
Agent Deaver also testified, you can take that down, thank you. Agent Deaver also testified about some swipe marks on the molding areas. Let me first of all show you some photographs about what he's talking about. And then to mark this.
Yes, already in.
Let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 252.
This one has to be introduced.
And let me also show you what's now been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 267. Showing you 252 and 267. Do you recognize these exhibits as the swipe mark on the base of the north wall as 252 and a swipe mark on the riser on, I guess it's between step 17 and 16 in Exhibit 267?
Yes.
Move 267 into evidence, Your Honor.
That's allowed.
Let me first of all show you 252. That would be the area at the bottom of the
staircase,
at the north wall.
Right.
And by the way, you see that white powder there at the bottom?
Yes.
What does that appear to be to you?
Some kind of a chemical, could be luminol, could be something, but some kind of chemical spray.
All right. And by the way, if one was trying to see if a stair like stair 17 had been cleaned, would one use a chemical like luminol to see if there were any swipe or wipe patterns that were on the stair itself?
Yes, you can also just visually, you can look at it if somebody cleaned it up. We examine a lot of crime scene, tremendous amount of crime scene. We see people clean up. We can use chemical reagent to enhance. Time after time, we can find shoe prints, we can find the handprint, bloody pattern enhancement reagent. It's pretty common. We can use variety of a chemical to enhance.
All right, looking at 252, do you see the swipe mark there?
Yes, I can see that.
Do you agree with Agent Deaver that indicates an intentional attempt to clean up that area?
No.
Could you explain to the jury why not?
That's a lousy job. If somebody trying to clean that, did not do a good job cleaning. Also very narrow, less than 2 inches and bottom. So difficult just to try. Why clean that 2 inches? Why? No reason to clean up just that little area. Let's just say either intentional or unintentional swap. Some towel or clothing touch that. I don't think that somebody tried to intentionally clean that spot.
All right, looking at Exhibit 267. Do you see the area at the bottom there?
Yes, I can see the area.
Do you have any different opinion with regard to that?
I don't think this is an intentional cleaning either, because the riser is about 6 inches here, just about 1.5 inch. Who want to clean that one little area? It's a tremendous amount of blood. Just no reason to clean that one spot.
By the way, do you see some spots right below the?
Maybe they started cleaning it and got tired.
Yes, I can see
and
tremendous
decided it
amount
was
of
too
blood
much
here,
to clean.
crusty blood here. All this area, numerous blood stains. That's a impact area I talk about.
Trust me, I'm
You
that
see blood
person.
spatter in those locations, which indicative her head could hit that area.
Can you tell from that whether or not somebody's head hit that accidentally versus someone banging their head against that just from the spatter?
I can't tell you.
When you looked at the stairway, both originally and in the photographs and last night, did you see any evidence that blood had in fact seeped in to the wood on step 17?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury?
The floorboard, between floorboard have cracks.
Floorboard.
When I examine the crack, I look at the crack, have tremendous blood cracks sip into the cracks. If we dig up the board, I can assure you we'll probably find more blood underneath and soak along the woodboard.
And are the swipe marks that you just saw in those two photographs consistent with the towels that were found under Kathleen Peterson's head being in that general area?
It's possible.
Dr. Lee, did you have a chance to take a look at a videotape of some experiments that Agent Deaver performed in an attempt to, as he put it, recreate some of the spatters that were found at the scene?
Yes.
First of all, when you do an experiment, ought you be looking at a photograph of the scene and trying to recreate what's there in terms of scientific method?
Well, I can't really say that's an experiment. Experiment, you have to run all the controls with all the experimental parameters to do such an experiment. This the most he conduct a test because too many variables here.
All right. And was that scientifically valid in terms of proving anything about what happened?
Well, he only tried to demonstrate one action, a single action, to create certain blood pattern. That portion is valid, but you cannot use that single action to explain the crime scene. That portion is not valid.
Did you see a portion of the experiment where he took some shoes, some sneakers, put 5 milliliters of blood on a cardboard, and then stomped on it?
Yes.
Can we show that video clip?
Didn't we already watch this several times already?
Now, does that experiment prove anything about how the spatter that's on these particular sneakers either got there or it didn't get there?
No. That only shows on a flat surface with 5 cc of blood, he stamped about 10 times. Did not create any spatter.
If you could step down for a second, mate.
Yes. Thank you.
Assuming that this is the vertical surface You see there's some spatters that come out on that side there?
Yeah.
Right. If this was in fact, instead of being a flat surface, was a stair, so that this shoe was down below there. So in other words, you had one foot going up the stairs and another shoe there. And you had that
And
spatter
again, no
created.
glove.
Where would that spatter go?
It's going to be downward. The gravity going to pull down to the lowest point.
And they did create a model staircase, did they not? That was an exact replica.
In addition, the staircase is pretty narrow, not like a piece of sheet paper that much. So you compare a sheet paper with a staircase, that's a Yamada experiment. He did just a test.
In other words, the stair itself isn't that wide.
Not that much. Also, the texture is different too, the wood versus the paper.
You've had a chance to examine the shorts that were taken from Michael Peterson that night, correct?
Yes.
Exhibit number 1.
Yes.
And the shorts that were worn by Agent Deaver in his experiment or test, right?
Yeah.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Let me show you the clip. And you saw first of all, the spatters inside the right leg of the shorts, right?
Yes.
Agent Deaver testified that the only way he could figure out to get that leg open enough to let spatter in there was to, well, let's see the experiment or the test. And Victory. Let's pause it for a second when I tell you that. You see how he's putting his leg up there?
Yes.
I believe he testified when he was here on direct examination that was the only way he could figure out to get that leg open enough to get spatter inside. Can you go ahead and play that? All right, now, and after that, you can take that down. After that, they found some spatters inside the test shorts. Remember that?
Yes.
Does that experiment prove that the only way that spatter could get inside the shorts was the way that Agent Deaver demonstrated?
No.
Does it even prove that that's the only way that you could get the shorts open enough to get any spatter in there?
Definitely not.
Could you explain to the jury?
Your Honor, may I step down?
Yes.
Come on.
Yep. Yes, sir.
You'll have to do some work too. This is Michael's short. The circumference for this is 26 inches. Each leg depends on the area where you measure. He's a skinny guy, not too much meat. Not like you have a lot of meat in your leg. So create a lot of space.
Quit trying to be a comedian and just give us the facts, dude.
So once you create a space, any configuration, you can walk on step, you can sit down like this, you can walk one step further, another step, any possibility can open up.
Have you seen some photographs of what you're demonstrating here?
Yes.
All right. Let me show you. Let me show you what I've now marked as Defense Exhibit 268, 269 and 270.
Do you have copies for us?
Yeah, that's 268. Yeah. Let me show you 268, 269, 270 and ask you whether they illustrate what you were just showing the jury with regard to the shorts and
Yes.
opening them up.
Yes.
Move those into evidence.
Hello.
All right. Maybe we.
That shows Michael Peterson's shorts open up a wide area. Here another one example, the lake. That's why it depends on which location of the room, his side. But in any way, you have a wide opening.
Next one.
No,
Another
nobody wanna see
possibility
that.
Here, you have an opening.
All right. Can you go to the third one?
Here, you both leg can open. At the same time, if
for crying out
the
loud.
fourth situation, if the back face Catherine walk up, you also can open up your leg.
Answer. Can you explain how spatter could get inside a leg other than in the manner in which Agent Deaver showed?
And if you look at it, the most important thing, you look at Michael Peterson's pants. In the back, have approximately 100 individual medium velocity stem. In the back. Now you look at the tasking. Sure. Nothing. Zero. Nothing. Which clearly shows me this back of his back was face Catherine. Catherine still coughing or breathing, caused all those spatter deposit. Not necessarily has to be where this and doing the beating, because you cannot explain how the beating got all those blood spatter on the back. Scientifically impossible. In the front, that's another different story. The front, Michael Peterson's pants, you can see line of demarcation, the blood diffused. The blood diffused.
At this point, I just hope the court reporter is writing Kathleen and not Catherine.
The blood diffused. They have a line demarcation. Both sides, we can see that. This is definitely not wash. Wash is a different term. A wash, somebody either put these pants in a washing machine wash, or you use a white towel, try to clean it up, wash. But this is not a wash. This is just some wet towel holding against the surface, the liquid diffuse, redissolve the blood, cause this pattern. This is intentionally somebody trying to clean up. No line of demarcation, just smeared.
Can we go to that experiment? There's an experiment or a test that Agent Deaver did with pouring some water on those shorts. Let me see if I can get that up there. Keep going. And I think he said that he then got some more water and some more blood.
Not only that, you cannot just by pouring water. It has to be, you can see featherings, subsequently something touch the surface with a tempo mapping or with a motion. Yes.
Look on this one?
Yeah.
So not just pouring water.
Not just pouring. Pouring water, that's major action, but somehow clean a little bit.
Is there anything about Michael Peterson's short that is consistent with that demonstration of someone pouring water on their shorts by Agent Deaver?
Definitely.
Can we go to the clip of the impacts? You saw Agent Deaver in the stairway area itself, correct? In that
Yes.
model stairway? Let me just show you an excerpt from that video. First of all, let me ask you whether you saw any evidence in that stairway that was consistent with that kind of beating.
38 impacts, no.
And was there some spatter found on Agent Deaver's shirt?
Yes.
After doing, and I think he only wore it during the last few, right?
Yes.
And did you find any spatter on Michael Peterson's shirt?
I did not.
When you actually inspected that stairway at some point after these experiments, correct?
That's correct.
And were you able to visually compare the amount of spatter that was created by the 38 impacts versus what was present in the stairway itself? No, we're not going to that. We're not going to.
Yes.
And could you describe to the members of the jury how it compared?
The staircase you visited before is a tremendous amount of blood. A rough count over 10,000 individual spatters. The test Agent Deaver did, it's about 7, counting everything. As you notice the clip, most are probably created by the hair, the wig. Actually, it's the wig shaking. It's not really impact the blood. So there are pattern differences, amount of density differences. So I don't think the staircase with his test say replicate what happened in the staircase. I don't think any scientist should reach that conclusion.
Did the comparison between the amount of blood spatter that was present after the 38 impacts in the test staircase compared with the amount of spatter that was present in the actual staircase tell you anything about whether impacts created the spatter that was in the actual staircase?
This situation, you compare apple oranges, you really cannot compare. Agent Deaver tried to replicate. He tried his best. But on the other hand, actual experience is important. This is not really replicate what happened in the staircase.
Are you familiar with the fact that Agent Deaver testified before the jury that he took this Exhibit 72 and took some blood and created the patterns that are here on Exhibit 178?
Yes.
Are you also familiar that he did not take any photographs or video to show exactly what he did in terms of pressure or how he manipulated the tool to get these particular?
You have to have a direct contact of the tip to the surface to leave that, because this is a cylindrical one. If you just put flat, the tip will not touch the surface. You have to apply some force or intentional tip to tip to get the contact.
May the doctor step down and just demonstrate what he's talking about? Perhaps I might be able to do it right there.
Because you have a height here. It's uneven. You see that? It's uneven. So this surface will touch you if you light it flat, not the tip. Unless you do this. Raised up an angle, the tip will not contact the surface. That's the only way you can have this, or intentionally push that. If you just let it lie flat, you may have one corner touch, but you will never have the pattern replicate.
Over the lunch recess, did you have a chance to compare State's Exhibit P233A, which are a couple of marks from Step 15, with State's Exhibit 178?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree with Agent Deaver that the marks on P233A are consistent with the marks on 178?
No.
Could you, using these two exhibits, could you again explain to the jury why? If you want me to hold this for
We assume it's true one-to-one, okay? Because ideally, should have a ruler, a scale, to photograph recess. That's why we always bring rulers. Here's my ruler. But anyway, with a scale to show the length and width. Then later we can compare the pattern. Second thing, we don't really, pattern comparison, not just eyeball. You make it transparent. See, with this, you make a exactly replicate transparency. Then you cover that, use the transparency to show that in fact, all the major point shows where they're located. Without the transparency, when we compare just eyeball it, human eyes can fool us. For example, Agent Deaver thing, you can see this is a new moon. It's not as this is a straight line. It's not as a straight line. This is a straight line, the picture. But this is like a moon shape, always moon shape. On top of that, this poker is not straight, it's curvature. And concave curve on both sides. This pattern shows very straight edge. You have a curvature. Curve. So It's similar, but I don't really put my reputation say this is a match.
Were there other marks on the steps that were sort of, well, let me show you.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go up on that one. For example, you see a mark up next to those two.
These two marks, both they show a line and a curve. A line and a curve. They're very similar.
And can we go to the, do you have a picture of step 14? By the way, are there shoe wear patterns that can create those kinds of?
Many objects can create such a pattern, but we don't know what they're wearing or not. What's the sole pattern? So I cannot come here to tell you yes, definitely my shoe, or no, definitely not my shoe.
What should be done at a scene to rule out impressions like that coming from shoes?
We usually have all the known shoe sole pattern from everybody at the scene to look at it. Also, we're going to check all the objects. In addition, this area, if I'm at the scene, we're going to spray the area with enhancement reagent. Try to see the whole pattern, not just a portion pattern.
Dr. Lee, in addition to your own observations there at the scene and what you saw in the photographs and the various reports that you read and the items that you examined, have you also spoken to various other experts who have reviewed the photographs and been to the scene, like Jan Lietzma and Dr. Faris Bandak and Dr. Werner Spitz and Dr. Cyril Wecht?
Yes.
And did you discuss with them their findings and opinions?
Yes.
Did any of them tell you anything that has caused you to change your opinion about what likely happened in that stairway?
No.
Based on your education and your training and your experience, and on your own observations and findings in this case, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to whether the totality of the evidence in this case from the scene is more consistent with a beating or is more consistent with an accident?
It's more consistent with an accident.
Anything else, Tom? That's all I have. Thank you, Doctor.
Let's step in. Let's take a 15-minute break.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Please allow the jurors to exit the courtroom first.
Okay, are we done with him? How come every time I touch my mouse, all my windows get all weird? All I have to do is touch it. I don't have to push a button. Nope, we're not. Okay, well, I guess we got more Dr. Henry Lee on Monday. Okay, guys, that's it for today, for the week. And if anybody wants to watch me try to live stream out in the hot Florida sun again tomorrow, more Mr. Ree. Yeah. Oh my gosh. You know, I know he can't help it because English is not his first language, obviously, but he's been speaking English long enough. You would think that accent would have gone away a little bit. He doesn't even say blood right, and he's a blood spatter expert. He says blah. He doesn't pronounce the D. It's blah. Okay, guys. Have a great weekend. I will be streaming tomorrow from Magic Kingdom on my Debbie Loves Disney channel in case you guys want to watch me make a fool of myself. It's not me, it's my phone. It keeps overheating and I don't know what to do. Jill said, take a cooler, like one of those little cooler bags, and put a one of those, what are they called? Those, not ice, but the hard ice pack thingies down in there. And then when the phone gets hot, I'm just gonna go, okay, you guys are going in the cooler, and I'm gonna stick the phone in there. I made the Miss Piggy with a purple dress because I didn't have that many different shades of pink. Her dress is supposed to be pink. The bead packs? I don't have any of those. I only have the hard ones. But we're going out to dinner and shopping, so I might try to find something that might work better. I bought a phone air conditioner thing. Oh yeah, they would have them there. Walgreens, CVS, any place like that would have them. And it has a little magnet sticker and it magnetizes to the back of the phone, but the arm from the gimbal gets in the way, so you can't put it on the phone with the gimbal. And also it makes it heavier too, so it makes the gimbal go all crazy. So that doesn't work either. And you know, people are like, well, get an air conditioning right away. Well, when I tried to do the Rick Springfield concert, I was sitting, the line to get into the theater is right out in the sun. There's like no shade, no umbrellas, no nothing. So I couldn't go anywhere. It's the only thing I could have done was get out of line, and then I wouldn't have been able to get into the show. So, but you know, it's not engineered for streamers. Oh, thank you. I'll look at it in a minute. Okay, guys, I will see you Monday morning at 9, and we'll have more of mystery. So, in the meantime, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Have a great weekend. Love y'all.